Hello, everybody. It's Gloria from Gigi the Crochet Queen. Welcome back to my channel. Ooh, that looks so much better than when I'm on YouTube. So weird. Anyway, thank you, Dr. Katrina, for your continued membership and for all of my new subscribers. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for subscribing. And for my returning subscribers, thank you for returning. Let's see who joins me. Hello, Shatika. How are you today? Thank you for joining me. Good evening to you as well. Hope you are having had a good Saturday. I did errands and a little bit of yard work, and it wore me out. But I've been making my little 18-inch doll. I like the romper. That's my favorite pattern so far. Hey, Kimberly, how are you today? Thank you for joining me. And I hope you get a thumbs up. So that is what, and I made the little red, white, and blue jumper. I love doing the jumpers. They are so much fun. So I'm going to have to do some more so I can get them all together for What Not Sell. I wish I had started doing them earlier so that at least I could put the red, white, and blue one up. And someone, if they wanted it and bought it, it would be there before the 4th of July. But did not make it in time. Just popped into my head late. But anyway, that's what I've been working on. Making little 18-inch doll clothes. They are probably big enough, for a little, maybe 3-month-old baby. I don't know. Anyway, I haven't seen a baby in so long. Not tiny babies. I don't know. Hey, Salome, how are you today? Thank you for joining me. Good evening to you as well. And I hope you did a thumbs up. What are you working on? What is your weather like? I always say, oh, I don't sweat. I sweat now. That little bit of yard work that I did, I was dripping wet. Dripping wet. Couldn't wait to finish so I could take me a shower. I binge watched let me see, was that the 4th season or either the 4th or the 5th season of The Bear. I was like, oh my goodness. If you watch The Bear, such an intense show. Now I'm going to have to wait probably another year. I don't know. I hope they have another season because the way that it ended, it has to have another season. It just can't end like that. But it's one of my favorites. I got hooked on it. And my daughter told me the guy that plays Carmine, he's not an American. She said he's British. I was like, really? And then I was trying to think, did I ever see him on any interview? I can't even recall. I started watching it because of the girl that's on the show, and I couldn't tell you what her name is. I don't know what her name is. But it is a great show. If you haven't seen it, it's on Hulu. But I think it's actually on FX, but it streams on Hulu. Such a good show. I have to look at the mastermind of who created that. They put a good crew of people together for that show. Then I started watching. Now I can't remember the name of it. Something about the internet. Not internet, social media. is it social media murders? I think it's social media murders. I'm like, whew, it's scary, scary stuff that goes on with social media, how it just takes over people's lives. I guess I'm glad I'm older when I started YouTube. As these young ones, oof, they are off the chain. They really live and die off of YouTube. Some of it wasn't, they just equate it to YouTube. Uh, eh, I think if you were a little off, it doesn't matter if you're on social media or not, but they were some scary stuff. So I'm working on my, what do you call it? My bogus shawl. So I figured I'm going to sit and chat. Hopefully someone chats back with me so I can work on this and get more of it done. I'm only on, what row am I on? 9. 9 of 50. That's not good. 9 of 50. So no one's working on anything? I'm always working on something. That's a shawl, bogus poncho. I think I said shawl. I think I always say shawl, but it's a poncho. Bogus poncho. Well, it might turn out to be a shawl if I don't have enough yarn to finish it, which I don't think I do, but I'm hoping I do. Because I don't have any more of this. And I have that rust. Rust might be close. If I run out, I might have enough. Never know. Yeah, that's close to the color. We shall see. I'm hoping it rains today, but so far, no rain. But Monday, there's supposed to be a lot of rain. Should have brought a straw. So what has been going on? No one's talking, so guess this will be a short a short live. Hey Renee, how are you today? Thank you for joining me. And I hope you did a thumbs up. What are you working on? What's your weather like? Mm-hmm. I need to work on a tutorial that I have yet to finish. Oh, did I leave my phone out there? Yep, left the phone out there. Oh, my cookie is so soft. Sounds like someone's out there. Shouldn't be anyone out there. $82 degrees. It's probably about that now. Now the sun is down. Oh, I think this has. No, it doesn't. Oh, yes, it does. 88 degrees. It says 88 and dreary. I don't know why the sun is down. It was smoking hot earlier. You all had a heat wave in the hundreds. I had to wash my hair. That's the only reason why it's down, because I'm trying to let it dry. It was steamy. I bet it was. I found they had those, all kinds of crazy weather going on. I just don't want any crazy weather my way anytime soon. And I just read an article that the meteorologists have lost some key component for them to track hurricanes. That is not a good thing. Guess we're just going to take our chances. I tell you, this country is going to crap. But the rich will be richer. and the poor will be poor. And if you're in between, you're just hanging on by a string. I guess this is going to be a really short live. Oh, I know. I went to Dollar Tree and I totally forgot to bring it in. And they actually had crochet hooks at my Dollar Tree. Only one. They only had the eye hook, but it's like the boy um, kind of hook. I bought one. They had pom-pom makers. They had the large one, not the really big large one, but the medium large one. And then they had the ones with the two smaller ones. And I was like, But it was a mess. It looked like the people delivered the stuff and no one has put it away. Just a mess. They still had the same old yarns, nothing new on the yarns. But I was really surprised they had crochet hook in there. Oh, and they had some different color. Instead of just the black and white googly eyes, they had color googly eyes. So I picked up one of those. I picked up little box organizers so I could separate out the googly eyes. I have the black one. Yeah, the black ones are up there. I separated them out and I never use them. I was watching Tina posted a video of how she does the eyebrows for the dragon, but I was halfway watching it. I was trying to see what she was doing. I was trying to give her a like, but her thing was in portrait and I couldn't find the like button. Couldn't comment, nothing. What was that? Oh, my card. I reopened my TikTok account. I haven't been on TikTok in a very long time. And I clicked on it and it says, welcome back. We'll see how long there's a TikTok with this back and forth. Oh, I'm getting rid of it. Oh, it'll be for another 90 days. Foolishness, straight foolishness. TikTok still hasn't found an American person, but the person that wants it, I hope don't get it. Just crazy. All right, y'all. There's no conversation. Nobody's telling me what they're doing. Nothing. All right. Guess you're just here to look at me. I'll go back and watch the social media murders. And I think I'm going to work on another jumper. Yep, do a purple one. I have a purple and pink one, but I have some purple ombre yarn. And some black and white ombre. And some, did I leave anything in yellow? There's gold. I see that yellow and orange one. That'd be cute. It's summertime. Oh, I don't know why I started this. Well, I really need to do something with that ombre yarn, that Red Heart hot sauce. I figured this would be a good way to showcase the colors. Hello, Melanie. How are you?
Good. Let me clean up my background.
What'd you say?
Hey, what's going on?
I have some of their.
And
They're a little short. I didn't even try it. I just bought it. When I saw it, I said, well, I'll just pick it up. If I do a giveaway, I'll put it in the giveaway because I don't use those boy type hooks. I have plenty of them, but I can't use them. They're no good for my hands. I can't grab the yarn like I do with my clover hooks.
I was like, why do I have an echo? I still have my old YouTube window open. I forgot the rules.
That's right. No echoes.
Yeah, I had that window open from when I first looked to see if you were on, and I didn't close it.
Oh.
Got to remember the rules.
What are you working on?
I'm just sitting down. My grandson left not long ago, so I'm going to work on her, getting her a dress. Decide what colors to put on her with her little ponytails. Yep, I got about, I think 11 dolls done out of the 35, so
oof.
I gotta get to getting. And those 11 dolls still need their earrings and a little button on the back of their dress, but at least they got their dress and shoes, so that's good enough for me right now.
When I was doing those little rompers, I realized I have no pink buttons.
What about white?
Yeah, but they don't have the same. I mean, they're blah 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 buttons. They're just round buttons.
Oh yeah, okay. See, my buttons look like flowers that I put. They're always
only have one cute button. And I put it on the cute dress. Not that one. I put a snap on that one. Oh, on this one? On this one. Yeah. This is the only cute button that I found. Little pink button.
Oh yeah, I have some white iridescent buttons like that.
It's the only one that I found. I was like, I can't believe I have no pink buttons. I bought, because when I went to Joann's, when they were initially going out of business,
the first bankruptcy. I said, was that the first bankruptcy?
No, this is the final.
Oh, the final.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, let me pick up some buttons, and they had a variety of them, but I guess because I never really do any little girl stuff, I never even thought about pink buttons at all.
Yeah. And I got all color iridescent, just plain colored because I sew them into the dresses sometimes, but I began with doing what you were doing, just using them for the dress to close it. But yeah.
Now I got a whole bunch. I got football buttons and holiday buttons, but no pink ones.
Paul, can you bring me my crochet little black bag that looks off the couch? That little. Where is it? It's on the couch and it's black.
Oh.
It's got my little patterns in it for my dress. I finally write the patterns down, but it's not always an exact science. I try to write down what I did and have them on little, I think there's a fork, thank you, babe. Little cards. I have multiple ones because sometimes I'm like, this didn't work out.
Oh, I hate when I get my doggone yarn caught. No.
Let's see. Hey, Shatika, Kimberly, Salome. Hey, Renee. I went and visited my friend. She does a craft show every Saturday, and it was 89 degrees. I was like, "Ooh, girl, it's about to be 90." But they moved her. Fortunately, it was kind of on a good spot on the corner because she was catching a good breeze. Good, you got that good breeze. But people were buying up her bucket hats and her ruffle hats.
Oh, cool.
And it didn't even matter that it was 90 degrees. People like what they like. So,
you know. But you all have cool nights, don't you?
Yeah, a little sometimes, yeah. Some when we get lucky, yeah. Yeah, but it hasn't been bad. I mean, it is summer, so we haven't had any 80-degree nights. It goes down to like 70, 68 or something like that, but yeah, it's summer, so we can't complain. It's supposed to be like this, so. But yeah, she selling the bucket hats and the ruffle hats. And matter of fact, I think she said she didn't even make the ruffle hats. What she was doing, a friend of hers had made them and sent them with her, and she'll sell your stuff for a certain percentage. So she was like, "Yeah, girl, I didn't make them ruffle hats, but they sure are selling."
Well, good for the friend.
She said people are coming, and that one cafe latte, the red heart yarn with all the different browns. That was the popular one. Yep, that cafe latte is pretty. Anything you make with that brown yarn, it just turns out to be pretty. I haven't seen anything yet that was ugly made with that cafe latte yarn. All comes out pretty. All right, Prince. Let's see if I can get you to sit up here correctly. All right.
One of my friends sent me a who was it? Now I can't even think of the person that was telling the story. Oh my goodness. But I think it was a comedian that was telling the story. Anyway, it was a Prince story. He was at a hotel, and he called his manager and told the manager, there's and he was very, very, very foul language. But it was so funny because of course they had Prince in cartoon and stuff. But he told the person that there is somebody in his room inside the wall, and he better come and get it out.
In the wall.
Sure enough, he went in there and they could hear there was a woman in the wall, and it was so funny. He says Prince came to the door in satin pajamas, satin headscarf on, all white, satin white, and white pumps.
White pumps?
So you can imagine this in this cartoon of him. It was and permed hair. I was like, I was cracking up. And then he said they found there was a woman. She was in like one of the crawl spaces, and she was reading the Bible, trying to convert Prince. He says, I told you there was an MF in there.
In the wall.
I was like, how in the hell?
And she probably gonna say God told her to get in the wall. She probably gonna say that too.
Oh,
You know,
my
they always
thing
like
is,
to
how did she get in his room? Where is the security?
Somebody got fired. Or should have gotten fired.
Mm-hmm.
That way. Someone should have gotten fired that night for sure. Let's see.
Dragging that lady out. I'm like, that is so
crazy. A woman in the wall.
Mm-hmm.
That is crazy. I think your dress is going to be simple. It's just going to be red and white.
I don't know why I can't remember which the comedian was that said that. Oh my goodness, it was so funny.
A woman in the wall. That is a story for the ages there. And I'm sure she was like, God told me to come here. That's always the story.
Comedians have good stories about Prince, because Prince was like Michael Jackson. Both of them loved comedians.
Uh-huh.
So they all these different comedians always got great stories about them.
Yeah, I've not heard anyone ever say anything bad about Prince. Maybe they haven't. I haven't heard it, but I've never heard anything bad about Prince. Never.
No, me either.
Never. I've always heard of the ways that he helped people, and didn't talk about it. It was just what he did because he needed to get done.
I'm telling, when my friend and I went to Paisley Park, and the lady said that when he was alive, when he was home, the lights would shine purple in the sky. He had the skylights. And so when he wasn't there, then they would be off. And of course, now they're off always. But she said he would do concerts at his, because he has an area. And when by us being there, so now when I see like old videos and stuff, I know that's where it was. And he had when I walked into the bathroom, it was like going into a club bathroom. It was so cool. I was like, this is a club. But he would do concerts. And he had all kinds of people that would come and they'd play and they had a little jam session, but it was free to the people that lived in the area.
Wow.
That's the cool thing about it.
That's beautiful. Dang.
I was like, child, that man would have had me fired because they Prince home. Oh,
you said Prince home?
See you.
Prince told me to tell you. I am a guest today.
Ooh, that would have been so cool. But I'm sure he was real strict about who rolled up in there. But
gotta keep the crazy folks out.
It was a real interesting tour. And I was just like floored. There's so much about him that you just don't know, because it was just like not out there for everybody to know about it. I would love to know who did his clothing, though. Whomever had to do them clothes.
Who his designers were.
They were on their toes. Good thing they didn't have to use a whole lot of material, because he was a tiny little thing.
Sure was tiny, tinier than me.
Yep.
Probably was like a size 5 in women. Looked
like if that.
Yeah.
A little skinny dancing man.
He's a little skinny dancing man.
And when I watch his old videos, and when he jumped and do those splits, I was like,
yeah,
I know why he had hip problems.
Yes, exactly. It's only so long. You can jump from the top of some stairs or whatever platform and land on the ground with or without your guitar.
That's right.
And not hurt something.
Yep.
Even if you had something down there padded.
But that's why gymnasts only last for so long. That's why your body only gonna do so much. You only gonna be flexible unless you are somebody that never got injured. Luckily,
but I'm gonna tell you, because I was a gymnast for a while, they have changed the game for gymnasts. The bouncy floor routines, the bouncing floor pad. The vault is different. everything is different now. And I'm like, well, hell, had they had the bouncy springs, there are springs in the floor when they do their floor routine. Girl, we had to wrap our ankles. They were like, if it hurts your ankles when you land, no matter what, then wrap your ankles for support. And then some girls didn't want to do that because they didn't like the look, and they didn't want it. It just messes up the whole, vision of the floor routine, whatever. I was like, I'm fixing to wrap my ankle because it was one of my ankles that was bothering me. And I was like, I'm wrapping my ankle because when I land, I know I need that little extra support. So, but yeah, the mats were hard. Now they get to bounce. And I'm like, it's like you're doing a floor routine on a semi trampoline. I mean, that floor has a lot of bounce, girl. I got on it. My son went to a basketball little training thing. And one side of the gym, the guy was renting out half the warehouse. And then the other half was for gymnasts, a gym place. I went over there and I saw the little girls doing their little thing, bouncing back and bouncing. I was like, and I just had to go over there because, like my son said, I'm the nosy mom, talk too much mom. And I asked, I said, are there springs in that dang floor? And he was like, yeah. I said, could I do a cartwheel or something? And he said, oh, have at it. He said, I'm going to tell you, I probably am as old as you, and I know what you're talking about. The unfairness of it all. I said, yes. Because I'm not.
Now everything is so different how they move and bounce. And you're like, oh, my God, look at that. But you don't realize how much assistance they have doing some of that stuff.
The unfairness of it all. I'm like, they still have to cover each corner. You have to do going to this corner and back, and then do something to get to the middle, go to that corner and do it. You have to do a certain amount of flips, a certain amount of difficulty and all that stuff. But the bouncing, it's the bouncing for me. You just, and I did a cartwheel and I ran and did a round off. And he was like, don't hurt yourself and stuff. I was like, how am I hurt myself on this mattress?
Not the mattress.
It's a mattress. It's like a nice mattress. It's bouncy. And I was like, I would love to do this. It's bouncy. And that was my experience. And I say, and then the bars, the parallel bars are not the same as what if you look at the old routines from like Nadia Comaneci and Olga Corbett and compare it to today, it's not the same. The bars are like, they're different the way they're positioned, because their bars are straight like this and this or whatever. Ours went back a bit and up because we would swing from the top and put our feet on the bars and do all this stuff and have to do turns and flips. They don't do those these days. I guess they were deemed too dangerous, I guess.
Well, when that little Chinese girl fell off that bar, whoo, Jesus.
You said, whoo, Jesus.
Oh, my God. I said, and now I'm like scared to even watch that part of it. And the balance beams. Oh, I hate when they fall.
Their routines are not, I noticed that they don't do somersaults, when you roll over, they don't do somersaults on there anymore. We had to do a somersault, rolling on your head, roll and spring up. And it took a lot of thigh strength and like leg strength. They don't do that anymore.
Oh, she posted the thing.
she found it. I'm gonna look at that later.
Oh my goodness.
I'm looking at that later.
It is so funny.
Yeah, I'm gonna be looking at that later. But yeah, there's so many things they don't have to do anymore. And I was talking to him about that. I said, how come they don't have to do, like, we did a lot of back walkover jumps. We did a lot of no arm cartwheels and stuff. He said, yeah, they said it was some of the stuff was unfair, some of the stuff was too dangerous. I was like, I mean, I never, people fell off the beam, but
you have to think as time goes on, things get changed for safety reasons. Look at football players. You know how much football has changed?
They don't even wear the protective pads though, on their legs and stuff that they used to.
Some of them do. It depends on who the player is. Some of them do.
I would ask my husband when we would go to high school games and stuff. I was like, "Where's all their pads? Where's all their padding at?" And he was like, "They don't have to wear that anymore." I said, "What the hell? They don't even have to wear cups." Okay, like
I think they're crazy if they don't wear a cup.
They don't wear cups. And I remember that because my father coached Little League, and that was one thing when he would tell the boys what they needed and all this stuff and gave the parents a list, and that was on there. And they would do a cup check before every game. They would tell them all, tap, tap, and they would tap on their little cups to make sure if the ball hit there, that it did not, you know. And now I see these boys when my son is playing ball, they always getting hit in the private sector, and they go straight down, girl. They go down to the ground and start rolling around. And I'm like, where's your cup? Nobody, if they would tap and hit that cup with the jock strap, they don't wear those anymore. They don't wear them. And I'm like, shoot, I tell you what, they be laughing at me because I'm protecting the jewels. I want children in the future. You know, I don't want to hear any excuse why my swimmers aren't swimming. But yeah, they had those. And Paul was like, Melanie, when I was in high school, I think that was the last of the
wow.
And the jock straps. He said, they just go all out doing their thing and suffer the consequences, I guess. I was like,
Well, the NFL has definitely changed a lot. You know, they're real strict about hitting the quarterback, and they don't want defensive players to slam them to the ground, as they call them, pile them into the ground.
I used to myself feel suffocated watching football when a guy would get the ball and he would go down, and then like 10, 12 guys would pile on top of him. It would make me feel like I couldn't breathe, and I'm not even that guy. I would get mad and I would tell my dad, why are they doing that? He's down. Why do the other guys just come and run and jump on the pile? They could break somebody's neck. I mean, you don't know what's going on in the pile. And he was like, baby, that's football, and that's why your daddy didn't play. A lot of unnecessary madness. He said it's just the name of the game. And he said, that's why I didn't allow my sons to play. He said, because, you know, sometimes you could he'd seen people get injuries in high school that they still have.
Oh, yeah.
It just happens, and that's it. That's all. You usually gonna have to live with it.
And sometimes I see some of the. That's why I always said Dan Marino, after he got that Achilles tendon tear, he is never again the great football quarterback that he was, because he, in his back of his mind, he kept thinking, this is how I got hurt. So I don't think he ever got past that. But I look at those injuries, and our quarterback, I keep looking at him like, man, you got babies to raise, and you still out here getting concussions and trying to play this game.
There was some player, Paul told me, that was continuing to play, and they were like, if you get another concussion, you could be brain damaged or dead or paralyzed or something.
Probably Tua.
Samoan. And he kept playing, I think.
That's Tua.
Okay.
Our quarterback, is he from Hawaii?
He's from Samoan Hawaii. Or Tongan.
Yeah, one of them things.
Yeah. He's one of them things.
Yep. He got hit, and it's so crazy. The first time he got hit, he was in Cleveland. I think it was a Cleveland game. And to see his body contort the way it did was so scary. And then he comes back and he has another incident, not to that severity, but he still had contortion. And I kept saying, and then, he was so happy he got that big contract. I said, that money means nothing if you dead. Your little babies and your wife want you here on earth.
Yeah. And they don't want you paralyzed or brain damaged.
No. But he says he loves the game no matter what. I was like, all right.
You are
Every
not a
time he gets hit,
warrior.
I just close
This
my
is not
eyes.
this is not ancient Rome where you have to be a gladiator and you fighting for your
Mm-mm.
life because you're being made to.
Yep.
I'm not
And I
down
know
for
he's young, and that's what he's done all his life. He when our team I don't think it was drafted. Anyway, I don't know how he came to us. He came to us, probably drafted. I don't know. But he had a major hip injury at Alabama, so he was out. I don't know when his injury happened, but I don't know how long. I know he. I don't think he did. He play anymore, but he had a major hip injury, and he had surgery, and he was out. I think he was out that whole season, but I can't remember. So he came. I was like, typical Miami, getting some broke up doggone player.
That's so broken.
It is. That's what we seem to get. These players has already got these major injuries that already happened. So you know they're damaged goods already.
I mean, like you said, you got the rest of your life to live.
Mm,
Get a brain if you got some left,
yep.
because we
Tell
only
me.
get one body,
Yep. And
and by the
these
grace of God.
players, I'm it's just like what's his name? Lawrence Taylor. Lawrence Taylor felt really bad that he ended up paralyzing somebody, but that was the game.
Yeah,
That was the game.
yeah,
And,
that's
and
crazy.
it was a hit. It was a bad hit, and somebody ended up paralyzed. They change the rules on football all the time because of so many injuries. I mean, when you're running at full speed and hitting somebody, whoo,
Purposefully hitting them.
whoo, girl.
Yeah, my son's best friend plays, and he'd be like, "Mom," I said, "Do you really want somebody running after you to knock the hell out of you purposefully?" I said, "You think about that, because that's what's gonna happen. Somebody is looking to come and
Mm-hmm.
run you down and knock the hell out of you the best way they can."
I watched. It was a story about hockey players, black hockey players. I did not know that there was a whole black hockey player team in I think it was 1895, some old odd, some numbering
Mm-hmm.
in. Were they in Canada or Nova Scotia? I think they were in Canada. Anyway,
Mm-hmm. Probably was Canada.
um, and the story is about someone that was in Detroit. Yeah, it had to be in Canada because Canada's next door to Detroit.
And we weren't that advanced back in the 1800s to have all black anything
Yeah,
besides baseball, maybe.
yeah, yeah. So it was a really interesting story. But I was like, because I was thinking about our hockey team. I think there's one, I think that guy is black. I think.
You're like, maybe.
I'm not sure.
Uh,
But I know when the team first started, they had a black goalie. I knew for sure he was black. But he got injured because somebody rolled over his fingers with the blade and cut his fingers.
wow.
I was like, ooh, just the thought of that gives me the jeebers. Ugh.
Mm,
So he was out for a while. I think he did come back, but then I think he traded him.
I know. I was watching Everybody Hates Chris. Yeah, the guy's 89. He was a Canadian former hockey player. His name is Willie O'Ree. And he was on Everybody Hates Chris because they were talking about sports that black people don't do and this and that. And they put the man on the show, and they were talking about, yeah, nobody black ever played hockey. Oh no, that's just something we don't do. And I think they were either at the bus stop or at the barber shop, and he was like, well, I think I beg to differ. And
Mm.
like, really? He said, yeah, I think I knew a fella. And this was him. He's 89 years old now. He was born in 1935. Yep. And
And
he was a
that was
professional in
mm-hmm.
he was a professional Canadian hockey player.
Yeah, that was the movie that I watched. The guy, he was they were at a well, the one guy, he went to jail because he was the only black player on the team, and he was doing his thing. He was a kicking butt, taking names, and the coach from the other team told the players to take him out. So of course they started attacking him, and the one guy knocked him against the shield or whatever, and says, "Just go down. We're going to take you out," or something he said to him. And the guy popped up and he just commenced to kicking butt, and
taking
he ended up going to jail. I think he was in there for 5 years because he beat the Pope out of that dude. And when he got out, his mean parole officer was like, yeah, we're going to put you here. So he put him in a community center where they had a hockey ring.
Oh.
He told me he had to be the coach for the kids. You know, kids were just on the skates, barely skating. But it was a heartwarming thing because he did. The guy that was the housekeeping guy, or whatever you call him.
Yeah.
The cleanup guy.
Janitor.
Thank you. He was at one time a professional hockey player.
Oh, okay.
And he kept pushing the guy, saying, "You can do this. You can do this." And he pushed him. And he finally went out and tried out for a professional hockey team, and he actually made it. But he had to leave the same day that his team was going to be playing in the championship game. So for the first half of the game, he wasn't there. His team was doing horrible. And then he popped back up. Mm-hmm. And one of the other guys that had been on his team, his girlfriend got pregnant. And of course, the family was mad. Then he was living with his uncle, and the uncle did drugs. He was selling drugs and stuff, and had the boy out there selling drugs too.
Damn.
And he left and told them, somebody came to the house and they were like counting the money and weighing the drugs and stuff. Right. And he told his nephew to go to the store to pick up something or whatever. So of course, as he's walking away, he hears the gunshots and he sees the guys that were in there run out. So his uncle was killed. So he ended up in a home for boys or whatever. Mm-hmm. So his coach came and got him. But he ended up, or did he stay with the girls? I mean, some way, somehow, he ended up going back to the team, playing on the team, because he was the best player on the team. But he left. But it was I enjoyed it because at least I got some information at the end that, there was a hockey team.
There was one.
Way back when.
Yeah, we were creeping around.
When I watched, what is it called? The evolution of a quarterback, the evolution of the Black quarterback with Michael Vick. Mm-hmm. Gorgeous, sexy self. Woo! I just love looking at him. Oh my goodness, he is such a handsome man.
And isn't he the guy with the dogs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We saw him the previous season, the previous time, right when he got out of jail, when he was on the right track. Mm-hmm. When they had the Super Bowl in Miami, my friend and I went to, I didn't even know they had a prayer breakfast before the games and all. I didn't know anything about that. Mm. But she got tickets and we went, and he was there with Coach Dungy and a whole lot of other football players. Yeah. I was just looking at him like, He is some kind of handsome. Some kind of handsome. But the evolution of a Black quarterback, I was shocked. I didn't even know Coach Dungy used to be a quarterback. And they just really talked about how their journeys, how they every time they went to a team, the team wanted them to be wide receivers or running backs.
Change their position.
They want them to be a quarterback. And the very first Black quarterback, and when you look at the pictures, other than he has a smidge of a tan, you wouldn't know he was a Black quarterback.
Yeah.
They know he Black.
Yeah.
The man couldn't even be in the same locker room with them. It was the craziest.
Sounds familiar.
It was so interesting, the stuff that I learned and have soon forgotten. But at the time, my brain was peaked. I was like, I cannot believe the stuff.
Just like
And
you hear all these black entertainers back in the day
oh my goodness.
playing at some of the best places, and they're entertaining people, and they have to come through the back door. The
Mhm,
bathroom was their dressing room. They didn't have
mhm.
a dressing room. They couldn't use it. So the
Yep.
bathroom had to be it, which everybody was using the bathroom, the patrons and everybody. And yeah, they couldn't eat in the restaurant, but
Nope. Couldn't go to the bathroom at the gas stations and oh please.
all that, all that.
Mm-mm-mm. You get on the road in the South, you just keep driving until you run out of gas. Hope you get somewhere before then.
Yep. Or you just go on the side of the road and run into the woods.
Mhm.
And player, you don't run into anybody in the woods.
And it's so weird when I think about this now as an adult. When we traveled, I don't ever recall us stopping at like a place to go to the bathroom. I don't
We
remember that. I
did
remember
because
us
we
like
went from
pulling
Cali to
off the
Texas.
side of the road
Yeah, we
and we
would do
got
that if it was like just gotta, like my brothers gotta go, gotta go. And then even me, sometimes my mom was like, "Now you sit on the edge here, just
Don't.
open the car door, sit on the edge, and take the
Yep.
toilet tissue." But if
Yep.
that was it, if gotta go, gotta go. But basically, we were stopping so often for gas, ever so often, and so we would be able to use the little side restaurants. They had this place called Stuckey's that would be all along the highway. I know they're all closed and gone now, but because now it's Bucky's. Everybody, there's this thing about Bucky's. It's
Hmm.
roadside, and it to where they're so big now. They got these. It's a side. I guess it's like a truck stop roadside, gigantic. It's about big as Walmart now. They got, you could take showers for the truckers and all this. Bucky's is a big thing. It's a little beaver. It's a little Bucky beaver, and now people buy Bucky's paraphernalia now, the hats, and I've seen them on Whatnot selling it.
Where is that in Texas?
No, there it's just in different states. It's like roadside stops.
Hmm.
Like, and now it's become a big thing. Like people will travel to go to a Bucky's that basically, like I said, it just used to be a roadside stop gas station mini mart, and now the mini mart has become a gigantic mart. Yeah, Bucky's. Yep.
Yeah.
Renee knows Bucky's. It's a thing. You see people wearing the little Bucky's hat with the little buck tooth beaver.
I guess I don't get out much.
Yeah, taking them road trips. It's on the road. Road trips.
And I was telling my daughter, I said, when we used to go to the beach, we always went to Dania Beach, which is far from us. And I never understood why we had to drive so far to go to the beach, because that was the only beach we could go to.
Yeah, for Black people.
I was like, oh my God, I didn't even
Never,
realize that. When you're young, you just, okay, you get in the car, you just driving
yeah.
with your parents and stuff. You don't know.
Mhm.
Now I can go all up and down this East Coast to any beach I want to go to.
I think now there's this town, and it's in Nevada, Carson City. And if you watch Bonanza, that
Mm,
was Carson City where they were all kind of around there. And now it's a very, very racist town. And
mm,
it just blows my mind because I got pictures from when I was a kid, and we would go to Nevada, and Renee dropped the link.
buckets.
Y'all go look at Bucky's.
Mm,
But yeah, we would go there. We went to the place where they filmed Bonanza, the ranch, and everything. Now it is a very, very racist town, to where people have made videos, and they're racist, and they're against anybody gay or whatever. You come in
oh,
there and they'll be like, "We don't have any change in the register." Okay, well, can I use my card? The electricity is down, the computer's down. Like, we don't even want your money. We don't
wow.
want your money, your time, nothing. And you know people are like, yeah, they really are racist in Carson City. I said, well, I don't know what happened. If they just, it's sad. I'm glad I was there as a child in the 70s when they weren't,
Mm,
because it was great to go into the shop. They had all kind of antique stuff from the cowboy days that you could buy all kind of unique things. And now you come in and they're asking you, what do you want, boy? Yeah. And I'm like, wow, I was so shocked to hear that. And I said, that's sad because, well, Nevada is not what it used to be anyway. I like Vegas, but it's not, you always want stuff to stay the way it was when you were young. I
Yeah.
like the old fashioned slot machines. I know you could rig the old fashioned ones too, but I just feel like the computer ones are more rigged. I just really do. I'm just paranoid. I would at least play the slots, but now I won't even play the slots. I'm like, that's a computer.
I watched the American Greed story. This man, I want to say they were in Iowa, but I can't remember where. For some reason, I'm thinking Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
He was one of the person that worked on the lottery machines.
Oh.
He has rigged up the doggone thing. He know exactly where the winning ticket is. He go and buy it. And only because he went to one of the places that actually has audio and they could hear his voice. I said, stupid criminal. And his brother was a part of it, but he took the fall because his brother had a wife and kids. Oh. So he took the fall for the family. I think he got 10 years or something, but he had won, I forgot, a big jackpot, a huge jackpot, because he knew where the doggone ticket was.
Yeah.
I said, that's a doggone shame. Y'all, I don't get them. Hey, Pam, how are you today? Thank you for joining me.
Pam.
I hope you did a thumbs up.
Pam bought my last 2 leggy frogs.
Oh,
the Lola sisters. And it was so cute because she put a post, I think, on her Instagram or Facebook. She said, me and my sister hanging out.
Oh, that's cute.
So I don't know if she was had she posted it or did she, because she had sent me a text with a picture of them. It was so cute. Mm-hmm. She said, me and my sister hanging out. Matter of fact, I got 8 bodies, leggy frog bodies, that I got to make them put their lips on and their earrings and do the thing to them, give them their dresses, put their little shoes on.
Well, I'm continue to make some more. I'm hooked on the rumpers. I like the rumpers.
The little 18-inch doll dresses. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're doing a good job.
I call them rumpers, but they're overalls. But I don't know why do I call them rumpers?
Is that what the pattern says on it? Is that what the pattern calls it?
I call it that. It says overall.
You like me. I will do that. Like I made I bought a mug with the little cat. It was so cute. It's pink with the little cat from Aristocats, the Disney movie. Mm-hmm. And the little white cat, Marie. I bought a mug with it, but I always call that cat Anastasia. And I don't know why. And then Angie corrected me as soon as my sister saw them. She claimed one. She told me that's why, because she had gotten one, and then she said, you know what? Bring the other one. Because when my sister sees it, she's going to want mine. And I'm not giving her mine. So I brought the other one. It was so funny. But yeah, Angela said, Melanie, that cat's name is not Anastasia. The name is Marie. And I said, you know what? I said, I can't remember to call her that, because when I was trying to look up the charms that had the little cat, and I kept looking up Anastasia charms, couldn't find them anywhere. And I know I'd seen them before, and that's because I had looked up cat charms. But I said, I don't know why this cat looks like an Anastasia to me and not a Marie. She said, Mel, I know that movie because the little girl she babysits loves it. And she said, that cat is named Marie, girl. And I said, okay, well, that explains a lot. And maybe I will find. And that's when I found the charms on Amazon, because I named her. I called her by the name she is. I called her by Marie. And so I got my little bag of charms, and I'm going to make a Marie, a little Disney doll decorated with the Marie Aristocat. I just was like,
yeah,
I hate that.
I think my little girl gonna be bald by the time I finish it.
She's shedding. She's got hair shedding. I hate
See,
when it.
see those little buttons? I love.
Yeah, that matches perfectly.
I was so glad I got them. I was like, when I bought them, I was like, okay, well, I'll make something with these.
Yeah, you never know what's going to come up, what you're going to end up making and using them for. Just buy them. So at least, sometimes it just sparks your creativity and you make something just to put those buttons on.
Yeah. And when I started making it, I totally forgot I had those buttons in there. And then I started going through because I have a big thing full of buttons. No pink ones.
Girl, look, I
But I
got a
think she's a
whole bucket
woman.
load over here.
Yeah, I think I've made one every day since I started making them.
Mm. Yeah, you get on a roll sometimes and you just,
Because I want to have at least 25 of them before I open
do a
it.
little show.
Yeah.
That'll be so cute.
So I made a little hat and some
That was,
panties
aw.
to go with. Now I want to make me a dress just like this.
You know what?
See, I love that tear thing.
Oh yeah. Yep. I
I,
used to put that on some of my dolls' bed doll dress, the dresses for the bed dolls.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. I haven't done it in a while though because it takes a lot of time. She can't
Because
stop
you can
making
say
dinosaurs. I saw her little dinosaurs. They are so cute.
this one I just did today.
That one's cute.
This
That's
is with
summertime.
that, and it's so crazy. This is I've made. I have no. I must have bought 2 skeins of that, but I made a bucket hat with it. I made the what's that other the short row hat with it,
Mm-hmm.
and I made this. I still have more of this yarn, but I
Dang.
like that one.
What did it come in a cake?
No, it's in a big pounder.
Oh, okay.
And then, of course, I had to do me some purple sparkle.
The sparkly, sparkly.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, you're gonna have the summertime collection by J.
This one was cute. Now this is easy to
I
do.
love that. It looks pink. I don't know if it is
Yeah,
pink.
it's got
Okay.
pinks
Yeah,
and
I love that one because I think
yeah.
that's the one you had the little hat with. I love that one.
And then this is the one that I did with the
Oh, I like that.
what that yarn called? Granny square yarn.
Okay. Yeah, I use that yarn for everything but granny squares.
Yeah. But with this, I guess because of course I use the smaller hook too, so it's real stiff. So I'm gonna block it. Definitely gonna block it so I can get it to be a little softer.
It don't have to be soft. It's a doll dress, girl.
I
And
know.
sometimes it'll help the skirt to
Yeah, it does stand out.
yeah, and it's not gonna stand out as much if you block it. Telling you. That's why I
Block.
like certain yarn.
Okay,
The doll dresses.
blocking off the list.
I'm just saying that's why I like certain yarn because when the yarn is soft, I have to use a smaller needle to get it to be kind of solid or like firm so I can get the same, you know, little flare. Pam say
Thank
they
you,
are
Pam.
pretty. Yeah, Pam say pretty. Yeah, that's
I have
why I don't
one that
mind.
I
I
have.
don't,
I have 5.
she got the collection going on.
Yeah, I'm gonna make. I got to do some other colors. I was looking over here.
Mm-hmm.
But yep, I see some other colors I can do.
You should make a little shrug, like a little netted shrug to put on with the little. Oh, that would be so cute. Hey, people might like it. You got a little collection, an
Yeah.
ensemble. That's what I mean. Yeah, you got you a little ensemble.
Yeah.
The
Well,
hat,
like
the
with
little.
with that one, I'm gonna let her sneakers go with her,
Uh-huh.
and then the other one has the hat and the panties. So
And that's what I would get on Temu, get some little tennis shoes for cheap, and here this whole ensemble. You got the little bucket hat, the dress, and the little tennis shoes. That can be $40. Yep, 40 or more. Can't beat that. Cannot beat it. Handmade,
hmm
especially for 18-inch dolls. Because if I could sew really nicely, I'd be sewing those dresses that I was selling. Because I'm telling you, people, and it's adults, they're not buying them for kids. They're buying them for themselves to put on their dolls.
And sewing is definitely out of it. I was like, but like I said, the little overall dress, I love. It is so.
But see, it's not that pattern. The dress is so cute, and it's a simple pattern. It's not elaborate,
Yeah, because
and that's
I saw some. I was like, no, I'm not gonna be doing all that. No.
yeah, a lot of them. That's what they like: cute, simple dresses for their dolls, and you use pretty yarn, and the yarn does the talking.
Yes,
That's all you.
always.
The yarn does the talking, and it's the yarn that will attract them to that
Mm-hmm.
that item. Because just like us, we buy yarn because it looks pretty,
Yep.
not because we need it.
Haven't touched it. Don't know what it feels like, but it's pretty.
Yeah, we're color crackheads. We just little
Mm-hmm.
color crackheads. And we see that color, and next thing we know, we gotta have it because we don't have that color. What you gonna make with it? I don't know, but it's gonna be pretty because it's a pretty
Yep.
colorway. I won't be able to make it if I don't have this yarn. So I
That's
gotta
right.
get this yarn.
Just like this yarn I'm using, I've had this yarn for I don't know how many years.
Uh-huh.
And I keep looking at it saying I want to do something with it. And then after I did that one bogus thing, now I'm hooked on wanting to do another one only because I want to attach them doggone beads.
Oh, because I
Ooh,
so remember you saying I ain't making another one.
I
You were
know.
like, this is a one and done. That's what you said.
Ooh,
One
that
and done.
listen, them 249 chains. Ooh, mm, that's a
You
long
said
chain.
249. Yeah, that is long. That is woo.
And now I'm still sitting here saying, why did I start this?
Because you gotta
Why?
go back and forth. But it makes a good thing to do while you're binge watching something, you
Yeah.
know. I'm binge watching, I'm crocheting something like that that's pretty easy, and that keeps me from wanting a snack.
I wish.
Oh, really? Oh, it'll keep me from wanting a snack if I have, you know,
Well,
something
see,
to.
I'm a crunchy person, so
I
and I
am.
try not to buy chips and stuff because I'm a crunchy person. I love me something to crunch.
I always have to have something around because I know when we ran out of chips, my husband was like, "You don't have any of your chips hidden?" Because I have my little. Matter of fact, is it over here? No, it's not over here right now. I think I put it. I may put it where the chips are. I keep them over here in my craft stuff, my little emergency Pringles. And I sometimes I just want to crunch. So I can eat
Mhm.
one or two and I'm good. And they'll end up getting stale before I finish it. But
No,
every now and then I just need a crunch.
I go to Aldi's. I buy their the big dip. I think you call them big dippers. Anyway, the little tostados things
Oh,
that you
the
can
corn
do the dip.
chips.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, I love those things. It's like, and I have to go over to Aldi's if
Oh, I'm glad you reminded me. I need to go to Aldi's. Look, let me write down. Because I buy their bread and their peanut butter. Certain things they have great prices on.
yeah, they definitely got a good price on the bread. And I was
Mm-hmm.
gonna, I had to go to Wally World to pick up my prescription. I was like, well, let me just pick up the things that I need instead
Mm-hmm.
of having to make another stop. And I was like, well, let me go and see what their egg prices look like. I was like, okay, Aldi's it is. Their prices
Mm-hmm.
are still 7, 8, and 5. The lowest I saw was $3 and something, and it was probably for half a doggone a carton or whatever. I just kept going. I said, Aldi's is $2.59 or something like that. I will go to, but my daughter and I are going to go to Costco so I can wait till Monday. I
Yeah,
can get
they're fine.
18 of them for $4 and
Get their,
something.
I get their bread, their peanut butter, and their almond milk.
Pam said she thought she was the only chip hider.
Mm-mm. I got to hide my stuff that I wanted to be there when I want it because it will get eaten. And then when I want it, I'm really mad. I get really mad because I'm like, I don't ever eat things. Some people will eat things until it's just gone,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And
Mm-hmm.
so I hide my popcorn and my chips. You hide them sometime. But then I end up letting everybody eat it because I know I'm not gonna eat it before it goes bad, and I don't want it to go bad. But just like my Reese's peanut butter cup, I have some in the freezer. I have a little pack, a little 2 pack. I'll just eat one and then let the other one stay in there. Hopefully, it doesn't get freezer burn. But yeah, you want it to be there when you want to have it, because then you
Mm-hmm.
get angry. You're not hungry. You just want a little crunch. But I don't want to eat a lot of it.
I'm safe now because my daughter has some kind of bacterial issue going on. So she like eating clean. She can't have onion powder, garlic powder, nothing like that.
Wow.
She started having these like I told you, sound like a well. She go. I was like, "What is going on with you?" I don't know. And she looked it up. She figured out what it was. She started changing her diet. So everything she eats now is clean. I mean, no processed foods. Everything she cooks, she's always cooked her stuff anyway, but now she has to be particular about what types of seasonings she uses. So usually if I buy something or if I cook something, if I want her to have some of it, I just tell her, go ahead and season it however you're going to season it. That way you can have some. But chips and stuff like that, none of that stuff she can have now. And she has the only bread she can have is sourdough bread.
Is it celiac?
Mm-mm. It's
or hurts. Just start with an H.
No, something. She told. It's so weird. She told me what it was, and I was on Facebook, and it just popped up. I'm like, the phone is listening because I'm not looking for that. I am not looking for it, but it does
listen. Look, hopefully one day if something happens and you can say to your phone, so and so is hurting me, and hopefully the phone catches it.
Yeah.
And they say, the phone does listen. Amazon stuff will start being suggested by Facebook, Amazon, and Instagram.
Yep.
Because it's all Google related and it's all listening. So like I said, if something bad happens, just start talking one day. The phone will catch it. Some entity is listening. I don't care if it's Google, Yahoo, your apps. It's always listening. Because I'll look over sometimes in this Alexa or Echo, whatever it is, it'll be flashing things that I have talked about to my husband, and I'll look over there and it'll have rice-a-roni or something, that we've been talking about. I'm like, you know what? It's listening.
People, when I see people that have all these, like my parents, and I think they do it because my daddy is legally blind, so he can talk to Alexa and ask questions and stuff like that. But I'm always creeped out about that. I remember way back when the I don't know how many years ago, but the little girl was in her playroom.
Yeah.
And someone was talking to her. They had
through her baby monitor.
Yes, tapped into it. That was the creepiest thing. I'm like, what is wrong with people?
Yeah, the parents said they happened to get up at night and they heard talking. And they looked and someone was talking to their daughter through the monitor.
Yes.
Singing a lullaby or something. It was something really creepy. And then the police told them that basically those monitors are on radio channel signals or whatever. And people who listen to the police calls and stuff, things are getting more and more advanced and they can tap into that.
One thing I know that I found that I did not know, there in Key West, they have all the places now have cameras everywhere.
Oh yeah.
A lady was being raped by the that statue that says 91 miles to Cuba. I don't know. I forgot what it says on the big old cement thing that's painted, whatever it's called. But someone saw it and they called the police and they were able to get the man that was trying to rape this woman. She was screaming. I was like, and the person I think was in Delaware or somewhere like that. I'm like, how are you watching our stuff?
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at CCTV and them having, because when you're in England and all those other European places, you can't get away with anything because they got cameras in the cut, in the alleys, anywhere where there's probable crime. Sidewalks are always covered. Bars and clubs are always covered. You can't get away with anything. So you better.
I watched some of those British murder stories. They scared me. I was like,
oh, the British one,
"Ooh."
I don't know why they scare me. They, but I mean, because people do the same crimes out here in America, but I don't know why. Maybe I think that British people should have more class than that or whatever. I don't know, but hey, Jack the Ripper was in England or London once, so I don't know why I should think that, but yeah, I always think,
I
how much
don't.
happened, but oh yeah. I'm
I
always
watch.
watching my Midsummer Murders and all my little English, Grantchester, I think that one's in Australia, but all my little Prime TV on BritBox or
Mm.
Acorn.
Oh,
I
I
watch
see. I don't even. I just catch it, and I'm like, okay. Well, first of all, I have a hard time with their accents.
Yeah, I know how you are with the accents.
Ooh, but just to hear the stories, and then to hear the police officers talk about how they caught them, and they show all the footage and stuff, and I'm like,
Mm.
ooh, but they always talk about the death penalty. I said, death penalty has never stopped a murderer from murdering. It doesn't. None of that
No,
stuff
we will
curtails.
never really know though because it takes so long for it to happen. Sometimes they die in prison, and all the appeals they die in prison before. So we just never know. It's like, and then some people get life, and it's not really life. You know, life with the possibility of parole. I don't want to hear that. I don't want. It just makes me mad when I hear about these people who's like they might do the white collar crime stealing. I heard something. It was up to $93 million COVID relief fund scam, and they were talking about, oh, they're gonna get decades and decades and
No, they're
decades.
not.
And I'm like, they don't even give you decades on decades from killing people. Get out of here. They don't value human life like that. But they might say, you're gonna do a hard 30 years. If it's federal, which I think it is, feds will get you. You got to do their time. But
But yeah, but the thing is, if you commit a federal crime, the person in the White House gets to say you can go home.
that's true. If he know
And
you and like you, and if you're
and,
of use to him.
but this is the thing. I was listening to one of the attorneys, um, one of the federal attorneys. She talked about how many people that have been pardoned that were had millions of dollars that they were supposed to pay back, but because they were pardoned, all
The
of that goes
Christies.
away.
The Christies.
But they said one person's name, and I remember his case from American Greed. I was like, what? They let him out. This man was so crooked.
There might be hope for Diddy, but he did say that Diddy was saying nasty
But
little things about him.
yeah, but Diddy has state and federal. So he might get released from the state. I mean, from the federal, but he gonna do that state time if he gets it.
The more things I keep hearing about this, the prosecution dropped some charges. I'm like, I wouldn't be shocked if he walked. I really wouldn't. But I'd be afraid for all those people who testified and all these other little people who didn't stand up for him. He gonna come out and try to get everybody. He gonna try to get everybody. He gonna be leaking all kind of videos on people who didn't come and stand up and try to. I guess the only one who tried to with that, but that's because it helped. It was something that might have come out about him. Was crazy. What's his name? Kanye. Kanye came for 2 days because they mentioned one of the testimonies mentioned someone and their wife, and it just kind of coincided with Kanye. So he popped up the next day and
Yeah.
was angry because he couldn't get in the actual courtroom. His
Mm-hmm.
name went on the list, so he had to go to an overflow room, stayed for 20 minutes and left, and then came back the next day. I guess he was like, let me see if I need to leave. Do I need to do like Ellen and go to another country? Do I
No,
need to
he got his buddy in the White House. He'll take care of him.
He might, he just probably will take care of Kanye because Kanye has never said anything against
No.
Trump. He was for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So even though even though Trump don't like it when crazy people be for him, because the crazier they are, it kind of doesn't make it a valid, person that you want screaming your name. But when he said they were like, is it say you might pardon Diddy? And he was like, well, we were friends at once, and then start seeing him say little nasty things about me in the press. That happens when you go into politics. But yeah, start saying a lot of little nasty things, and I don't know where that came from. So I guess we're not friends anymore. I was like, to me, that says no.
Mm-hmm.
That says no. I'm not pardoning you.
Saying burn, baby, burn.
You out there swinging. You just keep swinging. You know.
It's an interesting hot mess.
I'm just sitting with my popcorn watching and see what happens, and then see what happens when if he walks. Who's gonna come to the Diddy parties? If he walks and has another party, who's gonna be at the Diddy parties?
You know
These
how.
people gonna be like, we know, we heard about you, and you might have some footage on us. But my husband said they're trying to bankrupt him. They're trying to keep him in court and litigation. But I think Diddy got so many entities and you know ways of making money and money hidden. I mean, he just paid off his $48 million mansion. Well, he paid that off because he was going to try to use that to bond out. I mean, hell, if you go and sell that, you can live pretty good on 48 million.
Mm-hmm.
I could. I think I can make it for a while. And show to my kids.
And he's almost 60 years old. So
yeah, and it's like they say he's all gray now.
Oh yeah, I crack up
dye his hair.
And I don't know who the cartoonist, because that's the way I see it. There ain't no doggone artist. That's a cartoonist.
Yes.
He makes him look so bad.
Woo. Yeah, that person. I don't know if it's purposeful or what.
I think it is, because that's horrible.
Because my husband is a better cartoonist than that. He can draw. And I'm like, shoot, maybe you ought to go in there and because this person is not doing a good job. Sometimes the people don't even, when I see what the real person looks like, I'm like, when I saw the thing they drew of Rihanna, because my husband can draw something that it looks at you and can draw you. I saw that it was supposed to be Rihanna. I was like, who is that? And then they were saying it was Rihanna. I was like, that don't look like Rihanna. My husband can do way better than that. He can look at you and draw, your face. He can do that. And he's been able to do that since before high school. Just had that natural talent. So whoever this person is, that's probably getting paid.
Yeah, they're getting paid.
They need to be.
That ugly picture is all over the place.
Ugly. That's it. And they said he even said something to the person. I forgot what he said, that I don't know if he told them they need to make him look softer or something. Less like either a koala or something. They said something made him look like a koala or a panda or something. The way they were doing his eyes so dark, but
yeah, they make him look a hot mess. Whew.
Yeah, he looks horrible. And like I said, the witnesses, and I'm like, I know what Rihanna look. I mean, not Rihanna, but what's that? Cassie. Yeah, I'm like, I know what Cassie looks like. This woman looks like a homeless Mexican woman on the stand. It was not good look. I was like, what is this? People, they just all look. I mean, yeah, they probably were sad. It's not a, happy occasion, but still, they looked horrible.
I just, that whole thing, I said her husband sitting in there listening to all of that. Woo.
I don't know how he do it. I would have to get up and leave. There was some part of that testimony where they did have to have him leave, because I don't know if they were going to try to call him in later for something or whatever. So they had to have him leave during some of her testimony and it happened to entail all that sex stuff. He's a great person.
I have, what's her name? Sunny on The View. She was saying she doesn't see that the prosecutors have
proven their case or something.
Proven the racketeering part. So then I was listening to Don Lemon, and he had a lady on his show that's used to be a judge, and she said, yes, racketeering has been proven. So I was like, I think I'm going to take the judge on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the judge then, because she knows they know what all it takes to prove that.
Mm-hmm. She said there's 2 counts of the racketeering that she feels the prosecutors have proven. But
Because many,
then they were talking about, because now both sides have both sides.
yeah, they've rested their case,
Okay.
and now they're waiting for the
They
jury's
said the
deliberation.
judge has to give them instructions, and the judge that was on Don Lemon's show said the pages, she says like 40 pages that the judge has to read to the jurors, which will probably take a half a day. I'm like, yeah, because it's a lot of stuff. He got charged with a lot of stuff.
And they said that the charges that the prosecution dropped, he has told the jury to, throw that out. Like, don't use that as any. But
Like,
I
wash
mean,
your brain of that.
yeah, like that's gonna really happen.
I know it.
It's not gonna happen.
Mm-mm.
Once it's out of the mouth, and it's even a trick that lawyers use. They'll ask you a question that they know if you answer it, somebody's gonna stand up and say objection, and the judge will say sustain. But the person has already asked the question, the person already answered it, and it's in the mind of the juror. That's all they want to do.
Yep. And they were like, she feels like there's probably going to be one person that will not commit to whatever the other jurors do. I was like, I'm glad I'm not on any though. I'm praying I never get on.
My daughter just got finally dismissed. I think she was there for maybe 4 days altogether. She was there for 2 days, and they said, okay, we're going to call you back. We got the jury, but we got to pick the alternates. And she said, Mom, before they got to me, they decided they had enough alternates. So I was so glad, and they dismissed us. But she's like, yep, that's as close as I want to get, because they were asking them all kind of questions. It was a case involving a man getting in an accident at work or something like that. And she's like, yeah, it sounds boring, Mom. I don't want to sit through that. And she said they would ask the people, do you know anyone who's ever been hurt at work? Have you ever been hurt at work? All these little things. Has anything ever gone to court in your family, due to workplace injuries or workplace incidents and stuff? And I was like, Dre, you better, girl. And then they'll say, is anybody in law enforcement? I said, well, they got you right there. Well, my father is, my uncle is, my brothers are both police officers. I said, you could even throw me in there with a criminal justice degree, so I'll be thinking I'm a paralegal. And look, I watch my crime shows.
We are law and order PhDs.
Yes, just like my daughter had a shirt that said something like, of course I'm a whatchamacallit, I've watched Grey's Anatomy. Something like that. I've watched all 20-something seasons of Grey's Anatomy.
That's another show I've never watched.
I just put some of them in there. I just filled some of the whatchamacallit. But yeah, she had a little T-shirt that said that. I'm a TV doctor. I watch Grey's Anatomy. I had to get her that for Christmas when I saw it.
I don't know. He's. When I saw R. Kelly, I was like, "What in the world?"
Oh, yeah, he overdosed in jail. Man, get out! You was just trying to get a free ride to.
My thing is, what did he overdose on, and who gave it to him?
How?
I want to know that.
We know there's drugs. Hey,
I want to know that nurse. Hey, Angela, how are you?
Yeah, we know there's drugs in jail, but come on, R.
Girl, them 2 months I worked at the jail. No, thank you.
Now, for that, can he get a ride to an outside hospital, or is the infirmary in the jail good enough to handle that? An OD?
Yeah, because they can just pump his belly. They can.
Oh, okay, so he doesn't get a ride. He can't get out of the jail and be.
Yeah, he's in prison. They got a full, complete.
Okay.
They should have like a mini hospital in there. I know when I worked at the jail, they had like a mini.
Okay, I was wondering.
They have doctors. They have doctors and PAs. that
I
work
was
there?
wondering if he was just trying to get out of the jail system and get to a hospital, maybe if the infirmary couldn't handle that.
You know what? I don't even think people would know who R. Kelly is now. He's been gone so long.
He been kind of gone. It's all
So,
about Puff Daddy. They probably look at him and say, "Is that Puff Daddy?"
yep, yep. I haven't seen. I don't even remember the last time I saw him.
Yeah. So this is what I got so far. Look, I hold her by her ponytail. This is her little dress so far. So I got to do her shoes.
Girl, when did you start that dress? When you sat down?
Yeah.
Child, you are fast.
The short ones go quick. I'm not making it. None of these shorties here. None of them are. They're gonna all have short dresses. Nobody's gonna be a bed doll. Because some of the bed dolls I have are still looking at me. I sold one to Phyllis. One of my last shows, she bought one of my $100 dolls, the Mardi Gras bed doll. She bought the Mardi Gras bed doll, and so I'm like, I'm not making any more until I sell some of those. Now I say that, but sometimes you sit down and says I'm relaxing watching TV with the hubby. Aw, tell Paul we said hi. Her husband's named Paul too. We both got Pauls. But yeah, that's all I got so far. Now I got to make the little shoes. Well, I got to do her. I think I'll give her. Yeah, I'll do her white neckline and white. Give her a little bit of a high neckline. I might give her some white little wingies here. I don't know. I'll see. See how I feel, because I got so many to do. I get to the point where I'm like, that's good. That's good. Let me see if she's gonna fit in this cup. Let's see if she'll fit. Let's see. So my new thing is a takeoff from what Angela used to do. And it was like dolls in a teacup. Mm-hmm. So they'll be sitting in a mug. So she'll be sitting in her Hello Kitty mug, and she'll have Hello Kitty earrings with Hello Kitty decor on her dress.
Okay.
So that's what the new thing says, Hello Kitty on the back. But I got different little mugs. I got some Jack. I think I only have one Jack Skellington. And I got little mummy dolls I'm making. I'm making some Halloween dolls because for some reason, girl, these people like the scary stuff. They really do. I was watching somebody on Whatnot selling, and she had her Halloween collection. Girl, she was only on there for less than an hour. Sold them all. She sold the Michael Myers, the Friday the 13th, the Halloween guy. She sold, what's the guy that got burnt up with the red and green?
Listen, I don't do
Nightmare on Elm Street, Freddy. She sold the Freddy, the Chuckies. She showed Chucky. Oh, thank you, Angie. She sold Chucky and his bride. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Saw. And then she made some little monsters of her own that they went crazy over. They went.
Listen, like the young people say, miss me on that one.
Well, I'm gonna tell you,
I can't do critters. I can't do creepy stuff. It's not in me. It's just
it was. They weren't. They didn't look too crazy. Like Michael Myers, he just had the mask on. I think it was him that has the hockey mask or the William Shatner mask.
Yeah, but see, my thing is, this is like when I did Stitch, because I'm not one with Stitch, and when I kept looking at it, I'm like, what is this thing?
Girl, they buying Stitch like mad on Whatnot.
But I don't know Stitch like that. And two of my friends were like, I don't know him like that.
There was a raid train where you only sell for it was really 15 or 20 minutes. And it was a Lilo and Stitch raid train. Bring anything Lilo and Stitch. Girl, just about every seller sold out. People were like, and the one guy did this, girl, I was laughing. He said, this is what I have. I have this backpack and I have 25 of them. So I'm just going to run the clock for 15 seconds, and whoever wins, I got 25. So the clock is going to run 25 times. And hopefully, my 20 minutes, I'm trying to, I'll fill that up. Girl, you know he sold all 25 of them backpacks. Just
Mm.
little Lilo and Stitch backpack. Then people were like, just bidding it up, sudden death, bidding it up. I was like, well, aren't you smart? Because all he did was just hit the button. Okay, here goes number 4.
Yeah.
Here goes number 5.
That's
You
easy.
know,
You got the same exact thing. You didn't
yeah,
have to
that's what
worry
he
about
did.
getting them mixed up or anything.
He said, I need to make this simple. I can't be walking all around grabbing everything. So I just said, I'm going to just sell these in 20 minutes. It's going to be this one backpack, 20 of them, go. And he
Mm.
so I was like, well, aren't you smart? Damn it. You're
That's
just
because
smart.
men are analytical and we're not.
Yeah, he was like, because see, there was another woman that had different Lilo and Stitch stuff. And she was like, okay, and I got to get this. Okay, this and it. And he was like, I'm going to explain what it is once, the dimensions once. So if you don't get the
Analytical.
dimensions, he said, if you don't get the dimensions, please go back. And he said, I'm going to type it in at the beginning of the chat. If you miss it, scroll back or ask somebody. Somebody can
Mm.
scroll back for you because I'm going to be busy pushing this button. I felt he said, I'm going to be busy pushing this button. So let's go. Yep, and he sure did. He sold each, and I was like, well, look at you. Look at your ass. This is smart as you want to be, not wasting time. And when he got to the end, he finished early. I think he finished within 15 minutes. He said, thank you, everybody. Thanks for the good show. Let's go to the next person.
Hope the next person was ready.
He's like, here, let me let you go. We're gonna roll on to the. I was like, well, look at you and your smart ass. You know, but yeah, he was real good. But like I said, everybody was Lilo and Stitch crazy. And I've been seeing so much Lilo and Stitch stuff.
I might make another one because my other friend asked for it too.
Yeah, everyone is Lilo, even the little keychains. This one girl just made a bunch of crochet little keychains, and it was a ball. Now it wasn't like the actual legs and all that. It was a little ball, and it had the markings of, and it had the little ears, but it was just a little ball. And she put a keychain on it. Well, now, excuse me, everybody attaches it to their purse or their backpack. Not a keychain anymore. So she had the little clip on it. It was like a little stitch, little ball, and everybody was like, "Oh, how cute!" Sold them all, and she used that fluff, that plushie. She used that, and that's all she sold.
I found making it with, like I said, I didn't know Stitch had 3 different blues. So,
oh yeah. Well, I think I only saw 2 blues and a black or something like that on hers. It wasn't very complicated. And I was like, well, look at her. She said, I'm going to make a couple of these, sell them for 10, 15 bucks a piece and keep rolling.
Yep.
Sure did. She sold them. They were right there buying them all up. I said, well, look at you. Look at God. Got no idea. These people getting smart, giving me ideas.
Oh, I have so many ideas. I just don't have the time.
Yeah.
Just don't have the time. Now that my friend told me you need to stop working all those hours because they think that's supposed to be. Had a horrible week not this week, last week. Oh my goodness, it was horrible. So Monday, my supervisor asked one of the other nurses to help me and one of the other nurses because of the horrible week we had before, because we had to cover different nurses that were out, and it was just terrible. I said, thank you. But
all help accepted.
Yep. But I definitely had to pull back on those hours because it was draining me. But now I can go out there and look at my dead grass and try to revive it.
Girl, my husband, we had a tree cut down and he's got the whole area where they had to pull up all the roots and all that stuff. So just the other day, he came back with some manure, some lawn grow stuff or whatever. And did something to the grass and put it all down all nicely. And he's got the little one sprinkler there to pay attention, especially to that area that he's making sure he's trying to get the grass to come back like the tree was never there. But yeah, he had to go, and they cut the tree down, but those roots, they were coming up above the ground so much.
Yeah.
And ruining the concrete, ruining everything. So he was like, yeah, before it start ruining my pipes and my sprinkler system, it's got to go. Gotta go, gotta go. The guy finally came back, because at first we thought he might have gotten deported or something. I was like, he didn't come back.
Hey, Regina, how are you tonight? Thank you for
Hey,
joining.
Regina.
Hope you did a thumbs up. What are you working on? What's your weather like?
Look, she probably making some little superhero. She is good at that, making that amigurumi. All the detail.
Yep, I got my next when I do these because I can do these let me see, overalls. Yeah, let me call them overalls. Call them what they are. I can do them. My next after that, because I'm trying to finish all the zodiac signs, but now I gotta do Gemini, and Gemini is 2 of them. So, and then the other little doll that I started and I haven't touched because I got hooked on these doggone overalls. It's like I gotta finish her. I gotta finish her because I'm so oh my goodness, this doll is so cute. But I gotta do something.
Just can't believe it. I remember when somebody said they would never, ever.
She said something simple this time, thinking about making an alien.
Yes, girl. I saw this woman went to some kind of Comic-Con, and it was about like Star Trek and all that alien stuff. And she made her own little looking alien and made an alien hat that was just her own design, just for her to wear. She said, I just didn't think it was sanitary to sell the hat off my head. I just made something, that I thought was alien-esque looking just for me to have a hat because it was kind of cold. And everyone was like, okay, where's that at? Where's that hat? She said it kind of looked like a Yoda, but it wasn't a Yoda. I gave it 3 or 4 eyes. And
yeah, because that's the thing with aliens, we don't know what an alien really looks like.
Yeah,
so you can just let your imagination run wild.
And she said everybody wanted a hat, and they were like, well, we'll buy yours. And she said one guy kept going up and up, and I was like, sir, it's just not sanitary. She said, I don't feel right selling you the hat off my head. It's just not sanitary. It's been rainy, and no, I don't think that's sanitary. He was like, hey, Tangled Yarn, Annette. Hey, Annette. But she said all her little weird aliens that she kind of made, she said she just got some light green, different shades of green of yarn. And I think she even said she had some like light blue or so, and just start putting weird eyes places and just making it look different. And they all sold.
I have been making all these horns for these zodiac signs. And what is it? Oh my God, why can't I think of her? The Snow White person. Hey Diane. The one with the horns.
Maleficent. That's my girl, Maleficent.
I saw a pattern on YouTube for that hat, and I kept saying, I want to do it. I want to do it. Now I did all those horns. Oh, me and Maleficent, we gonna be in there come Halloween. If I only have the hat, we gonna be in there.
I dressed up as Maleficent one year. It was so fun. My daughter, I went to school.
When I had a sexy little body, I was like, oh. And it rained like crazy that day. And I wore the outfit to work and everything, and it kept raining, and like nobody was really coming. So I went to the bathroom and took it off and put on some clothes. They're like, what happened to your outfit, your costume? I was like, nobody was here, so I took it off. But I had pictures of myself in it.
Yeah, I still got my pictures. My students loved it because I didn't tell them I was going to dress up, because normally I never do. And they were like, oh, Miss Barnett, Regina said, yes, I remember someone saying they would never do amigurumi. Show
I don't know
do.
who y'all talking about.
Girl, she got a village behind her. She's making clothes for dolls. She's doing all the stuff for the littles. She has made aliens. I remember your little alien keychain.
Yep, I
She's
did.
made I think you made a little teddy bear. Didn't you make a teddy bear? A little bear?
I made a matter of fact, one of my friends asked me to make a teddy bear. It was the first one I ever made. I found a lady from Russia or somewhere. I don't know where the heck she was from because I had the pattern, but since I didn't know how to actually do it all, and I found it on YouTube, and she had like either 2 or 3 or 4, I don't know. She had a lot of parts to it. So I had to figure it all out. And so I finished it. I was so happy with myself. She was happy too. She got her bear.
So she was
I got my money for her bear. I was happy too.
Hey.
So that was the first bear. Have I made a bear since then?
Child, I made a bear, and me and Angie remember I had to call it a bouse because it looked like a bear and a mouse. So I had to dress it up cute. And
I remember that.
You remember the bouse? Because I made it a ruffly tube top and a ruffly skirt.
Yeah,
and I put flowers on the head trying to cover the ears because the ears to me made it look more like a mouse. And then everybody
Cleopatra costume, even down to the beat it with girl, get it, and the skirt in the front. Ooh.
All right then, Cleo. Yeah, I tried to make the flowers to cover the ear, and then people were like, you need to make the ears smaller and space them more apart. And then some people were like, you need to make them, you just needed to move them further apart. And so everybody had, a problem solved for me, but I was like, look, it took me a lot to make this little bear, and he came out looking like a bear mouse.
That book that I bought for the 18-inch, I sent it back.
For the 18-inch doll?
I did not like those. I tried 2 of the patterns in there, and I said either it's me or
it's not written well.
Yeah, I was like, I'm done with this. And then the yarn weight was all small yarn. And I said, I'm not going to waste all of my cotton yarn trying to make these little, no.
Sometimes people use 3-ply when it comes to those. Sometimes they use 3-ply.
Yeah, I kept looking. I was like, And I read the little intro saying she had her friend to crochet, and her friend says, if I can do it, anybody can do it. I said, I guess I'm not anybody then.
I'm somebody. I'm not anybody.
So, and then I got a little message that they would deduct the shipping out of my return. I was like, wait a minute, what happened to free returns?
Now, was this bought by a second person, like a third-party seller?
Yep.
That's why that happens. It happened to me before. If it's straight from Amazon, you ain't got to worry about it. But
so now I'm going to be real cautious about.
Yeah, I'm real cautious of who I buy it from now, just because of that. It happened to me before because I was like, what? What that's about? Okay.
And the thing is, I'm like, I don't even remember how much I paid for this doggone book because I buy too much on Amazon. I don't remember that.
Girl, just today, I had my toilet wipes, my toilet tissue, gigantic box of 80 rolls, and because that's how I buy toilet, buy the big old box on Amazon. It's cheaper. It lasts a couple months or more. And what else did I have come? My daughter bought all the honey because she's a honey freak. He uses all the honey in her tea before we could even get it. I was like, you're going to start buying this 40-ounce honey from Amazon. I'm not buying it anymore because you don't want to. Yeah, we've had a couple of deliveries from Amazon. Anything, toiletry items and stuff. Soap, yep. Amazon is very, very good to me. I wish they just did Amazon grocery deliveries again because that was.
You don't do that anymore?
Not in my area. In the 2 cities I've lived in lately, I used to even have it delivered to my father's house in Texas when they had a cold snap some years back. And I was like, Daddy, what he talking about? Well, we need this and that. And I can't go walking out. It's a cold snap and I don't want to slip on that ice. I said, no worries. I got on my Amazon. I took his delivery and had it delivered to his door. I said, tell them when they come, Daddy, to bring it in and put it on the table.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they did. But yeah, they won't. I guess what started happening was people were stealing. And when they delivered it to you, the cold stuff, girl, it stayed cold. It could stay cold up to 8 hours because they had it in this type of bag.
Yeah.
And so you would return the bag with your next delivery, you would, or you could call them and they would come get it.
Mm-hmm.
It was so great. I'd be like, I'd be on the freeway stuck in traffic. I need some milk, some eggs, some whatever. Get home and it's at the door. I will call my husband, hey, the Amazon don't come bring that to the door.
Mm.
You didn't have to be there though, because the bags, if it was cold, girl, they were delivering lobster, all kind of anything you could dream of. They
Oh.
were delivering, but then I guess the thieves always mess it up for us good
Mm-hmm.
people, and the people who work,
Yeah.
who really needed it. And I started seeing Amazon does not deliver Amazon fresh foods in that area anymore. I was
Wow.
like, well, I'd be damn. I'm gonna have to walk into this damn store after work.
I
Mm.
know way back when we a group of us we used to have a investment club, and Amazon was one of the stocks that we invested in. And I would say to them, because I bought all of my books from Amazon,
Oh
all of
yeah, yes,
and I was like, can you believe this started off as just a book,
books.
just
And I forgot
books?
about that because you're right. I bought a lot of books that I needed for school from Amazon.
And I said, you know what? If Amazon delivered food, I would buy that too. I was all
Mhm.
in. And then they bought Whole Foods. Then I was like, nope, I ain't buying from Whole Foods.
You're like, nope.
It's too damn expensive for me.
I haven't gone. They have an Amazon Fresh that has opened up near me. I haven't gone in there yet. I gotta go.
Ooh,
I gotta go check that out and see what it's about. Because people were like, if you have Amazon, you just roll in there and put it in your cart and it charges you that way. I'm like, I think I might want to just roll through and let them check me out. I don't feel safe with that.
yeah. See, that was the big push when they took over Whole Foods. I think they were trying to do that with Whole Foods, but I
Hmm.
don't think they've ever done it, because I know the ones that I go to, you still got to go check out.
Oh, okay.
And then they just built or a Sprout over near me,
Uh-huh.
and I want to go in there, and and then they just sent a coupon for $10 off for $40. I was like,
Hey,
y'all might get me in there Monday.
I'm like, you got to be able to find some kind of groceries in there that you need to get that discount. It's got to
Hmm.
be something.
Well, I want to go and look at their prepared foods, because I don't like cooking.
I don't blame
And
you.
my daughter and I, we eat different food anyway, so I want to see what their prepared foods look
That
like.
pre-prepared stuff. I know, was it Whole Foods? I think it's Whole Foods or Sprouts. I go in there and they had some. I looked in there one time and they had some green beans cooked up and they were so healthy. And I bought them. They were so good. I was
Mm-hmm.
like, ooh, I just happened to, I said, let me try some of this like you said, made food.
Mm-hmm.
Turned out to be the best. And then I guess that day the girl when she put the price on it and gave it to me, I guess it was wrong because I tried to come back days later and get some more. It was not that price. I was so sad. I was sad, and I didn't want to say anything because I said, "Okay, I see there." She probably because she was kind of newish, I could tell, and she was like, "Oh, thank you for being patient because I'm new," and so she made that mistake. But
Yep.
like,
Mm-mm-mm.
I thought I had a good thing going here because I was like, "Shoot, I'll come in here and buy a bunch of these, and shoot,
Mm-hmm.
I'll never cook this at home. I'll just have this already cooked up. I'll put it on the side here. Take this, shoot." Ralph's has some good items. They have scalloped potatoes, mac and cheese already made up that you can go and buy with your little fried chicken or baked chicken meal. And they got some
And it's
ribs.
it, it's so crazy, because they have Sprouts, then they have Aldi's, and then
Mm.
across the street is Publix.
See, I don't see a Publix in this area.
And
Wally's is so small.
there's I have an app called Shopkicks. trying to remember which one of my friends told me about Shopkick. Somebody told me, and I don't know who it was, but I've had it for years. And during the pandemic, I really didn't go to any stores hardly at all.
Yeah.
That's when I became a real Target shopper. I would just now I couldn't even tell you the last time I went to Target. I said, y'all don't treat us right. I don't treat y'all right. I'm gonna pay off this doggone credit card and I'm gonna be done with y'all.
You better go treat y'all right.
So
it's funny because I don't see nothing but Black and Mexicans in my Target, meaning the workers.
Oh yeah, the workers. I don't even know.
I don't live in a Black area.
Yeah,
but they do.
Yeah, the workers are, because when I used to pick up my stuff, there was everybody, all the nationalities would bring it out to you. So when I went to Publix, I was like, well, I'm over here. Let me just go and pick up some chicken wings. At first, I didn't want to get the chicken wings because the chicken wings are overpriced, but I love them because they're breadless and they're spicy. I love them. And I was like, I'll get some fried chicken too because I know I'm lazy. I don't want to cook anything.
I haven't fried chicken in so long.
And just eat it throughout the week and I'll be done with it. So I open up my app because when they have walk-in points. So I open it up so I can get my walk-in points. So of course it pops up to redeem my my points. So I had over 5,000 points, and for Publix I only needed 2,500. 2,500 points gave me $10 off.
Hey.
So that was like getting the fried chicken for free.
That's beautiful.
You only having to pay for the chicken wings. So I was like, bargain.
That is a beautiful thing.
Yeah. So that me and the Shopkick, and it was so weird. I was like, as soon as I open it up, then it wants me to verify, and then I had to verify again. I was like, so I told Lita, I said, I'm just waiting for my redemption to pop up. Yeah. She's like, I can just put to the side until it pops up because our internet is slow. I was like saying to myself, yeah, I know it's slow. I don't know why I didn't do this before I came up to this register. So then it popped up, and I was like, ooh. She's like, oh, wow, $10. That's pretty good. I said, she's like, that's like buying one and getting one free. I said, yep, that's why I opened it.
That's why I like Michael's, because they're always, if I don't shop there, let me see if they've given me one lately. If I don't shop at Michael's for a while, they'll be like, hey, we've missed you.
Do they ever send me anything? I don't think
they'll give me, are you signed up to their little rewards thing?
But I don't look at that stuff half the time. If it doesn't pop up on my cell phone as a text message.
Girl, speak of the devil. I got to get there before the 1st.
What they giving you?
$5.
$5. Oh, see, I haven't shopped it when I bought that yarn. I don't even know how many points I get.
So far, I'm $2.59 away from another $5 off. So, yeah, I'll go in and get like 2 skeins because I always need black yarn. There's certain yarn colors I'm gonna need regardless, and black is one of them. I'll go in there and give me a thing of loops and threads and go in and buy 2 of them or whatever, and then have to pay $1 extra or whatever. I'll do that. I'll let you treat me.
I just ordered yarn from Premier. That's where I just ordered yarn from. Because I told you I want to make me a dress like that one. And
you want to match your doll dress?
No, I don't want to match her. I want to match that style.
Oh, okay.
So, because my niece, who's my best friend's niece for real, but she's my niece too.
She my niece too.
She's getting married. She's getting married at the end of August, and I kept thinking, like, what am I gonna wear? I don't know what to wear. Like, I don't know what the color scheme. She's got like earthy color scheme or something like that. I was like, I am not an earthy girl. I'm not an earthy girl. I was like, I'm gonna wear what I love, purple.
That's right.
That's what I'm gonna wear.
Good and what you like, what you feel good.
I was looking for. It's so hard to buy lightweight cotton. 4-weight is quick, easy to find, but I wanted 3-weight, and I just typed in 3-weight cotton yarn, and I found Premier had the 3-weight. I was like, I said, I'm getting this because August is around the corner, and I know as slow as my behind crochet.
August is coming up pretty quick, girl. You better get on it.
I know it's so.
You don't have any orders to do you?
No, girl, I never have no orders. I don't.
Well, you just did have one, the Voguish wrap or whatever that was.
Yeah, but that was like out of the blue.
Yeah, but I didn't know.
I was shocked she even asked for that.
Yeah, so I was like,
no, I don't have any.
So you need to drop everything.
As soon as that yarn come in, I'm dropping everything
and get to work.
And I went to Gaucher. I went to her website first to see if she had anything, and she didn't have any 3-weight. So I said, well, let me just type it in and see who has it. And there was a yarn, one of the one of the Alizé yarns.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot the name of it, but the doll that I'm making, the crocheter, she had that yarn for the dress. Oh my God, it's beautiful. Beautiful. It's an ombre, just beautiful colors. Do you know that yarn was like $13, $15, but you had to pay shipping too because it was coming from Turkey.
Oh.
I was like, I just can't.
Look, they didn't have the deal where if you bought a certain amount, shipping is free.
And I found it on Amazon.
Yeah,
and I was like, it's not free shipping. Oh my God.
Yeah, some of them will be like, oh, if you buy a certain amount though.
No, well, I didn't notice that on Amazon. I didn't see it anywhere else, and I just was not gonna pay that much money for 1 or 2 skeins of yarn and have to pay the shipping almost the same price. No. I know it's from a long way.
I'm about to say, if it's for you, you worth it. It's for you.
No, see, I want to put this doll up for sale, but then I don't keep dolls at all. Like I keep looking at her, she's real cute and everything, but she just for what do you call it? Modeling only.
Yeah. I'm glad you said this. I need to get a 18-inch doll from Benefit. Let me see if she on, because she always on Whatnot. She always selling thrifty trade. Oh, somebody's on right now. American Girl doll. Is that my girl? Let me see. Bitty baby. Let me see if this is her. I'll turn it down. Everybody doing all these raid trains, boy. I have one coming up. I woke up. I think in August.
I wrote up a list of NFL teams that I need to sew and crochet crafts. All right, get on it, girl, because training camp starts at the end of July.
Yep, this is my girl. $28 American Girl doll TLC. Pick one. Let's see. Ooh, I wonder if she has. Yeah, because sometimes the only thing wrong with the doll, it might have like a little pin mark on the leg or on the body, cloth body, torso or something. But she always makes sure the hair, like the hair on the dolls that I got from her is like, she'll put a whole new wig on it to make it, she makes it worth it. Uh-oh, she's selling the dolls. Uh-oh, what you saying? Where's that little black doll?
I have one TLC doll. Is TLC.
Who's TLC today?
She has loose limbs and mark on her face.
She has loose limbs and a mark on her face.
I'm so distracted talking about that dollhouse. And I still can't believe it. I'm so excited. She has a mark on her face. I don't know. I mean, I want to say she was Samantha, but I'm not sure. She is
Spanish.
With a nice mark.
I think she sounds like she's from New York or something.
Looks like an older mark. But
maybe she's from the Bronx. Got that mixed of accents or something.
No. So she is $28 if anybody wants her.
I mean, I'm asking her. Any African
American? No. The only African American doll we have is Melody.
No, can't buy Melody because.
And believe when we get African American dolls, they go right into the auction.
I know they do.
Just to let you guys know.
That's how I got my first one from you.
Bring them here. We have one Josephina. She's $48. There she goes.
Josephina, how's she looking today?
One Josephina today. And yeah, we have Melody. Melody, she's here for, we're selling her for charity. We have her in the box.
See, these people put their dolls on consignment to her. Like, people will come and bring her their American Girl clothes and all that.
I tell everybody, if you could get Kaya in any condition, just grab her. You can change her into a little boy. You can change her into a boy. No.
How much are those dolls?
Yeah, we don't get anything too recent. Nothing too recent. Because what kind of bitty baby furniture? Oh, there you go.
Let me see who else is selling some AG dolls. Who is this? American Girl consignment. Yeah, I might just get a little. She only got one $28 doll, and I don't want her. I just want to have just a little tan.
Well, honey, my $10 doll is doing good for me until she go bald. Then I'm going to
put she go bald. Let's see if anybody else is selling some AG dolls today.
I was because I bought the doll, I keep getting things from eBay because you purchased recently they sent me a link of things, and I saw a reborn doll and they had it for $32. I'm like, a reborn doll?
Some people, I'm telling you, I got rid of, who did I sell mine to? Crystal from Hawaii. Mm-hmm. I sold her my twins that I called them twins because one had grayish eyes, one had light brown eyes. Because when she got the first one, I said, you're going to want the other one. Next thing I know, she was like, I want that other one because it was so cute. And then I also sold her the little boy I had that had the little questionable eye that I was going to have Angela fix it. But when I showed it to her, she said, I'll take him too. Somebody at work wants him. I only got one left, and he's a sleeper. And he's a little light-skinned one. He could be black, Mexican, and he sleep like this. So, like, you could put any baby blankets. I used to use him to show my baby blankets, and you know, you could put a little hat on him too, and he sleep with the little hat, or you know, the little diaper covers. I used to use him for that, but he's a heavy one. I'm probably about to sling his ass for about $50.
Not sling.
I'm sorry. Sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm probably about to sling him for about $50 and go on and get rid of him because he's just, you know, somebody did a great job at rooting his hair. It looks like real, you know, baby hair. And they put like little baby bumps, like from the little milk bumps they used to call it on their little nose. It's really nice. But I'm not doing the baby stuff anymore. For a while, I was like, oh, baby stuff. And I was using them, and people were like, how do you get those babies to stay so still? How do you get the baby? That baby's always asleep. The sleeping baby girl. They were like, boy, does he sleep a lot. You know, you get all, they bring him over and he's just sleeping all the time, and you put that stuff on him. I was like, it's a doll. I said, it's a doll. Yeah. Angie says, what she said yesterday, I wrote up a list of NFL teams that I need to sew and crochet crafts. Yep. Making them footballs. Make them little NFL.
About that time.
You say about that time. Training camp is going. I think Paul told me they training or something. I don't know.
One of the guys that we met on the cruise, him and his wife, they live in West Virginia. They're a really nice couple. Mm-hmm. He loves the cheerleaders. Now he's been a Miami. I don't know how long he's been a Miami Dolphins fan, but he lives in West Virginia. Oh, you know, maybe, well, I don't know how old Philadelphia is. They had New York team. Anyway, he's a Dolphins fan, but he loves the cheerleaders. He's always posting stuff about them cheerleaders.
I guess he said, y'all like the players. I like the cheerleaders.
Really? Really? So then he posted this thing because the cheerleaders were doing an event, and I think they were doing a photo shoot and all that together. And he says, enjoy, or something like that. He put it there. And so I clicked on it because I don't normally click on the videos, but I clicked on it to see what they were doing. I was like, he is such a mess. He has, I don't know if this girl is still there, but he always posts the one that has always been his favorite. I'm like, who knows all them doggone cheerleaders? You have a favorite? Now, I will say that we do have a favorite because she's the sister with the natural.
Oh,
When we
wow.
saw her, we were like, what? That's
That's beautiful. That sounds beautiful.
And it's so funny. They have a betting app or something, and she was in the commercial. We were like, oh,
yay her, yay the fro.
Yes. So we have a favorite, but he cracks me up.
That is fair. Well, his wife feels like, I don't think she probably like, I ain't got nothing to worry about.
No, she don't.
They ain't gonna come chasing my man.
He loves his
So
wife. He loves his daughter.
Yeah, let him have his fun, because I don't feel any jealousy.
No, he's a really nice man. The first year after the cruise, we invited them to come down if they wanted to come for a game. So they came for a game. And it was before Christmas. So they sent us a Christmas gift. I love the box. I still have the box that it came in. It's a beautiful box. But it was some kind of a, like a little sandwich thing that the miners would take with them. That, and it's a pepperoni and cheese sandwich, but it's like in a closed up biscuit. It's kind of like a calzone, but it's not like a calzone.
Pockets, whatever.
Yeah, something like that. And it has some pepper sauce that goes with it. And so they sent that for one for me, one for Adrian. I thought that was so sweet because we're not expecting anything.
Yeah.
So that was their thank you to us for inviting them down. So I told them, just let us know whatever game you want to come for. Because I have 2 seats. She has 2 seats, so they can come.
Okay. Y'all ballers.
Yep. No, we're not. Girl, we up in the nosebleed section, please.
But you there.
That's right.
You outside. At the game, you there.
At the game.
Shoot. That's what matters.
So they came down.
Be there. They watching at home.
Yep. They came down last year. And they stayed at such a cool little resort place. And we were like, how'd y'all find this? Because who would have even thought to come back to that area to say this is a place you can just come and chill? But it was a really nice area. We went to have lunch at one of the restaurants right out there on the beach. Oh, it was a beautiful day. It was so breezy. We had such a nice time. But I always tell him, I say, you are living my life, because he's been retired. I don't know how long he's been retired, but his wife just retired either the beginning of this year or the end of last year, because he's like, look who just turned 65. You putting all her business out there in the streets.
Hey, it's good to be 65 and alive. I don't even care no more. You can always, girl, I'm living the life. I'm keeping my gray sides right now until I get tired. But, I'm just loving all the discounts. They don't even question my age. They don't ask for my ID. They see my little gray sides and they be like, you want senior citizen? Yes, the hell I do.
When I get carded, and it's only because it's a medication. I've been looking for one I think it had to be last year. I was having a real bad sneezing and coughing and hacking and all this. And my friend gave me a Claritin D. And I swear, like in half an hour, I was cleared up. So I've been looking for the Claritin D. And I'm like, why can't I find Claritin D? So I went to Walmart to pick up one of my prescriptions, and I saw it on the shelf behind the counter. Yeah. I was like, oh. So then when I said I want the Claritin D, I said, but she's like, well, she says the generic is like third the price of. I said, well, give me that. Yeah. Like, since I need your ID, I looked at her like, what?
Because people be using it to make drugs.
Yeah, they scan your ID. They don't care what you say. They scan it, so they'll know for sure.
They know how much of it you're buying, how often, so they can make sure they don't have to keep that little eye out on you, come pick you up.
I'm like Claritin D. I remember the other medicine that the kids were buying and getting high off of. I can't remember the name now.
It was some
like,
cough medicine.
Yeah, I was like Claritin D, but I don't think about that kind of stuff. I ain't out to do drugs. I want to be able to breathe and stop sneezing.
We're just trying to calm our ailments.
Yeah. So then when I went to this time and picked up another script, I said, okay, let me get some more of that. And she's like, ID. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot y'all need that.
I'd be like, you know me, man. Stop playing. You know me.
She's like, I pulled out my driver's license. She's like, nope, turn it around. Because they scan that barcode back there.
Yeah, like, if they got to scan it, they can't even go off of knowing you because it's procedure.
Yep. I said, this is so crazy. So I said, I guess that's why I could never find it, because I'm looking at on the shelves for it. It's back there behind them. Locked. You can't.
There's a lot of stuff you wouldn't think of these days that are now locked up. I mean, I'm not mad. I don't even blame them, because if it wasn't locked up, people would steal it and the prices would go even higher. Mm-hmm. I really do believe that's why, like, our Rite Aid down the street is leaving, because people were coming in and stealing from them, just grabbing the cart until they changed the law. But it's too late. I mean, all the years of stealing, and so Rite Aid is closing, the whole company, the whole corporation. Oh, wow. And at CVS, Walgreens, all I see are the signs that say, welcome, Rite Aid customers.
That's just like Michael's, welcome, Joann's customers.
Mm-hmm. They're like, whatever you got at Joann's, please look on our app and see if we have something comparable.
Yep.
You know, that we're here to service you. And I'm like, yeah, I bet you are.
When I went to Walmart, now Walmart has like 8, I think they have 8 checkout. Yeah, it's got to be at least 8. That whole area is blocked off now. I said, because the people I know they were stealing them. They were ripping them off blind.
Walmart got so much, all the makeup is all locked up and stuff. Sometimes I drive to different Walmarts just because I don't want to be bothered with trying to call somebody to come over and unlock some damn mascara.
I know. I told you when we went to Texas and I wanted the nail polish remover and it was locked up. I'm like, nail polish remover?
All of it, girl. People sticky fingers. But I'm like, you know what? I'm not mad at you guys, because I'd be mad as hell if somebody stole a doll from me and took off. I don't care.
Yep.
I'd be mad as hell. Plus, like I said, it makes the prices go up. Yep. Somebody got to pay for that stolen item, and that's us.
Yeah. No, Sudafed didn't work for me.
Sudafed, yeah.
What's the other? My friend gave Allegra. That didn't work. I was actually taking the generic. The other one, I don't even remember. Maybe it was the generic Allegra, which worked for a while, and I took it for a long time. But then it's just like it wasn't doing anything for me, and I was like, I remember that Claritin D worked really good.
Now, did it make you sleepy?
No, no, because I used to take it during the daytime, and then I would forget to take my medicines, and then the day would go by, and then I started taking it at night because I was like, I keep forgetting it, so I might as well just take it at night. No, it doesn't make me sleep at all. But I did realize, I kept saying, why is my mouth dry?
Oh, okay.
So weird. Then it dawned on me because I'm taking that and it's drying me up. So everything's
yeah. I remember that. It'll dry everything up.
Yep.
Suck you up like a mummy.
And I'm like just sucking on the water. I'm like, why am I dry? I'm drinking this water. Boy, I'm glad I figured out what it was. I'd have been like, going to the doctor. My mouth is dry. I don't know why.
Having to pay a copay just to ask that.
Yeah. I took my mom to get her blood work today. And usually I go to her, take her to the doctor's office. They sticking. And then another girl got to come and try to get it.
Oh, no.
So
did she drink enough water before she went?
My mom drinks nothing but water.
That's strange, because I used to flood my father. I would give him liquid IV, Pedialyte, all that. I'm like, drink it all, because his veins were so hard, because he was, I don't like water,
So when she went to see the endocrinologist and he gave us the lab paperwork, he's like, I suggest you take her to the lab because they didn't do all the tests that I wanted done. I was like, okay. So when he gave me the lab, I kept it and and her doctor's office actually called me because they want to see him every 2 months, which is ridiculous.
Don't
Just
complain,
to make their money. They make
don't complain though, because
listen, for what they do them every 2 months is nothing as far as I'm concerned. Because if they did what they should do, she wouldn't have had to go to the hospital last year. Anyway, so she called like, "Oh, your mom missed her appointment in May." I said she didn't miss the appointment. I called and canceled it because she had other things going on. She had so much stuff going on. So she makes the appointment. I said, and she has lab work. She's going to get lab work done at Quest. She's like, Quest? She's like, no, it's LabCorp. I said, well, the doctor wrote for Quest. And so I pulled out a thing. I said, yes, it's Quest. She's like, nope, LabCorp is for her insurance. I said, well, I'm glad you told me. I said, let me go and get this thing changed.
Yeah, because you would have gone to Quest and they would have made you pay.
Oh, yeah. So I get there and take her to the LabCorp. She goes in there. I don't even think she was in there 5 minutes. She came out. I was like, one? She's like, yes. And she said the girl took 5 tubes. She's like, at the doctor's office, they only do 2. So I said, yep, the doctor said they didn't do all the tests that he wanted done.
Mm-hmm.
I said, so they don't even know what they should have been taking.
Yeah, I used to, when my dad was in the hospital, I used to ask them, I said, can you get a phlebotomist? I said, no, not trying to be mean or petty, but he can't stand having y'all move that needle around in his arm. He's got bruises from, we need the phlebotomist. Yep. And they come in there, do a little massage arm a little bit, because most of them they would massage the arm, talk to him, tie a little thing on, and pop, there it is. Them nurses being,
and I told my mom, I said, that's the difference. That's all they do all day long is draw blood and take urine samples. That's quick, that's easy.
And they'll ask you what arm was the easiest arm last time you can recall, if you can. And they'll look all around, and they might not even take it from your arm. They might take it from somewhere in your leg sometimes, just to, but yeah, you got to know to ask for that phlebotomist, because some people don't know to ask, and the nurse will keep on. And my dad would sit there, be grimacing, and I came in and my brother was there and he didn't know. I said, hey, excuse me, let's stop. Let's get the phlebotomist, because there's always one on duty. I don't care what time of night you go or if you are there, there's always a phlebotomist on duty. Always remember that. And they will come in, nick it right there. Even sometimes they have to get it from the neck. You never know, but I've seen it all. So, but always ask for that phlebotomist, y'all, because sometimes these nurses, and it's not their fault, because that's not their specialty. And if the person doesn't drink enough water or certain other things, my son learned his lesson. I said, you better always, because when you go to the doctor for your checkup, sometimes they want to do some blood work as a part of a checkup. He had to find out the hard way once. Took him one time. They're like, young man, you haven't been drinking enough fluids, meaning water.
Yeah, not Gatorade and all the other stuff they like to drink.
Because sugar will dehydrate you even more. Yeah,
I think I tasted Gatorade once and I was like,
it doesn't taste good to me.
I hear all of my doggone mangoes falling.
Oh, wow. Habanero mango chicken.
Ooh, that sounds delish.
They have that at Vons already prepared. It is so juicy. Always sold out.
Someone came on my live, I don't know, I think it was Wednesday. Her name is Vaughn. And when I saw it, I said, the only time I ever see Vaughn is in California. I didn't say that to her, but that's what when I saw her name, I think that's the second or third time that it may have been more, but I remember. But she came on and she talked. I was happy. She responded.
Mango habanero chicken. Only seen it at Vons, and it's very good. Haven't had it in a while. You got to catch it though. Sometimes the wrong person is cooking it and it looks kind of dry.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, we can't have the dry chicken. That's not a treat.
looking at the Too Good to Go app, and I don't know why I thought it was Pollo Tropical, but it was pollo and steak. So then I read the description and say, "Oh, to be stuff from the buffet." I was like, "Oh no,
No, we don't want that. We don't want leftover buffet food. I don't.
no."
Now, if it's in the back where it's being kept in a pot,
Yeah.
everybody's not breathing over it.
Mm-hmm. And then I was thinking, I was like, have I ever? Because it's supposedly be east of me. I'm like, why don't I know this place? I know I don't go that way very often, but you would think if it's on a main highway, I'd have at least seen the sign. But I was like, I don't want no buffet stuff. People to pick all over it and stuff.
Usually people don't pick all over it, but if you're a college student and it's the right price, you better roll with it.
Now, listen, me and ramen noodles are friends from being in the Army, please.
Girl, I can't do them no more. I
can. I love me some ramen.
Well, I just remember when I was in college, everybody would go to Sam's Club or have somebody who had a membership go to Sam's Club and buy them a big old thing of top ramen. Have all those noodles, and to where they just start tasting like rubber bands to me. And then my friend who's Korean, she said, "Oh no, girl, you just use it. You use the noodles. You get your frozen veggies, cut up you some meat. I don't care if it's post kielbasa sausage or spam or some chicken that you got left over, and you use half of the flavor packet." She said, "Don't use the whole one because you kill yourself." She said, "Use half." And she said, and that's how we make top ramen. She said, "You don't just eat it like this with the ramen." I was like, "Yeah," because it was making me sick. It was making me sick. She was like, "No, this is how Korean people do it. You know, you got to mix, even if you just mix vegetables and use half the pack, those are frozen vegetables, a little oil in the skillet after you make your noodles." And she said, "Mix that stuff together." She said, "Cut up a little onion in it." I was like, "Shoot, that looked like a delicacy. That's some." She said, "Yeah,
they know how to make a meal out of it.
they dress it up." She said, "What else you got in here?" She's like, whatever, you got some mushrooms? We'll cut some mushrooms up in it too."
Yep.
Like, shoot, okay, now I'm good to go. She said, "Yeah, just use it for the fact that it has noodles that you could cook quickly, you know."
Yep, me and the cup of noodle soup, we were friends too.
Yeah, my students, they sell those at high schools now.
Really?
They'll sell it in like a student store or something. You can buy it, and a lot of the teachers will have a microwave. The kids will go heat it up, or the student store itself will heat it up for you real quick. And yeah, when they have food fairs, you'll have some of them selling cup of noodles. Kids be loving that cup of noodle. But they got all flavors: shrimp flavor, chicken flavor, beef flavor, whatever flavor you want. Cup of noodles gotcha. Yeah, if you go to the hotel sometime, I know one of my daughter's graduation, I did bring a cup of noodles in case we were in the hotel room and it was too late to order food or something, or go out and get some food. We still had something to eat in there. Some couple of noodles, and I think with some raviolis in the little thing where you could microwave it in the little container already. And say, yeah, gotta have some of that. Pop it in the microwave food so you don't starve. And some fresh fruit. And we'd be good. All right, come on. I hate weaving in the ends. Woo. I try to crochet over them as best I can, but sometimes.
Ooh, was that the gremlin?
It is. My grandson's mother is in Miami right now, living it up.
Living la vida loca.
I told her, I said, "You better bring your birth certificate, stop playing." She was like, "Oh no, I don't have to, I'm legal." I said, it's people who are getting picked up, legal or not. I'm just trying to tell you.
I just saw a story. Are they in New York? I don't know where the couple is, but the wife, it sounds like she did one of those marry somebody just to be over here, but it didn't. I don't know if I feel like it wasn't legal. I don't. It was. Well, I know if you marry somebody and it's not for love, it is not considered a real marriage.
Yeah.
Or if you're not, an American, we can do whatever we want to in America. But if you're not an American and you marry an American just to stay over here, and she's not from Ukraine. Yeah, I think she is from Ukraine.
Oh.
But she's been in America for 40 years. She's married.
40?
Yeah. Yes. She came over here. I think she came over on a visa, overstayed the visa, but married somebody, but then divorced that person, then married her now husband, who she's been married to forever because the children are grown. She's been going to all of her immigration things, and because of that first marriage, that's why they won't let her become a citizen or give her whatever she needs. But they told her she has to come for for her immigration appointments. Yeah. And they said even during COVID, when the places were closed, she would call in and do her thing, all her check-ins. This time, they arrested her and took her away.
There's got to be more to the story that we don't know. Like, why? I can't see them just saying, okay, because of your first marriage, you can't become a citizen. But you've been here all the time. You have no record, as we know, like broken no law, meaning not even a traffic violation, no DUIs, no
you don't
anything.
Have to. This administration does what it wants.
But we haven't always had this administration. It's been democratic.
But that's what that's what I'm saying. Somebody's been here 40 years until now. They want to snatch her up and say, okay, you got to go back. You got to go somewhere. They're sending them back to their own country. They're sending them back to wherever they want to send them.
That's if you're a criminal. Now, if they're telling them, some of the countries do not want to accept them back. Like some Asian countries are like, we will take them if they are not criminals in your country or in ours. If they are not, we will take them, but we're not taking back no fools. So that's why they're getting sent to Sudan and Somalia.
Okay, but this is their criminal. They are here illegally, so they are a criminal in America's eyes.
In America's eyes, but they were like basically some of these. I was watching the news and stuff, and some of the, I don't know if you call them diplomats or whatever of these other countries were like, we do not, what's funny, we do not want your problems. I fell out. I think he was from some European country. He was like, we don't want your problems. If they were a problem here and came to you, and now you want to send them back, and we find out they were a problem here, but they came to you, we still don't want them back. If they did the crime here or there, do what you want to do with them. Now, if they were a great citizen, they came to you, they were no problem here, they just went to, and they're clear, we'll take that person back because that person is going to come here and be a good citizen. But if they made a thing here or there, I don't want to go to Sudan. Huh?
She's Iranian. It just dawned on me.
Ooh, they on them right now.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
And when I took my mom,
I want to go back to Iran right now. I wouldn't want to.
What woman wants to go to Iran? American women don't even want to go to Iran. Please,
girl, they be over there.
No, I don't want to go nary a part of that country. I don't care which one of it. I don't want to go over there. I remember when I first got out of the Army, a lot of nurses were going to Saudi Arabia because they were getting paid $65,000 a year. No taxes or nothing. I don't know that country like that. I want to go to a country that's similar to America, where I can put on what I want to put on. Mm-hmm. I ain't got to wear no hijab and all. I don't understand.
You're not looked down upon because of your religion.
Mm-hmm. No, and you can breathe wrong in them countries, and they'll no. No. Can't talk back. Can't do. No, I don't.
Yeah, too much of a culture shock, you
Yeah.
know. So now she's got her collar, and I did give her some little, I call them wings. I went around the arm, so, and I did an extra row of fluff.
Ah,
Before she had one row of fluff, and I said, I'm going to go back around and make it two so she could look like she's on a cloud.
yeah, she
A little
fluffy now. She fluffy
She's
girl.
fluffy, so now I got to make her little shoes. And she'll be ready to go.
Mm-mm.
Just make a simple dress. I'm not feeling like doing anything fancy. Let me see what her feet look. What size are her feet? 10. 10 chains around. But yeah, they picking up people and like, you know, I know people are fighting when they see people being taken, but you don't know the story. And then later, when they come back and say, "Well, did you know your neighbor in Mexico had done this child molestation, raped somebody, and all that stuff?" And they'd be like, "I didn't know that." They were like, "Yeah, they had a record." And then later, some of them, this one man they had arrested, he was an elderly man, and they were like, "Do you know he had a prior of sexually assaulting, you know, a young girl, and this and that and this and that?" And they were like, "Oh, well, we didn't know that. Well, we didn't." They were like, So sometimes you need to mind your business until you find out what all the business was, because you just don't know. You know, people look
Yeah,
so.
I don't. But see, my thing is, I don't care if I know or not. I don't like the way they're doing it. That's the thing that bothers me because a whole lot of people getting caught up
Yeah,
that are doing what they're supposed to do, going to their little
jobs.
meetings or whatever you call it,
They're, yeah.
their appointments, their immigration appointments, and then just snatched up.
Some of them I see though. When I see
And
all
and,
the
you-
real
and I
stories,
don't care
they
what nobody says. Those ICE agents are proud boys and one percenters. That's how I feel. Because why are they
but
wearing
a,
masks? Why are they wearing
the
masks?
majority of them, when you see their names, Ramirez, Morales, they're all Hispanic names, and the people call them out. They'll be like, "You over there, Mr.
The leader of the
Ramirez."
Proud Boys is Cuban.
Well, he's gone now.
No, he's not. He
I
was
thought he was
released.
gone.
No.
I thought he got taken.
No, he's no. What's his? I can't even think of his name. He's a black Cuban.
Yeah, I've seen him. I've seen him.
Oh, what is his name? I can't even think of his name. No, he's down here in Miami. Girl, please. Living La Vida Loca.
He
Come
got
on.
sentenced to what, Paul? Paul said he got sentenced.
Sentenced to what?
He said he got
When?
quite a bit of time. I have to look it up. He said he got quite a bit of time.
Mm-mm.
Because I didn't hear
They
that he
did-
got released. I
He
did
got
not hear
released. I lived down here. They had him on television when he got released.
that.
He got look him up. I don't
Now,
remember
did
his
he
name.
get released until his
He
sentencing?
he was one of the January Sixers
No, I know who he
of
was.
the 2000 that he released. He was down here
Oh,
living La Vida
or did
Loca.
he get pardoned by Trump?
Yes, he was
Okay,
pardoned.
so he got pardoned.
Yes.
Okay, so that, yeah, I can believe he got pardoned because a lot of them got pardoned. So
Yeah,
that,
2,000
yeah.
of them. The day he took office, he
Mm-hmm.
pardoned every single last one of them.
Yeah. I just tell you, I don't get involved in folks getting, because a friend of
Him
mine,
and the guy with the patch on his eye, all of them got like 20 something years.
yeah.
He let them all go.
Child. All I know is I'm gonna mind my business, because when I find out stuff later, I be finding out stuff and I'm like, oh, I'm glad I sat my butt down and minding my black business, because
Yeah,
I'd have got put in, or talked strongly to over somebody that did something that I really, because my friend got struck. He got a strong talking to, and he said I was trying to help because I saw the guy getting hooked up, and he said he walked to me and said, "Sir, please be quiet and get in your car." And he said when someone with a weapon tells me that, and I said, "Oh man, let me go and get his phone so I can call his wife." He said, "Sir, I said, please be quiet and go to your car. And he said, I felt the fear of God. Because he said it wasn't a situation like I saw on TV where other people would try to buck the police and they got away with it. He said, I forgot what color I was. And I got in my car. I was quiet and I quietly walked to my car. And I drove.
I'm not gonna jump in front of nobody that's getting snatched up, but I just think it's crazy.
Every time I see one of us in the mix of getting, I always see we are the first ones to get pushed down on the ground, or arrested. And I'm like, not today. I'm too old.
That's why we didn't go to the No Kings March. There was a few of us, but it wasn't enough of us. And if I had gone to one, I'd been in the back. I am not trying to get in the front. Don't make me the poster child for this. Nope. I'm going to the back.
I'm going to tell you, I saw some of us that were towards the back, and I watched the video on Tabitha Speaks when they went through the crowd and grabbed 2 Black women. And they knew they weren't going to fight, and they didn't. They were older like us, and they were walking, and they came and went through the crowd and got them with their little signs and grabbed them. Like, I guess they figure, like, we told you to disperse many times, and since you didn't, we're going to make an example of somebody. And they looked there and saw them 2 old Black women with them wigs on, with them old lady wigs on. And they drugged them out, and they were like, ma'am, do you have anything to say? Is it worth it? Is it worth getting arrested for? And they said, what do you have to say? She said, solidarity. They both were like, solidarity. We have to be in solidarity. And now you got a record.
Yep.
At your age, you about to have to get booked and sit in jail for solidarity. And ain't nobody gonna come and get you out. Nobody gonna post your bail. You're gonna have to go to court and have that on your record. You done lived all your life. You might have a record already, who knows? But you didn't look like it with your little old lady wig on, you know? And I'm like, they went all the way in the back to get you and bring you to the front of the choir.
Made you an example.
And they told them to disperse. They were like, ma'am, she was like, what am I getting arrested for? He said, you guys were told to disperse 2 to 3 times and you did not disperse. But they didn't grab the people in the front.
No.
They didn't. And I was like, see, sit your butt down.
Have brunch and watch as they go by.
You know, sit down somewhere now with your old butt sitting in jail in a dirty police car.
Child, I can't even protest no more. My knees and back says, girl, watch that on TV.
Get your popcorn, get your chips, and sit down, and just nod in agreement. Just nod in agreement, because I'm too old.
Crazy.
I'm too old. I can't get no record. I still got a little bit of life left. I can't be having that on my record. And plus, I'm gonna just tell you, it hasn't stopped anything.
Nothing.
And it wasn't going to stop anything.
Nope. And the Supreme Court gave him carte blanche to please. I feel sorry for these people that are not American citizens having these babies, because they get ready to pack all of y'all up and send y'all back.
When I saw your Florida sheriff, Brevard County, and then somebody made a video the next couple of days later, and then DeSantis co-signed and said, yeah, he right. So then the guy was driving. He said, guess where I'm driving? Night, Angie. Get you some rest, girl. He was driving. He said, yeah, I'm driving through a protest. But what do you notice? All them protesters was on the sidewalk, girl, going, he said, not a one in the street. Can you guess where I live? And then he was driving and he said, oh, look, a protester in the street. But guess what? The crosswalk sign says they can cross, and they make sure they're on that curb when it says time to go. He said, I'm in Florida where they have made car bowling legal. He said, you could be a human pin if you want to. You will get drugged. He said, as it has been stated, if I feel my safety is, in doubt, I will drag you. And he said, all the protests are now peaceful. They are now on the sidewalk, and they are not blocking traffic. I was like, he said, Florida, don't play that.
Honey, that racist bastard we got as a governor, he said quickly after the Black Lives Matters protest, they made it a law if you block a street, a road, anything, you will be arrested.
But you know what? I ain't mad at that, because if I have somewhere to go on time and I've left I always leave a half hour before I have to be there. I don't want you.
I am mad at that because I do not feel it is necessary to arrest someone just because they blocking a street. There's plenty of streets in this doggone country. Go around them. Take another one.
But what if I didn't
feel like people should be able to do their protesting. And if you just walking on the sidewalk, what is that doing?
But you know what?
Cause a little commotion. That's how
what if I'm for what you're saying? But you made me late to work. What if I got my sister in the car having a baby and I'm trying to get on the freeway and you got on the freeway?
Okay, first of all, you weren't watching the news. You didn't know what was going on.
I'm talking about in Cali. No, I watch the news. But if I go to LA and all of a sudden they have blocked off all the exits, my family gets on me. They're like, you always watching the news. Ain't something else to watch? I need to know what's going on.
Yeah.
I need to know when to run and batten down the hatches. But if you go to LA, it could be fine. But by the time I get there in 20 minutes, they done blocked 6 exits. And what am I supposed to do? Like I said, people were having medical emergencies trying to get to the hospital and then calling the ambulance to come on the freeway to help them because they trying to drive their parent who they felt were having a heart attack. And these fools done blocked the damn freeway. So the person called the ambulance and said, hey, this is where I'm at. Can you come help me? My father began to have a stroke and I gave him the medication, but he's bad off and I can't, they blocked everything. That ain't right. That is not right. And I'm sorry, it ain't right. And he was Hispanic and he said, you know what? I'm all for my people, but they could have made me lose my father today. And he said, so bleep all of them. It was the F word he dropped. He said, you know, we can do better than this. He said, it's not fair for you to do that to people. It's not. And it's not. It's not. I mean, let me tell you like this.
None of this.
But you know what, Gigi? Did we do that? Did you see the civil rights people doing that?
Yes.
They did it to a certain extent.
You have to remember, it was a different time. They didn't have all these roads and stuff. They went out there and protested. They stopped. They protested the buses. They protested.
But there was a way that we did it,
and plenty of people
where
died.
we did not get all of us hung. There was a way that we did it, and we at times asked permission to do it.
Look at those protests. They walking down street,
and they would get permission, and sometimes they would have police protection. They did it in the right way. You can't just go out and cause anarchy and think someone is going to be sympathetic to your cause. I'm sorry. It's these people in LA closing they have their businesses boarded up because they don't know when these people are going to come up and start acting a fool, breaking their. That's not right, Gigi. Because if you had your yarn shop and them fools came in there and just broke windows and didn't steal the yarn, but trashed everything, how you going to feel? And you're for them.
But they weren't doing that. That's my thing. They were
doing that in Cali. They were doing it in Cali. Oh, they're doing it in Cali and LA. Let me tell you, it's not pretty. I would not. Let me say, if I was on vacation and I was in LA, I'd be really mad. Trying to see the goings on in LA and stuff, because certain areas that you want to go to, you better not. And they were closing. Even the garment district is vacant. Well, it's vacant because ain't nobody coming down there because they scared. But there's businesses in LA in nice areas that are boarded up because they don't know when. Now it's calmed down a little bit now, but the Adidas store was getting rocked. So then these fools boarded up the Adidas. Well, I ain't gonna call them fools because then they boarded up their stores. 2 nights later, they came and pulled with their crowbars and their hammers and pulled off the plywood and broke back in the store again. Now, what the hell does that do for anybody?
Well, That happens here on a regular basis on all kinds of stores.
That don't happen on a regular basis in Cali.
No,
I tell you what. How about we sit down and do what some of these YouTubers I've seen do? They're like, you know what? These are my people out here, and this is what we got the GoFundMe going. And he stopped in LA. He stopped. He said, "Hey man, how much are all those oranges?" And he told him how much it was. He said, "Okay, here's 100. Please go home. Go home to your family, because me marching and yelling and screaming and getting pepper sprayed, that's not going to do nothing for you. But please take this, and I'm going to come back. Don't go get more and come back." He said, "You've made what you would have made for the day. Please go home." He said, "Don't worry. We got GoFundMe's going. A lot of the people who are for you are donating. They're making sure they go to work so they can help our people." And he was going out to people. "Hey, how much are those peanuts?" People selling peanuts and flowers, and they're like, "Give me all those. Give me all those. Okay, can you go home? I don't want to drive back here in an hour and see you back on this corner. I want you to go home." And I'm like, you know what? That's doing more than you out there screaming and acting a fool. He said, "Go home to your family." So now some smart people are getting smart, and they're saying, if you have neighbors that are afraid to go out, go get their groceries for them. Go do these things to help us keep our neighbors hidden. How about, because I was on a little YouTube chat one time, how about, how do we do the Underground Railroad? How we snuck around and Black people went to different white people who were, abolitionists, and kept us hidden until, there were Jewish people who were hidden, Anne Frank, they kept them hidden. And so he said it. He says, some of us are going to have to man up and say, hey, you know what? Hey, get out of your apartment. Can you come and stay with me and my family until this is over so you can be here? Maybe there's, something we can do. He said, hey, Mexicans are used to living 3 families in a house. When he said that, he was like, we're used to that. We just want to have a roof over our head and food to eat. He said, how about we do that for our people instead of watching them, just lose everything in their families? Take them in, help them get groceries, figure out a job they could do for you or maybe for somebody else from home, or just try to suck it up and help them stay with you for a while so that they can get through this. He was like, but being out there looting, being wild and crazy, he said, that's not helping nobody. He said, we need to make our own underground railroad and help our people. And he was like, there's Mexican doctors, lawyers, millionaires that could do a lot right now for our people. Hide them. He said, hide them. He said, okay, so you miss your, what's that, immigration court? What if they come to your house and you're not there? Because you're living 30 miles away in some friend's house now. They can't find you. He said, so they might not find you until 2028, until he's out of office. And he said, by then, he said, you guys, he said, Black people did it. He said, they did that. He said, abolitionists hid people. He said, we got to be smart with this. He said, because all this hollering and screaming and crying and, negating what's going on and how cruel. He said, yeah, it's cruel. It's cruel. He said, but what you going to do about it? He said, beyond cruel. He said, because all of this, he said, if I had a neighbor right now that was a family and they were in this position, he said, I go and look. He said, but where I'm living, he said, I work and I have a YouTube channel. So he was like, so I'm making enough money. He said, I don't have that situation. He said, but if I did, I would have to take somebody in. He said, because I'm not going to see it. He said, we have to come together as a people. He said, because he said it. And he said, I know some of you Mexican people out there with 4-bedroom homes that got empty bedrooms. He said, you got a guest room, put somebody in it. He said, you got an extra room, put somebody in it. And then when he said, you got a garage, put somebody in it. I was like, he said, oh, don't be offended. He said, people in Mexico got dirt floors. so what's a garage? I was like, he said, these people came from Mexico with dirt floors, some of them. He was like, so what's a garage? He said, you'd be surprised at what people will do to stay safe. They'll live in your garage. I was like,
you know,
I agree. Be
the,
smart with it.
the farmers are having a fit. They thinking we gonna come and do those crops for them, not at all these other people that used to do the crops for them.
How much they paying? How much they paying?
$11 an hour for 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, May through July. You ready?
Let's see. Let's say about 35, maybe 38 hours. I'm gonna need a little shade. So give me one of them umbrellas with my stool. Because that's how my auntie and them used to pick black-eyed peas. Okay, my aunties pick cotton.
No, you need to
educated.
They're sweet potato pickers. Sweet potato pickers.
They pick cotton, greens. Oh, my
strawberries.
They didn't have that in Texas where they were. Nobody had strawberry crops. My aunts would sneak and do it because my grandpa said no. No, you can't. And my aunties were like, well, we want this, we want that. He said, look, you got what you need. Because my grandfather was a principal of a school. But they wanted some more change, you know. And so they would sneak out, girl, and say they were going to go do this, that, and the other, grab their pillowcases and go pick cotton or go pick whatever they could for some extra money. And they were educated, but they were like, we gonna hit, because my aunt would say, ain't that right, Rita? Remember getting up before the break of dawn and taking our pillowcases and going and picking that cotton? She said, sure do. It was good money too. She said, sure was nice to get them extra dresses. And I was like, y'all did that, Auntie? She was like, sure did. Education and all. She was like, but she said they was paying the right price for us.
Well,
key word for us.
Well, these uppity children now, y'all ain't getting that.
No, they not. Now my auntie did say there were Hispanics that would come in and they would move from like city to city, state to state, you know, and she said they paid the right price. She said for us, meaning the blacks. The Hispanics that they would pick next to got a different rate of pay. And my auntie said, but that's because I could pick, she said, I could pick the hell out of some cotton. That's why. She said, I was worth my pay. My auntie was like, I could pick a bale of cotton so fast, it would make your head spin. I was like, She said, oh, when you're good at what you do, you get paid for it. And I was like, she said, yeah, but when Daddy found out, she said, her dad, she said, yeah, we got a little bit of a beating. He said,
yeah, I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go with the lady that says, Mr. Lincoln said we don't have to do that no more.
I just need to know what you're paying and what's the conditions. I ain't scared of no work. I'm not saying I ain't gonna be out there for no damn 11, but I will be sitting on my stool like,
child, they said Nebraska may be bankrupt in 6 months.
They said within 2 or 3 quarters they would be. Well, guess what? You know, and it's funny because I saw the black farmers and they were like, well, how about you? How you doing? And they
We're
was
doing
like,
fine because we ain't getting no subsidies.
He said, I'm doing fine because most of the work I have, I paid the right people to do the work for me. And I have children and other people in my family that help me on this farm. So it's, I guess he like, I'm doing like the olden days where you have 10 kids and your kids help you on the farm.
Right. That's right.
Stuff like that. He said, I never had that. I don't have that problem. He said, but when some of those farms come up for sale, you let me know. I fell out. He said, when some of them farms come up for sale, give me a holler. I need a little extra property. I was like, ooh.
I followed this young girl, Tiffany. I don't know. Tiffany, let me see. I can't remember. But anyway, she has her YouTube channel and her dad has one, but they're farmers. I'm thinking they're in Georgia. I'm not sure where they are, but they have, I don't know how much land they have out there. But apparently they have some little crook that's been trying to trespass, and they videotaped it and they put it on their YouTube channel. So now this man is getting flack for what he did. The police came to them and asked them to take it down.
I'm about to say they tell them to take it down.
No, we're not taking it down. I was like, yeah.
Crime is crime.
He said, until YouTube tells us to take it down, we're not taking it down. I was like, yeah.
What did Beretta say? Beretta say, don't do the crime if you can't do the time.
Exactly.
No, don't do it. That's what Beretta said.
Out there and on somebody's land. And, they say, we have this land and, we need to have it marked off. We out in this place. She says, it's not the best place, these people. I was like, ooh, it's scary to have that much land. And
to me, it is.
That's just too much. And you don't know who's out there, and you go out.
You really have to have some type of security, some type of fencing, some type of what's they call that, barbed wire sometimes to keep people out. And then you got to have, like, they'd be like, oh, go out there and check the North 40, the North 40 acres. And then, you really got to have people back in the cowboy days when you would see that. And the ranchers would be like, go on out there and check them 40 acres out there.
And their shotgun with them.
Yeah, you got to. Because sometimes those people squatting and doing stuff will be looking out for you.
Yes.
And laying in wait for you. So
I would never go outside at night. No, sir.
An acre is too big for me. What am I doing?
When I was watching them, they had gotten a steel storage thing, but the door was off or something. So they were waiting for somebody to bring them another one so that they can put all their stuff in, because apparently somebody stole their stuff. And they were just talking about, all the stuff he needed to do so that it could be sitting right and all the stuff. This man, I don't know how old Pops is, but he's an older man to be doing a whole lot of work, but he's a busy man.
Get out of here, honey. Honey, get. My dog trying to sneak. Paul made a hamburger, so he left. So she's like, let me come see if there's a crumb. Get your butt out of my kitchen. Play that.
But he's out there doing all that work, and she's talking about when they come and the people brought the thing in and the locks that they need. It's a lot of money. And then it's out there, and I don't know how far it is from their house. And I'm like, man, I just can't. That is not my life. I'm too much of a city girl. I don't even want to walk outside at night. My daughter, she don't have no problems walking outside at night.
I could, like, my dad came from Douglasville, Texas. And he said, well, because I was like, Daddy, how'd y'all live out here? And he's like, well, if you want the big city lights, you go to Texarkana, Texas. You can end up in Louisiana or Arkansas or stay in Texas, because, the state lines are all right there. You could be in 2 or 3 different, have your feet in 2 or 3 different states. He said, if you want the big city lights, you go on into Dallas. And you make a time of it. He said, because you could drive, and get back and stuff. He said, and that's just how we roll. Because he said, you get enough of that big city life sometime. Because he said, people just act a fool in the city. It was like, so we didn't want to spend too much time there. We'd go there for a day, maybe 2. And then we get on back, because he said, people just act a fool. Like, they don't have no damn sense. He said, you go to Texarkana, and they act all right. You go to the clubs and have the big fun. He said, but they still had, their wits and manners, and, they wasn't trying to kill you or rob you. Or he said, but you go to Dallas, you better come packing, because there's somebody that's going to see you and know you. They could tell you from the country, and they want to try to play games or, rob you or trick you out your money, because they know you come with a lot of money to have some fun.
Yep.
And they're there to try to separate you from your money. And he said, so He said we didn't miss too much of it. When we did, we knew where to go and we'd get right back home and just remember, we weren't missing anything.
I am not the country girl. I do. My grandmama, they lived out there in the boonies. Just them, just my grandmama and granddaddy out there in the boonies by themselves.
Family like that in Douglasville, you got to go through the backwoods road. Ain't no Googling directions because you'd be like, okay, see right there at that rock, the big rock, the white one. Yeah, then you're going to make a left. And then, because see, my grandfather's house used to be on the main highway. And then they changed the highway. So now you have to go off the highway to the back. And you can see where it used to be highway because all the ground, all the pavements all broken up. And, that's how long it's been there. Shoot, dang. Oh, goodness. Yeah, so you kind of go off the highway at this little road marker. It's just like a marker, and you got to count from the crossroads. So this one little yellow light flashing at the crossroads, and you go on down, and you count the pylons, and at the fifth one, you go off the little road you see. And if it's dark, you better have your high beams on. You go off on the side of the road, and his will be the first house. And then my cousins is a second, and then another one is a third. They are all related. And then across the street is my Aunt QT. She's across the street, across the road, and you can see her house. But yeah, they got good Wi-Fi out there. They finally got some good Wi-Fi, and they all share their Wi-Fi.
Child, well, my grandmama lived. I bet you those, because they were the only ones out there. I bet you they just let that house get overgrown and nobody else went out there to do anything to it, because they finally moved from there. I don't know how long they were in the apartment that they moved to, but they were out there and out with the outhouse. And one day we would go to Georgia for summertime so we could spend time with my sister that lives in Georgia. And we go to grandmama's, and I walked into the kitchen and there was a deer in the kitchen. Scared me. I scared him. He scared me. I was like, all I kept saying to myself, I need to get the hell out of here. This is not my thing. A deer? Woo, that thing scared me.
Be out there at night, you hear the locust making this little weird sound and be like, like it was a locust. And I was like, what is that? And they're like, that's the locust. That would let you know that you better be your butt at home. If you hear them locusts start making them sounds at night, you better be at home. And I'll be like, what? But yeah, it was fun when we were kids because we go steal watermelons from the old white man down the street that was prejudiced. And we would, late at night, if we was coming from a cousin's house, we'd be like, ooh, you better see who can run the fastest past the black graveyard, because there was the white graveyard and the black graveyard. Yeah. The white graveyard was all mowed and nice. The black graveyard was kind of overgrown, and some of the headstones were broken, and just, it was looked like a graveyard from the slavery days. But it was dark, and sometimes the only light we would have if it was a full moon would be moonlight. Girl, we'd be running. But yeah, we was stealing watermelons from the old white man. I'm gonna shoot ya. You come down here again, I'm gonna shoot ya. But yeah, we stealing his watermelons. He'd have them on the side of the road, and he'd be way up at the house. He couldn't catch us. But it was fun when we were a kid. We had a pond in back, and as a kid, you just running wild in the country. Got my first time getting a tick. That wasn't fun, but I learned how to get rid of ticks and get that wooden match and light it, strike it, and then they would let it blow it out and then put it, because the tick got to raise its head up out, because if not, you take off that tick and that head is in there. That's how you get infection and all that. And then after that, they bathe you in palm olive dish detergent.
Hey, Brianna.
But yeah,
how are you? Haven't seen you in a month of Sundays.
Have fun in the backwoods with
my when I think I was 16. Yeah, I think I was 16. Um, we were out playing and somebody was messing with the wasp
Oh no.
thing. Who got
Wasp?
stung? Who got stung? Me.
Oh hell no.
Eyes swollen shut.
Swollen. Yeah.
So of course I got sent to grandmama's and they used chewing tobacco to put on my eyes to try to
Uh-huh.
bring out the stingers. I think I must have been at her for about a week out there in the boonies, half doggone blind because my eyes all swollen shut. What?
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm. Let's
Yeah,
see.
we don't do that. We don't do that. We knew
I
certain
am good,
places.
Brianna.
Yeah, we certain places in the woods you didn't play. You did not go swimming in the lake or the pond because there was underbrush under there that would catch you up and you end up drowning.
Mm,
Everybody had a shotgun in the back of their door. We knew not to touch her. You didn't have to tell us because we was all afraid of the switches.
mm-hmm.
And they were like, you shoot somebody, they don't come back. Okay. You don't
That's
touch no
right.
gun. And that's all they told us. And nobody ever touched a gun. We didn't even play. Did not play.
Yeah, I don't understand when I see, and those the people that live out in the woods, they teach their children how to shoot guns and stuff.
Mhm.
They know.
My Uncle Tom would let us shoot. He was a great shooter. See, woo. They would do that with us, but we weren't allowed to on our own or anything like that unless it was an
Mm-hmm.
emergency because they wanted us to know in case. You got to know how in case
Yep.
somebody come up there acting crazy.
Safety.
But
Yep.
other than that, you bet as a kid, oh, you better not touch that gun. Better not
My
touch it.
dad had plenty of guns. I remember when Clint Eastwood went. I
That
can't
dirty
remember.
Harry.
Yeah, that probably was when he had
Yeah,
that 350, 360 Magnum or whatever that gun was. Oh, my daddy couldn't wait to get one.
my daddy got one. Yeah, yeah. Everybody had to have that dirty Harry gun. Yeah, and I inherited it.
Mm-mm.
It's pretty. I
I don't even
inherited.
know where Daddy got all his guns now. I'm sure he got them still stashed somewhere.
Yeah, I got the gun collection because my daddy said my brothers are too hot headed. So
And I was like shocked how much guns cost.
yeah,
I was
bullets
even more
cost money.
shocked to know that you can go to Walmart in Texas and places like that and just buy a gun. I was like,
Back
what?
in the day, yeah, back in the day you could with no problem, girl. With no problem.
I was like, that is scary. That was one of the things that creeped me out when we started going to Texas and we went, I don't know, I don't know if it was a jewelry store or something, but it had some sign about guns, like guns are permitted on premises or something like that. I was like, oh my God, I keep forgetting we're in Texas.
They open
Mm,
carry. They open carry.
mm,
But I remember as a little girl, and I just never thought to be afraid because I saw it with my family. They had gun racks in the truck. And the gun rack
mm.
was just right back there, and the rifle was right there. And they'd go in the store and have the windows down in the truck, and wasn't nobody coming trying to steal it or nothing. But and I think about that. I'm like, dang. Now I do have the fear if I were to see that. I don't like it, even though I know it's open carry. I don't like it. But
Because
back
there's too
then,
many crazies now. People just shoot to shoot. They don't even. It's not a. They don't even have to have a reason. They just
yeah, I'm
killing.
mad.
Yep.
Ain't no onions on my burger. I'm about to
Yeah.
load.
Oh
Mhm.
my goodness. I feel so bad for fast food workers when these people go off on them. Actually, somebody went off on one of the fast food workers, and the fast food worker shot him.
I did hear that in some. I don't know what state it
It
was.
was in Florida.
Oh Lord. Charlemagne the God say the craziest people are in New York and Florida.
Yes.
He said
New
that every
Yorkers
time
are angry, and we're too hot down here.
he said we too hot. He say that all the time. I think it is. He say New York and Florida. He said you better watch
I
out.
believe it because some of the stuff I see on the news, I just shake my head like, man, I
That's
don't
what I be
get it.
trying to tell my daughter when she be out and about. I be like, look, you need to watch where you go. Have your head on a swivel.
Mm-hmm.
Sundown, try to get your butt home because there ain't that much fun in the world that need to be had. It's all the crazy people wake up. They waking up from their medication.
Yep.
And they coming out to see who's out there.
We
It's
have
just fun.
so much crazy crime down here. Ooh, I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Girl, they trying to get California ready for the Olympics, and they're already like offering homeless people, like they're like, if you want to go home, we are going to offer you a free one-way ticket. So that's they're trying to softly start it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Softly suggest if you want to go home. And hell, some people on the streets because they don't want to go home.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to be at home. So, but yeah, they're doing a soft push of.
Yeah, they trying to make that area pretty for the Olympics.
And they got a lot of areas they got to make pretty because it's not just in LA. Out here in Pomona, I forgot what they're having in where I used to teach in Pomona in the hood. There's some nice places, and I forgot. Is it Mount Sac? I can't remember, some area of Pomona, and I'm like, ooh, they're gonna have to do a lot of work in the hood. They're about to have to do a lot of work in the hood.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they're trying to do that soft push now. Hey, you sleeping there on the curb? Where are you from? Let's talk. Let's have a donut and some coffee and talking about where you from.
Mm-hmm.
Back home. Shoot, you better ask the people at home, do they want them back home? Because they're like, yeah, we'll call and get in contact with their family and try to facilitate a reunion so we can get them back home. Yeah, I bet you just go on and find a good shelter or start building some hotels and putting them up in because that's about all you gonna get.
Yeah, it's that homeless situation is just
Some
crazy.
people will just straight tell you, I don't want to live inside. That's it. That's all. That's it. I don't want to live inside. And that's one guy said. He said, I like my freedom.
Mm-hmm.
I don't owe anything to anybody. And the man said, but are you impeding on the freedom of others? He said, well, what do you mean? He said, like, you're here on the sidewalk. People's kids have to walk to school and walk past you. You know, he said, where do you go to the bathroom? Wherever I get good, wherever I please.
Mm-hmm.
Say, yeah, is that a good thing? he said, he said, so while people, he said, because I'm going to tell you, sir, there's a strong smell of urine around here. And he said, now, if I'm jogging down the street, riding my bike or walking with my kids, is that a good thing? That I got to, he said, I know you think you have your freedom, but what about the freedom of others? He said, well, dogs pee outside too. That was his thing. Animals use the bathrooms outside. Nobody gets mad at that. He was like, sir, you're not a dog. He was.
I'm telling you, it's hard, and a lot of these people they've been out on the streets for so long. It's hard to adapt to being in a building.
Yeah. I know one of the Air Force bases out here, they adapted to have some homeless people there. It was in March. You see the people are in those barracks, but they still have their shopping cart out there full of junk. So you'll see it right outside their door. They like, shoot, we got to keep this ready.
That's right. Because they know it's temporary.
But yeah, because they want to help them and get them job training, get them mental health, get them drug rehab or whatever it is they need. And when they get tired after a while, they be like, I'm leaving. My thing is, you got some homeless veterans. Why don't you just let them stay there instead? At least they served. At least they served, so.
I came across one of those shows with the parole officers. I was like, what a job. I just can't imagine dealing with these people they're ex-convicts, drug addicts, prostitutes.
That's what my husband did. That was his job. That was his job. He's a retired parole officer.
The manipulation alone, I would probably last a week and be done with it.
Man, he was parole, and so was my best friend. She was parole. And that's why I had my criminal justice major, stuff I wanted to go into, but I ended up teaching, which was shit. It's damn near like parole. But I just didn't have all the power that they had, you know. But yeah, he dealt with it. Yeah, the caseloads can get pretty heavy. And then when they started not letting them violate them. Now, if one of your conditions for parole is you couldn't test dirty, then if you did, you're going to go back and serve your sentence. So that kept a lot of people straight, you know. That was probation. But then parole, they could get all kind of violations after a while, and they weren't bringing them back because they said the jail was overcrowded. First, the criminals didn't know, and then the word kind of got out, and so then people were just running amok and stuff. Just, yeah.
I watched it. I watched two or three episodes of it, and it just bugged me. The one guy, he was a child molester. I think he was a child molester. So he wasn't supposed to have internet or anything, any possibility for him to get any porn on his, visually see any porn. Sure enough, the guy goes to the house. They got internet hooked up, and he acting like he ain't know nothing about it.
Well, I don't use it though.
He's got all kinds of porn stuff on his phone, acting like he don't know nothing about it. Okay,
girl, my friend would come to my house at the end of her workday and be like, "Come here, look at my trunk. See what I had to confiscate, girl." It would be all kind of videos because we didn't have DVDs then. It would be all kind of VCR cassette tapes of porn. It would be all kind of dirty books. It would be weapons. It would be all kind of stuff. And she'd be like, she said the guy was like, "This is my son's stuff."
Yeah. It's always somebody else's, never theirs.
She said she did a drop-in visit. Because, the thing about parole and probation, they don't need warrants. They come in and snatch you up anytime they want. They can visit you at 3 a.m. They can drug test you at 4 a.m. They have carte blanche to you. They can come in your house, no matter who say what. If you live there, because, my cousin, but my friend would say, "Yeah, girl." They'd have you working a certain shift, and they'd be like, "Look, they think that this person is leaving the house when they're not supposed to. So you're going to have to stay up and go check it out." And, she said, and they had to carry weaponry too. They have to carry weapons. Yeah,
I would be scared. See, no.
You said it just no. Yeah, they had to carry weapons because, and sometimes I know a friend of mine, he's a cop, and he would ask my friend, he'd say, "Hey, if I call you," and I forgot what it was called. They pull somebody over or they've done a crime at their home and they don't have probable cause to go in or whatever, not enough to go in and search, but they know. So they'll call you. If they find out you on parole or probation, they're going to call you a parole or probation officer in the middle of the night and say, "Hey, can you come out here real quick?" And
the probation officer already pissed off because you done ruined their sleep.
They're like, "Well, since I'm up, hell yeah. I'm going to be mad at somebody for a good reason." Yep. And she would be like, "Yep, you ever catch any of my probationers out messing up, give me a ring. Let me know because I'm running them in." She said, "I am running them in." And she used to have pink handcuffs, girl. I used to crack up. She had bought some special made pink handcuffs. She said, "Oh, they hate it when you put the pink handcuffs on them."
Oh, yeah. Man don't want that pink on them.
She said, "If I brought them in, that I brought them in." I was like, "Girl, you crazy." So I finished her outfit almost. She still got to get her button. She got her little shoes. I ain't doing no ruffle on the shoes. I don't feel like it. And yep, she just got to get her button on the back.
Look at all of that work you got done.
I got a new thing to keep the shoes on because sometimes they slip off. So what I do is separate the yarn, it's 4-ply. So I separate it, take my yarn needle. And since I don't know how to make feet the right way, I put the needle through and then come back through and tie a little knot. And since it's 2-ply, you can't always see the knot. It's down in here somewhere down here. That will keep the shoes from slipping off. So now they're not removable. So if somebody want to remove them, they're going to have to get in there and untie that knot somewhere. But yeah, because they be slipping off sometime. Because I don't like to make them too tight in case they slip off and somebody have a hard time getting them on. Start rubbing on that yarn, making it rough up, fuzz up. So yeah, now all she needs is her Hello Kitty little things on her dress and her earrings and her bows, and she be done. And her blush and her eyelashes. Yeah, that's what I gotta put her eyelashes on right now.
So you got you so how many more you have left to do? 14?
Just about, yep. About 14, 15, sure do. When I'm sitting there binge watching my detective shows.
Yep.
It start to go pretty quick. Binge watching detectives. So I've been watching instead of detective, I've been watching old Alfred Hitchcock. The Alfred Hitchcock
I don't
hour.
think I've ever watched anything. I don't think I ever watched. I know about him, but I don't think I've ever watched
it. It's some pretty, and there's some black and white, but it's some pretty trippy stuff because they're all different.
Okay, does he have a British accent?
I think he is British. He'll say good evening.
Yeah.
The fat guy.
That's probably, listen, that was my early dislike of accents. I don't know.
It started with the English. I love English accent. We got lucky enough when I was in junior high to get a girl from England. Man, was she pale. That girl was so pale we could see her veins when we first saw her. And she came with her little dress and loafers. And
somebody was on The View that's British. Who was that person? Now I can't. And it's the black guy that's in oh Jesus, he's in a movie.
Idris? Idris has that accent. Idris Elba.
No. This is a young guy. Somebody I don't even know who he is.
You say somebody I don't even know who he
is. He's in a movie about like NASCAR or something like that. I don't know his name or anything, but I think he was British. He was on The View. I think he was British. I'm trying to think. He's in the movie with the guy that just had somebody rob his house. Brad Pitt. He's in the movie with Brad Pitt. I think that guy is British. I think he was, for some reason, I'm thinking that when he was on The View, he had an accent, but I can't remember. But I think he is.
I know she got tired of us because we would always be like, say something.
Oh yeah. My when my brother passed away, my friend, I guess they got married. I don't know. The guy, he was here and he came here. Now she's Jamaican. But a lot of Jamaican people are from England. Their families are in England. And he came, and he's a white dude, and he said something, and we were all like, because he had the accent. So we kept trying to get him to talk more. He didn't want to talk.
I remember she told us we're the ones with the funny accent.
Exactly.
Like, why don't you speak to me? You have a funny accent. Oh, we just loved it. We just thought she was so intelligent. And when she would have problems with something in class, we'd be like, like, what, you having a problem? And she was like, I don't know everything. That's why I'm here and all this stuff. And we'd be like, but you're British. Like, we just...
We think that because they have that uppity
there's that accent that everything.
They know everything. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look in my old junior high yearbook and see if I can find her. But yeah, she had that accent. It was so pretty. But like I said, she was so pale. And we'd be like, why are you so pale? She said, we don't get a lot of sun. This out here is, being in California, she was like, because she would always be hot. Oh, it's so hot. She'd come in and her cheeks would turn so red, girl. They were always like, if it was 70 degrees or more, like we'd come from outside or something, PE, the teacher would always be like, are you okay? Are you okay? Because she would turn red like that.
When we were in Germany, I swear we only got 2 weeks of summer. I swear it was only 2 weeks of summer.
That's crazy.
And you know, being here in Florida, you always know when they come from Europe. They just as pale white as they want to be.
Her
Out
legs
there
were
burning
so
themselves
pale.
up in the sun.
And we would be like, ooh, the white girls would tell her, ooh, you need a suntan. Oh, you want to come over to my house and go swimming and get a suntan? She was like, just lay in the sun? Like, she was like, just lay there? She said, just in PE. I can't take PE. I feel like I'm going to just explode. And she was like, but to lay in the sun? And I was like, I told my mom said that girl would burn up to a crisp. I mean, her, like, you could just see she was just so white. And I was like, oh, goodness. But like her cheeks will become red so easily. And we were just walking the lap. And if it was 80 degrees, oh, Lord, she was turning red like that. We get out there, we do our jumping jacks, our cherry pickers, our little running place things. And her cheeks were just like, poof. Just
Nope. Europe definitely they don't get much sun.
No, because you know when
England dreary. England is dreary like Seattle, Washington. That's dreary.
Yeah. Yeah, she would always complain. It was so bright, so bright, so bright. Does it? And then she was like, "Does it ever rain?" And that's when it didn't rain a lot in California. She was like, "Does it ever rain? When is the last?" I remember that was one thing she would always ask us. When is the last time it rained? When is it going to rain? Remember when it rained? You know, and stuff. And we were like, no, we don't deal with that a lot here. Not too much. But now, shoot, we get hail. And, you know, climate change for real. I mean, I've seen it snow here where I live. When that's crazy, the snow. I'm like,
yeah, you know, hell is cooking right now, waiting for us to just drop in.
You said waiting for us to just drop in.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm like, it is some crazy weather that I would never, as a kid, you know, have thought to have ever seen.
When I went out and did that little bit of yard work, I was drenching sweat, and I always said I never sweat.
Yeah, that was me. Never did sweat.
Please.
But I know
I feel like my mom, because my mom would just sit in the house and be sweating. I'm like looking at her like,
you said you sit in the house and be
sweating.
Now I could tell you I can if I'm inside, you know, just turn on some fans and be all right. It would have to be really, really hot for me to turn on the air. But my kids and Paul can't take the heat like that. And the air conditioner gets to me sometimes. It bothers my sinuses and stuff. So I'll be sitting in the garage with my fan and rocking in my little chair, crocheting like a little old lady. I got my little fan. One hit me from one side, one hit me from the other. And the neighbors be like, it's 90 degrees out here. I'm like, I'm good. Because the air conditioning, after a while, I don't know if it just dries my sinuses and gives me a headache. My father was like that. And we'd be out in the summer in the garage with my dad. You know, he building stuff, and he was a teacher. So he'd be off in the summer sometime. And the air conditioner would bother him. Now I know how he felt. I know that I'll be right out in that garage, just in my little rocking chair. I put on my Bug Be Gone spray, or Angela gave me some peppermint shea butter. The flies won't come anywhere around me.
Well, I'm glad you said shea butter. I keep saying I got to make my shea butter, and I keep forgetting. I look over, the container is empty. I got to make some. Still forget.
Yep, I put on my little peppermint shea. I don't have to worry about any flies, any of that, and I'll be just rocking in my little chair. Have a breeze coming through the garage. I open the back door of the garage and it pulls a nice breeze through. I'm good. I got my little thermal flask full of ice water. My little tablet.
See, y'all don't have critters like us. I don't play. I don't want to open up.
No, we don't have. Didn't you say you have iguanas or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah, the most thing we have is crickets. If you got bad neighbors, roaches, a stray cat.
Shoot, I don't think roaches can survive. Now I think iguanas don't eat meat. They are vegans. They eat anything green.
Mm-hmm.
Now, supposedly they don't like peppers, but that's a lie because they ate up all of my daddy's habanero peppers.
Habanero peppers?
Yes. And them suckers were hot because he gave me some. And I was like, ooh, I can only use
Wow.
a smidge of them.
Look, you sure didn't nobody break in down there and just pick them?
No, because they're little bushes. The
Oh,
iguanas ate them. His collard greens, everything he had growing, they ate it up. And so he
gotta put
stopped.
some of them netted, those little wire fences around it.
Yeah, you have to put something like they said,
Around
like on the trees, you can put some kind of wrap on there where they can't attach to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Paws them things have on them. Ooh, I walked out to go to the mailbox one day, and one was on my driveway. Ooh, I was scared, and I saw a rock. I picked the rock up and threw it, and the things, it ran like it wasn't even on the ground.
Got little baby dinosaurs around there.
Yes, that's exactly what they are.
Little baby dinosaurs.
And I was going to pick up my mom, and there's a Brand Smart store, and it has a little, and I'm guessing it's got to be a man-made lake. I don't think anybody goes out there and fish, but anyway, whole friggin' family of them, and they weren't even the green ones; they were brown, ugly. Ugh.
You said,
like, oh my God! If I got out of the car and saw one of them things, I'd get back in the car and leave.
Girl, I tell you what, they better watch out. Somebody makes some iguana stew.
Oh, I'm sure.
If somebody gonna know how to eat it, somebody gonna have some iguana, and then next thing you know, you're gonna be like, we don't ever see them around here anymore.
That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping not to see them because they're invasive.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to see them. I'm not afraid of lizards and stuff like that because as a kid, my brothers tried to scare me with everything, so I had to pretend I wasn't scared in order not to get chased with it. And
Gloria's scared. They'd be chasing me all day long.
Yeah, I had to play it. I'm be like, I'm not scared, and they put it all up in my face. Girl, they even had a wiggling lizard tail one time. It was wiggling around. They come and get it. You know, I'm playing with my Barbie dolls in the backyard, and they come and try to scare me. I'm like, I'm not scared. I'd be scared as hell. I'd just be scared as hell. And then, you know, after a while, I was like, let me, you know, show them I'm not scared. And I had to catch a lizard before. I showed my daughter how to catch a lizard. She was so shocked. We were living in this apartment before, and they would always be sunning out on. I said, "You want me to show you how to catch them?" She was like, "Why did you catch?" I said, "Yeah, I had brothers. I had to learn how to be not afraid, so I didn't get chased with stuff." You know.
Wow.
Snakes don't bother me either.
All that bothers me.
They took us on a field trip to this woman's house. This lady had a gigantic backyard. She had a license to have, it was either an alligator or a crocodile. I don't know how to tell. She had big old snakes. She had an area where she had little spider monkeys. And yeah, so I wonder whatever happened to her.
The alligator ate her.
You know what? She had all these reptiles and stuff. And she was like, snakes, you know, these are harmless snakes. And this and that. And she would put the snake on us and let it be around you. And the girl, I know my friend was like, it feels soft, it feels like velvet or whatever. And so she put it around me, and I was like, I was waiting for it to squeeze me or something, but it felt good. So then I learned that, you know, it wraps around your arm and all that. And so it was good. I was young, you know, so I'm not afraid of all that. Now, I do not like no damn roaches. They could chase me from here to Texas.
Roaches don't bother me.
Before I turn around and stomp on them. It's going to take a lot, but after a while, I'm going to turn around and stomp on them.
As long as I got my raid, anything that come up in here, it's going to get sprayed with some raid.
I mean, because these roaches get big now. I mean, they came from, I didn't used to see the roaches that were big in Texas with wings.
Yep.
I never saw them in Cali. Now they're in Cali. So they must have traveled in somebody
moved from Florida or Texas, and they brought them.
Yes, they did. Because now when I was teaching, I'd see them in the classroom with the big old wings just spread out on the wall. I asked the kid, who wants to earn $1? Because see, I'm not down with the flying roaches.
And they are some. I haven't seen a flying one in a long time, but you can best believe it. Because you fly this way, you're going to die. You are going to die.
looking like baby birds and stuff. I wasn't afraid of the frogs because we'd be on the porch at night in Texarkana, and you'd hear them ribbit, ribbit, and sometimes they would hop on the porch, girl. Little frogs. I'd be just cracking up because my cousin did not like them. She'd run in the house, get it, Melanie, get it. Pick it up, take it off if I could catch it, if it wouldn't hop away. But yeah, I'm fine with the crickets, but
I don't mess with none of those critters. None of them.
Because I know my dad was like, you got to get unafraid of them because you're going to live on your own one day, and you're going to either be there by yourself and have to kill it, or you're going to be with your kids and you can't show fear because they're going to call you to come get it. You know?
Me and I both in here.
Yes, both of them.
You get it. No, you get it.
Yeah, my dad was like, how you gonna protect your kids feel protected if they can't call you come in there and see it and you start hollering too. He was like, you got it. Then,
she's afraid of spiders. Spiders don't bother me. I smack them.
Yeah, I'll get them too now.
Because
the thing about it is, like my dad just said, you gotta get it because you don't want to turn the light off and not knowing that it's in the room somewhere. And you go to sleep and it's gonna crawl on you. I was like, oh Lord, that's true. So
when I was in my apartment, I was watching television, and out the corner of my eye, I saw a lizard. I rearranged my entire bedroom to kill that thing. It had to go because I was not going to sleep with that thing in the house.
Yeah. Yeah. And you can't even say, oh, I'll just close my door. It's out in there somewhere and not my room, because they come under. Yeah, they can come under. They can come under. So you just got to go on and just buckle down and get the shoe, the spray, or whatever you got to get and deal with it.
Nope, you are not going to get me. You ain't going to crawl over me at night.
I tried to go old school and use the pom-pom maker one night. I said, I'm going to paint me a pom. Girl.
It looks cute.
Look at how raggedy. And like this one's bigger than this one. And it's got little sprigs. All you see it off the side need to be cut. It's all. And I'm like, see, but I'm a keeper. I'm going to try to shape this one up.
Snip. And then
I'm going to have to snip it a little more. Hopefully I don't over snip.
Yeah.
You know how that goes. That's why I'm like, see, that's why I do it this way now. You know?
Oh, yeah.
That's why I make the loofah sponge ones now, because I'm gonna have to scrape her lips off. I don't know what happened. She don't see how they're just straight.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think she's the doll that I had issue with, because I think one eye is higher than another too. I think I had an issue with her. She might be she mess around me. I make her into a monster doll. I ain't playing. Shoot. All this work for this body. Oh no, you gonna be somebody.
You gonna be somebody.
You gonna be
somebody.
You gonna be somebody for sure. Yeah, her little lips are too straight. I think my husband, he'll get a razor blade and scrape the lips off, and then I'll put some on. They look too straight across. I don't know what I did. It's probably late at night. When it be late at night, I shouldn't be working on dolls, but because sometimes I wake up and I'd be like, what did I do?
I was so tired. Thursday. Oh my goodness, I was so tired. I finally got off the computer, and I went and laid down and went to sleep. Even when I woke up, I was still walking like I was drunk. I was so tired. But I said, I got to get up. I got to move. I got to do something.
Yeah, you said I got to get up.
I said, I cannot be staying up late like that, like I don't have a job to go to in the morning.
I hate when I used to do that. I knew damn well I had to get up at 5 o'clock. I'd be up. It'd be 1 a.m. I'm like, what the hell am I doing? Just being defiant.
It's so hard to just put it down and go to sleep.
My husband would be like, you being rebellious. You know damn well you got to get up in the morning. I'll be like, I know, but I'm not sleepy. I just want to finish this and finish that. And, you know.
I looked at that clock. I said, it is after midnight. Let me go to sleep.
I'll be up there being rebellious, trying to stay up, knowing damn well I'm going to be tired. That'll be a movie day. That's when I'll be like, we're watching a movie.
I called my friend's husband because he's a financial person. I said, it's for sure I'm retiring next year, but I got monies everywhere. I need to consolidate this stuff because I need to know. I need
what
to get
is where.
Yeah, I need to get my roof done. I got a lot of stuff I need to get done. I want to make sure.
Careful how you pull it out. If you pull it out in lump sums, be very, very careful.
Oh, I know, but I have one, what do you call it? Retirement fund. That's what I want to use for the roof, but I know I'm going to get charged all them taxes.
Not only that, they'll put it as like part of income sometimes. Mm-hmm. And when I retired, the year I retired.
But see, since I'm retiring 4 months before the end of the year, it might not hurt me so much.
Depending on how much you pull out, because I remember when
if I pull out how much I would have made those 4 months, then it won't hurt me because I'll still be in my same tax bracket.
See, I retired in 2023, but last year of 2024, I pulled out a lot of those monies. Mm-hmm. It added to my retirement income, and I made over $100,000 something dollars. Mm-hmm. Make sure they taking out the correct damn taxes, because even though I told them to, mm-hmm. they should have taken out even more. Mm-hmm. So then I ended up, for the first time in umpteen years, owing money. And I couldn't believe it. I'm like, and my tax man, I love him to death. Matter of fact, I said I was going to try. I didn't tell him, but I'm going to try to crochet him the Beatles. I got a pattern to make the little Beatles. He loves the Beatles. And he was feeling so bad. He was like, Melanie, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm trying everything. You made more money, because of your retirement things, pulling them out. Even if you pull it out to do home improvements, to do whatever, and they tax me on it, mm-hmm. still made $100,000 something dollars. And he's like, I wish somebody would have told you, you got to do it little by little by little, so that, because they're going to count it as income and stuff. And mm-hmm. I wish I'd have known. That's one thing I didn't know. So look, I'll be warning everybody, if you're going to be pulling out them tax shelters, they're going to get you, but it's still going to be added as income, and you might end up making more money than when you were working. Because yep. Like a friend of mine, in one of her tax shelters, she got over $100,000 and something dollars. So if she were to pull that out to fix a roof or pay off, because she said she was going to pull it out and pay off her house and stuff. But I was like, girl, I don't know if you should do it just like little by little and just double pay on your mortgage until I said, but just figure it out. Don't pull it out. Because she was like, man, I was going to just pull it all out.
No.
Pay my house off.
Tell her to think about that 20%, because you're going to pay that 20%. Mm-hmm. Uncle Sam going to get his.
Unless that, yeah, because they're going to tax you on it. But there's
unless you have a Roth IRA, because then the taxes are already paid.
Yes.
But if it's a traditional IRA, they're going to get their money.
Yeah. Yeah. And she was like, girl, I'm going to have to look at, I said, yeah,
the bulk of mine is a traditional IRA.
Yeah. I said, get some financial advice. Make sure it doesn't get added to your income, because they're going to come and get you. Now, I don't owe a whole lot, but it's enough that I don't want to pay it.
Yeah.
So no, I'm mad.
It's like you work all your life, you put this money aside, and you still mm-hmm. got to give Uncle Sam some of your money. Mm-hmm. It's a racket. It's a doggone racket. That's why they just started with the Roth IRAs. That way you pay the taxes up front, so that whatever monies you put in, it's all yours.
Mm-hmm. There's so many, yeah. And I be telling these young teachers that were coming in and stuff, I was telling them, start putting, CalSTRS gives you, takes out for your retirement. Mm-hmm. And then you have a supplemental behind that if you do like summer school and all this, that they put money into also. But start another one. I don't care if you're putting $100 in a month. Start something, because, if you plan on going the 30 years or whatever, If you're single right now, you can afford it. You know, you don't have no kids to feed. You do it while you don't have anyone else to support but yourself.
Yep.
When you're living at home, put as much as you can, you know, because you won't miss it. You know, after a while you get used to, you know, oh, I see this $100 is going over here to my supplemental retirement and this and that. I said, you'll be happy, you know, because when you retire, you might have a bill you need to pay off with that. Or you may say, I'm going to go just buy a car outright and have no car note, but I have this nice new car. So I, you know, don't have a junky car that's about to fall apart on me. And I said, just do it. I know y'all hate it because y'all want to go vacation with your extra money or party, but you have to plan. And I remember one teacher told me, I might not even live to retirement. And then what's going to happen with that money?
If you do live.
I said, then maybe they'll bury you with it, fool. I said, maybe they'll use it because it sounds like to me you might not even have any life insurance. So maybe they'll use that money to bury your ass. Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or cremate you or something. But I said, don't be that way. Don't be like,
I was talking to one of my friends and I was like, I said, you didn't do the 401. I said, every job I've ever had since I got out of the Army, if they said, if you put in 10, we'll give you 5, I did that.
Thank you. I'll take that. I'll take that.
Yeah. I said, that's free money.
I said, my dad really, the money that my dad had saved for retirement, he really outlived it. Because the money my dad lived to be 85 and he retired at 55.
Yeah.
Most teachers don't live to that long. And a lot of his friends did not. They retired at 60, 65. They died at 70, 75. And so my dad was still trucking. So I'm telling you, that money that I saw on, you know, I was like, yeah, shoot, he outlived his stuff. You know, he outlived his. He was still, you know, but he was still, because that's how it goes. You know, you still get to pull from it. So I said, you don't know how long you're going to live. You have no idea.
Nope.
You know, so you better
that's why it's called plan for the future.
You know, you don't know how long you're going to live, what you're going to need. Just do it. Because at least, you know, if it's a good thing, if you don't need it, then good. Just keep it there.
And my friend was like, you know, I don't understand it. I said, you don't have to understand it. All you need to know is put the money aside. Period.
Save for that rainy day. Save for that. Because some of them will let you withdraw, which I did a couple times from mine one time before to get some big stuff fixed from a house when I had a house at that time by myself. And, you know, some of them would say, oh, you can withdraw a certain amount or this or that. And I did, like, I think twice. But at least it was there for me to do that. I didn't have to go to the bank and borrow it. And I didn't have to pay it back because it was mine. So, and I tell them about income protection. They're like, what's that? I said, you didn't sign up for income protection? A friend of mine that was a younger teacher, God rest his soul, he did not. And we were talking about that with another new teacher. And I was like, you didn't sign up for income? He was like, no. He said, well, I figured that would be like, I'm not going to get pregnant. So I thought it was good for my wife to sign up for it so she could have maternity leave money. You know, they would pay you whatever you missed out. If you stayed out a little longer than you should, then they supplemented, you know. And so he ended up getting sick with cancer. And I remember I said, he was talking about how it was cutting into his income. And so what happens is when you use up all your sick leave, then whatever your rate of pay was, let's say he was making $400 a day, the sub makes $150. They would take that $150 from his $400 and he would only get what was left. So it was cutting, you know. And I said, you didn't do income protection or anything? He was like, no. I was like, I tell y'all young people, I know you guys look at it and go, I don't want to pay $80 out of each check just for that. It's worth it. When I was on pregnancy leave, I still got my check. You know, they make you use your sick leave and then you go into your income protection mode. And all you need to do is get your letter from your doctor saying, okay, yeah, this person was off for this amount of time, this, that, and the other, and you'll be good. But it's worth it. But they don't want to, they say, too many deductions from my check.
I know that people, that's all they look at, the deduction. I said, I told my daughter, I said, I said, if it's only $10, I said, if you put $10 aside from all of your checks, she gets 4 checks a month. That's $40. 40 times 12, 40 times 24, 40 times 4. I said, it just adds up. If you don't touch it, you will be shocked about how much money you have every year that you haven't touched.
Mm-hmm.
I said, but
you
have to learn how to give a little to get a little.
And that's some teachers would save money out of their check for summer in case they didn't get a job for the summer.
Mm-hmm.
And if they did get a job for the summer, then they would just use that check and put it in savings or something.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't always know, because each year it was a different summer school principal.
Mm.
They took turns. The principal and the vice principal, they took turns. So if it was one that didn't like you, you weren't going to work that summer. That's just how it was. If it was a vice principal that didn't like you, you weren't going to work that summer. So, they would do that and save, or else they would use that money that they saved to go on vacation somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
But they would have it just in case. So, and it as a teacher, some of us, at first we only got paid 10 months out of the year, because for the summer they didn't divide it. And then now they got to the end where we were getting a check for 11 months. Now they're doing it. Some districts, you're getting a 12-month check.
Mm.
So some teachers are, but that just means your checks are smaller, because they just divide that salary between 12 months. And
right.
So, your check gets tiny and tiny. But some people are like, they prefer that way for the summer. They're getting a check and they don't have to worry,
Yeah.
But I told them, I said, as teachers, you got to be wise. You got to be wise about it. And summer and life insurance, they offer a little life insurance.
Mm-hmm.
So that, it wasn't much out of your check. I think it was like $50,000 life insurance, just so that you could be buried, and stuff like that. And I'm like, you got to have stuff like that. I know they're like, but then when you look at your check and it's like something for this, Social Security, workers' comp, this and that. And then you get to stuff from your job, your retirement, your 401k, your income protection, your this and that. I'm like, you know what? You're going to be glad when something hits you that you're not. I mean, because in my district, people catch cancer left and right. Because the buildings are old and we have asbestos. Well, I'm going to have to say we no more. They got asbestos in the tiling, and they say we won't remove it unless the tiles crack. And then when they crack, they put some kind of glaze over it that looks like wax to me. Teachers coming down with cancer left and right. People who never had cancer in their family, like my friend who passed away in his 30s, never had cancer in his family, colon cancer, all kind of stuff. A friend of mine, she was 31 and she got breast cancer in each breast. Never a sign in her family. And they were like, how did this happen? Like, nobody ever has had cancer. Like, what are you? They were like, what are you doing? And she's working in that old ass school. And that's what we're doing. They removed the asbestos and stuff from the ceilings, but they didn't take the tiling out, because unless it was cracked, it's safe. The tiles are intact. It's safe. Yeah. One of my friends, when he found that out, he did the drama class, because that building was making me sick. That's when I had my little lawsuit with mold. And so OSHA came in and tested for everything in the building. And they said, oh, and he goes, Melanie, look at this. There's asbestos in the tiles in the dressing room of the drama class. And some of the other tiling in there. He was upset. His mother had a case that she won, but she was still physically ill from the asbestos in her room as a teacher. And he said, I'm triggered. I can't do it. I'm not, and so during our meeting, he was like, there's asbestos in my classroom. How is it going to be removed? And they were like, unless the tiles are broken, it will not be. He said, my mother is going to die early because of this. She's got an oxygen tank. I can't deal with this. So he was like, what should I do? I said, stop teaching drama. Stop teaching. Go to a classroom or to one of the new relocatables. I said, you could teach English. You have a degree for drama and English. Go teach English and tell them to have them put you, because they got some empty knew, and that's what he did. He quit. He said, I love drama. It's my heart. I love it. He said, but I love living.
Yeah.
I love living. And that's exactly what he did. He told them that he didn't want to teach drama the next year and he would go back to the English department, all because of those tiles. I didn't blame him. He said,
No.
oh, he said, I'm triggered. I see my mother and she's got that oxygen tank. She's got the settlement, but she has to use the settlement to pay for her care. You know?
That's why when I see all, we got more, and I'm sure y'all, do y'all have Morgan and Morgan? Because they seem to be everywhere.
That sounds familiar. A law
Yeah.
firm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're everywhere. Their headquarters is in, I think, in Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so sick of looking at their commercials. Everything and anything that could happen, they are on top of it, honey.
They're
On
like, we
top of
got you.
it. Mm-hmm. And the people that they do the commercials for them, oh, Morgan and Morgan, they took care of me. I have no problems.
Mm-hmm.
And I keep saying to everybody, I said, but what you don't see is that person is in a wheelchair. Now they have people that actually come out on the commercial in the wheelchairs. I said, you all, unless these people have a settlement that says that the whomever will take care of them for the rest of their lives, whatever monies that they got, that's the money that's going to take care of them.
Mm-hmm. It's not all sunshine, because if you win in millions and billions, that means you're really messed up.
Exactly. When those lawyers say, "Oh, we got $1 million for this client and $1 billion for this," I said, because a person is not walking like they used to.
Say,
they can't
they sitting
go
down
to the bathroom on their own. Mm-hmm. Nothing. They are incapacitated. So you got them a good number, but it ain't gonna make them walk again.
No, it's not. No, you're not living in the sunshine in the Bahamas. You got some kind of ailment going on. That's
somebody has to be with you at all times. You are not free anymore. Your body is not the body you had before whatever happened to you.
That reminds me of when I was teaching. This young man was not supposed to be playing. And this is how evil my school district was. He wasn't supposed to be playing. He got hit the wrong way, football. Oh gosh, he broke his neck, spinal injuries, all this stuff. When I saw him next, that poor baby, he just, all the surgery, his face was shifted because of the muscles, and he had the stitches and all that. So they tried to say that the school, they tried to sue the school district because he wasn't supposed to be out there because of his grades, right? So then the school district said, no, you can't sue us. You need to sue the Rydell, I think it was called Rydell.
The ones that make the helmets?
Yes. It was faulty. It was faulty. You got to sue them. That school district knew that they were going to keep them tied up in litigation so long that by the time the school district, they figured out, we really need to be suing your butt because he shouldn't have been out there. But the statute of limitations would be over.
Mm-hmm.
The company, the helmet company tried to tell them, but they wouldn't listen because they were like, no. They, they were thinking they got deeper pockets because their son basically can't move. He has a trach. He can't walk. They have to feed him. He's paralyzed basically from the neck down. Poor baby. Football. And they were like, it had nothing to do with our helmet. Our helmet was fine. The school district, if it wasn't good enough, the school district had choices in helmets that they could have bought from us. All of them are regulated or whatever, under the they chose to buy what they chose to buy. But it was not us. Well, by the time they turned around and tried to do them, it was too late. That company, God bless their soul, good things are going to happen. They said, you know what? We feel bad about this still because they did y'all wrong. Even though we tried to tell you, we can understand how you were being guided with their district lawyers too, and we're going to pay for his care. So for the rest of his life, that Rydell Sporting Goods, they're paying for all of his care because he can't do anything. That
They
poor
can
kid.
afford it. They can afford
Oh
it.
no, they can afford it, but
Mhm.
they said they felt bad because they should not, the parents, the family should not be left in the lurch
Yeah.
because of the deception of the school district, you
Hmm.
know. And the school district was like, no, no, it wasn't our fault. We, yes, he shouldn't have been out there, but we have this thing called probation where, you know, there's so many times where you could get an F on your report card, and then like after the second or third time or whatever, then you can't play or something crazy. But no, he shouldn't have been out there because he didn't
Hmm.
have a 2.0. It was y'all fault. You wanted to win the game. You had the players out there that you wanted out there, and
Hmm.
it is your fault. He shouldn't have never been on the field, you know. But yeah, I really admire that company for doing that. And yeah, they could afford to do it, but they didn't have to do it
Nope.
because they lost money, paying their lawyers going through years of
Hmm.
litigation. But they were like, there's no way we could leave you with your son this way. It was a little Mexican Hispanic family, and they didn't have education. They had regular jobs, and
Hmm.
he had to have oxygen, feeding tubes, all kinds of stuff. He's in a wheelchair, and they were like, "We'll make sure he's taken care of because nobody should be done that way."
And this, and their lives are so short when they're like that.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yep.
I get it. We had a young man here that ended up paralyzed from football, going through it. Just the thought of your mind. You can't get up and walk and run and do all this stuff.
Yeah.
And I forgot who. There was an athlete that was paralyzed that came to visit with him to try
Mhm.
to get him motivated.
Yeah.
I can't remember who that athlete was, but I can't even imagine. I cannot. I took care of a lady. She was a quadriplegic.
Mm.
She was my at that time I was in my 30s and she was the same age as me.
Oh.
She had a young child. She was in a car accident, and that's how she ended up as a quad. And my mind I just couldn't wrap my mind around
Yeah.
being having a young child and you can't even take care of your child. You can't even take care of yourself. Nothing. She couldn't do anything for herself except look at you.
Mm.
We got to go in there, roll her over, do all of her care for her. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
I always say I would just be looking for Dr. Kevorkian.
I don't know. I,
I don't know. I don't know if I look, and every time I had to go into her room, it was just like so overwhelming for me to see this woman
yeah.
just laying there and all she's doing is looking at you. She can't lift her arms or legs, nothing. Nothing.
Mm.
You're just a shell. You're just a
Now I see people now. Could she move her head like back and
you can
forth?
move her head, but so what? You can move your head, but you can't move your
Because I had
body.
seen a woman that was a quadriplegic that was an artist. They put that paintbrush in her mouth. She said she started with paint by numbers because she said I had to do something.
Mm-hmm.
She said I can't just sit here all day and watch TV. So she said my mom said, well, we tried to figure out things to do. She said I wasn't trying to put no crayon in my damn mouth. I fell out. She said I didn't want no crayon in my damn mouth. And it was too hard to use colored pencils and the markers just weren't working out. So she said, my mother said, what about painting? What about? She said, we started out with watercolors and my mom would put it in my mouth and it was a big, like color by numbers, not the small ones, but the big ones.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, I started out doing the strokes and doing it little by little. And my mom had set up a little thing that was right up here and I could dip and do. And she said, then I moved to oils. Girl,
Mm-hmm.
she was good. She got good. And they were like, how did you get so good? She said, I have nothing but time. She
Mm-hmm.
said, I'm like, I have nothing but time.
That's the thing.
And I've been doing this for 3 years. Every day. I do this for 3 years every day. I have to do something, And so I get up They take care of me, and I get to my paints.
Mm.
And that's what I do, And she said, I experiment with different things, and that's what I do. And I was like, she found a purpose, because she said, she told her mom, if I don't find a purpose, I'm going to die. She said, I have to have a purpose. She said, me and my mom just tried so many things, because she said, when all you can do is this,
Yeah.
she's, what can you really do?
Mm-hmm.
What can you do? But I was like, wow, she said I had to have a purpose.
Well, fortunate for her, she had her mom. Somebody
Yeah,
that's
she
going to
did.
be there till the very end.
Mm-hmm.
Because a mom is going to fight for you.
Yes, she is. She said my mother was trying to rack her brain, trying to, oh gosh, you know, what can,
Mm-hmm.
she said, I wanted something I could do on my own, and people didn't have to be there or be bothered.
Mm-hmm.
She said, because I'm a burden enough. And her mother was like, don't say that, don't say that. I'd rather have you here than not.
Right.
She said, because you still have a strong mind, you still have a
Mm-hmm.
mind, you know. And she was like, yeah, but. And then what did she say? Her mom had even thought about doing voice. You know how people do books, audiobooks?
Mm-hmm.
And her mom said, that's our next thing we're looking into, getting her, because she could read, the audiobook thing, so they could record her and,
Mm-hmm.
doing the audiobook type thing. She said, somebody, we got to figure out. She said, it's a technological age, so we could figure out, maybe she has so many minutes to read each page, and then it'll, on the Kindle or whatever, some kind of computer, then it'll change. That way she doesn't have to have anybody to hit a button or
Right.
anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's like, yeah, my mom thought about, hey, why don't you be a voice of audiobooks and stuff? She went and got some kind of voice modulation, because she said she thought her voice was annoying.
Her mom loves that voice.
Yes, and her mom said, I didn't see anything wrong with it. She said, no, I listened it back, reading things, and I'll have my mom say, now let me hear it. She said, oh, I was annoying. She said, I was annoyed. And so, yep.
We are our own worst critics.
Yep, she said, I annoyed myself. And I said, I got to get some voice instruction and learn how to read in a nice, soothing voice that people want to hear. All right, honey. 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 Yeah, she know I can't get up and get at her real quick, because I got all this stuff right here on my yard in front of me. Smart dog. But, I mean, dog. Yeah, smart dog. But, yep, she found purpose. She was like, there's something. She says there's something for everybody, you know. Um, She said, with technology these days, and you can give voice control to everything,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
There's not much. We're not as limited as we used to be.
No, I mean, there's people who are blind that have jobs.
Yeah.
There's something for everybody. You just got to kind of rack your brain and find out what you can do, what's for you.
You gotta find. You gotta find. Be smart enough to look for it, because nobody's going to tell you.
No, I saw this woman who didn't have arms, and she was getting up on the thing, cooking with her feet. Girl, I was like, diapering her baby, taking care of her children,
Mm-mm.
cleaning. She said, well, I still have my feet,
Mm-mm.
and she had little steps, would sit up, get on the counter, and get to scrambling some eggs and stuff. This woman using her toes, she was getting it. She was getting it. She said, I still have my legs. So, she said, my mother wouldn't let me feel sorry for myself, and she wouldn't let me just have everybody. She said, people aren't going to be here to do stuff for you the rest of your life. She said, her mom told her, I'm going to die. And then your brothers and sisters have their life. They're not going to be here doing everything for you. And she said,
Mm-hmm.
that's the truth. So,
It is.
mm-mm.
Of course, I would not have a single one just laying around.
Something you need.
You usually have a stitch marker laying
Oh,
around.
Girl, I get to clipping little pieces of yarn. That's why I got all these little short pieces of yarn everywhere, because I get there and there's no stitch marker. And then I look at my little sack with my stuff, and I got all these little 2-inch pieces of yarn because I didn't have a stitch marker in here, and I had to clip some yarn and use it as a stitch marker. Yeah, sometime I get on the floor, probably like, what is this little piece of yarn up here? Just, and I was like, yeah, it's my stitch marker.
I don't know why I picked this color. Oof, jeez.
You say, oof, jeez.
Because it's black, and it's hard to see black.
Oh, girl.
It's so weird. It's like, when did the vision change where you can't even see black now?
Now, mine did get better with LASIK. I ain't gonna lie. It did get a lot better. But where I could do it with just a regular, some good lighting in the room. But that's why I'm not working on her right now, because this is black.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't want to put my headlight on in here. This lighting is a bit low. It's low in here. It's too low for me. Well, I could. No, look, it does look good. I can do it in here. Yep. LASIK has been very, very good to me. I finally threw away. I kept about 2 pair of my little reading glasses, but because I was like, I have reading glasses everywhere, even in my crochet bag. I got my reading glasses. But now, I went on and said, okay, I can get rid of them now. I trust my vision. I trust the vision.
I'm gonna let you keep trusting it too.
Well, I mean, what you gonna do one day if you got to get cataract surgery? Not get it?
Oh, I told you, only emergencies. Only.
You said only emergencies.
Yeah.
Because they gonna do the same thing they do for LASIK is basically, cataract surgery.
My mom went through cataract surgery.
Was it a while ago or?
It's been some years.
Because now it's so different. Like I told you, when they did my eye, I was laying down 5 minutes for this one. And the doctor was just sitting there. He wasn't doing anything. It's the machine. And the little thing just holds your eye open. Everything is numb. They gave you some kind of sedative before you go in. And then they put the little eye drops in. By then, I'm used to the eye drops because they make you put moisturizing eye drops in your eye for a week or 2 before you come. So I got used to it. Before, you couldn't drop nothing in my damn eye. It would come, and I was laying on the bed in the beginning, girl, doing all like this, thinking I was holding my eye open big enough. And Paul was like, Melanie, try again. And I do it. And then he would drop it, and I would close my eye. Even though I'm holding it up like, I'll go. I blink. He said, see, that little eye skin you got just went right on down. It's just so long. But now, shoot, I can drop stuff in my eye. And so they drop the numbing drops in your eye. And you truly, because I said, I was scared. I said, I think I'm going to feel it. And he said, ma'am, I'm telling you, you're a smaller person and this and that. You're not going to feel it. I said, I think I'm going to feel it. He said, how about I put 1 more drop in each eye? I said, okay. He said, it's not going to hurt, but I think you don't believe me. I said, I don't believe you. I'm going to feel it. He put the eye drop in, and then he went on and did it. And he kept saying, can you feel it? Because he thought I was funny. I was like, I can't feel it. I just feel pressure, a little bit of pressure. He said, okay, we're done. I was like, looking around. He said, can you read that over there, that sign over there? I was reading it. Can you read this paperwork right here? I said, that quick? He said, that's how it is. And 1 eye's for reading, 1 eye's for distance. And I thought I was going to be blurry for a couple of days because he said it happens when you have 1 for this, 1 for that. Took 24 hours. I was happy. He said it could do 3 days. He said some people even, they get nauseous. They just can't, And then you come back and we'll just correct 1 eye and say both will be for reading or both will, because my husband's is for distance. Because back in the day when he got his 10, 15 years ago, his was for distance. He wanted distance because you had to make a choice.
Oh.
Yeah, back then. Now you can get both. So my husband was like, don't do it. Your eyes are going to be messed up. One for one thing, one for another. He said, sir, you do realize each eye is different than the other anyway. When you get your prescriptions, they're not like my prescription. One eye was stronger than the other.
Mm-hmm.
He said she was all right with that, and I was like, yeah, he's right. He's right. So
Mine always got problems.
you
I ain't
said,
with it.
my friend told me, she goes, girl, I'm gonna be praying because what if while he's doing the surgery with the machine, what if we have an earthquake?
Oh my goodness.
I was like,
Don't go to the end of the earth with it now.
girl, I wanted to cuss her out so bad because that had not occurred to me. That had not occurred to me. And I was like, girl, I
That's
went and
pretty
looked.
doggone scary.
I said, what? And I had to ask the doctor about it. And
I don't blame you because it does happen.
he said, I'm telling you, you got this machine is secure. You're strapped down. The thing you're in is secure. If it rocks and rolls, you're going to move in such a way that it's not going to affect the preciseness of the machine. He said, please believe me, we know we're in California. He said, and it's never happened. It has never. I said, well, I could be the first. He said, and you could not. But I'm just glad it worked well with my daughter. Like I said, if her glasses ever fell off her face and she was driving, she can see only blobs. And, that's why we were like, no, we got to get her. And when it worked for her, I said, well, hell, she was blind. My vision was, she couldn't see distance or up close. So I was like, if they could give her 20, what was it, 2025 or whatever, higher than 2020 vision, no, 2015, which means you could see things at 15, whatever, then I want it. I just want to be 2020. And I got the vision she had, 2015. He said, and every time I come in, I don't mind being old, but he'll say, at your age, how old are you again? At your age to have this vision, he said, because we do this, surgery on a lot of people who are older and they get 20/20. They never get better than that. And or a little above, or they just need reading glasses at a 1.0, readers that you could get from Dollar Tree. And he said, for you to be this good, he said, it's a blessing. He said, I'm letting you know that you're blessed. And I was like, thank you. I feel blessed. Yep.
Yeah.
I got to go back once a year, every year, so they could check it. And if it needs to be tweaked, if anything changes, then it's a free change. They come and see what they got to do if I have any issues. But I'm happy. He said, we cleaned everything up in there. I said, what do you mean clean everything up? He said, well, as you get older, he said, just like how people have heart surgery and you got to go in and clean out the arteries and all that stuff. He said, same thing with your eye. I said, never knew it. Never knew it. I said, now is it going to come back? That's what I want. I said, is this like plastic surgery where you get it tucked and then you got to come back in 10 years? He said, no, it's not like that. He said, you might have a problem because of this or that cataract, He said, and then once we fix that, you'll have no problems, period. Because Paul's father is the same doctor handle him. He got his cataracts done and all that. So, yeah, he's good. And I was like, okay, I'm just checking. Because I was like you. I was like, don't touch my eyes. I don't want anybody touching my eyes. But as my vision kept getting worse, I was like,
honey, as long as they still got glasses, I'm good. I wanted to do the contacts, but I never had luck with the contacts.
My daughter did both. She had glasses, and like when she was at home, she'd wear her glasses. And if she was going out or something, she would wear her contacts. I thought that way until I saw what happened with my dad as he got older, and he was in the home, in the rest home, and they lost his glasses, and he was bedridden. And they were always, oh, we have an optometrist that'll come. Does his medical cover that and this and that? And he'll come and give him a eye test in the bed, and of course that never happened. And so my dad didn't have his glasses, so he couldn't read, which was his joy. And it just, I tried to get him readers and stuff, and it would work for a while, but it would give him headaches because he needed his prescription. But we could not take him to the eye doctor. And every time they would come, for some reason or another, they didn't see him. And I'm living out of state. So, and my brother would be like, I've never seen him come, and I'd be trying to, but, and I just didn't like that from my dad because he could see the TV, but it was blurry. And he said, that's all right. I can hear it. And I just did not like that. And I'm like, that's something I'm going to take. And I said, so when I'm 80, he said, your vision will be good. And he said, if not, you come in. He said, as long as you come in yearly for your yearly checkup, that reinforces your the guarantee that you have with us. But he does the San Diego Chargers. He does theirs. He does a lot of sports teams. Because he said a lot of the guys, they come in that's the first thing. I didn't know that. They ask them about their health and all that when they get signed to a pro team.
Oh yeah, they have to have a physical.
I know that, but then they'll ask them like eye problems, this and that. Do you wear glasses? Yeah. Do you want to wear glasses? And if not, he says, I take care of their eyes. He said, so I work with a lot of football teams as they get, new people on the team and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, because he used to be the chief of police for LA. He had him on the wall. He had all these famous people on the wall that, he had done their eyes. But he had all these football teams too of players whose eyes he'd worked on. And I was like, okay, well, because my husband kept trying to convince me too. He was like, it's going to be okay. I'm telling you, this guy is good. He's great. He's good. I was like, okay. And I'm, like I said, I'm blessed. It turned out good. I'm happy. I would suggest it. And I understand because a lot of my friends are like, I'm not letting nobody touch my eyes. I said, you might get to that point though, one day where you like, damn it. Damn it, I'm tired. And I had to get used to not doing this, having that, like, because even with my glasses, so now I have to have it far away now. And it has helped my neck because I'm used to, even though when you wear glasses, I'm kind of used to still kind of, sticking your neck out a little bit sometimes. And I didn't know I was doing it. And so I had to get my posture back and check with this because now I can hold it, far away down by my lap and I can still read it. No problems. But in the beginning, even with my prescription, I had to kind of, get it a little closer. Just a little closer. I know though, I know you ain't. But see, I don't always believe you, Gigi, because you say never, 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 never.
But it's never been an interest. I've never had an interest on doing this. It wasn't
an interest for me either until I said, dang.
I don't even think about it. I don't ever say with my glasses, oh my God, I need to get this done. Nope. Never even crossed my mind. One of the ladies I used to work with, she had the LASIK done. I think she had to go get a touch up.
Yeah.
But no.
You're like,
I know at some point I'm gonna have to have the cataracts done whenever that happens. But
and if you
cross
just
that bridge when it comes,
and if you happen to go there, say, hey, well, since y'all gonna be digging around in there, can I have some vision correction? What's that gonna be like? What's that like?
Yeah, if they can do all that at once, yeah, we can do that. But if I got to come back through that, nope.
No, they'll do that. It's all in one. It's all in one. Because they asked me, even if you don't have cataracts, they can give you the surgery where they do something with your lens and you will never get it. I didn't have it. She said, the surgery you're getting is $4,000. If you want that cataract where we could do it now and you will not get cataract, that will be 10. I said, no, thank you. Today I will take this 4,000. And she said, now we tested to see if you needed nighttime correction and you don't. Your eyes were good enough for the night that when we correct them now, it's going to give you a sharper vision at night, regardless. Now, my daughter, however, she has had to have the nighttime correction because her eyes were just, it's just bad all over.
Mm-hmm.
So she did have the little tweak with the nighttime where I think that was like $500 more. So she did have that. But mine, she said, no, the vision correction we're giving you is going to be good enough that it will sharpen the vision that you already have. I said, well, thank you very much, because driving at night was an issue with me. That's one thing that made me get it too. Driving at night was an issue for me big time, and glasses were not the best help. They just weren't, but yeah, driving at night, I feel much better driving at night now, but
That's when I knew I needed glasses, when I was in Germany driving at night, because everything didn't look like
yes.
round. They just like a glare. I'm like, what the heck is going on? That's when I started wearing glasses.
Yep, I don't like that, not being able to drive at night, because I mean, mm-mm.
I don't drive at night that much. I'm always hitching a ride.
uh, no, I said I do not like this. Things were looking extra dark at night and stuff, but now they don't. It doesn't have to be a lot of light for me to be able to see what's going on. And shoot, because I know one time my son was like, "Mom, there's a squirrel going across the street." Girl, I couldn't see that. I said, "Well, I'm not. I hope he's quick." That's what I said. I remember that, and I kept looking. She said, "Mom, right there, right," and I could not. And I said, "Okay." And there were times when people were crossing the street, and I'm like, "You better have some light clothing." I mean, because there'd be people crossing with dark hoodies or dark clothing, when they should be. And sometimes I wouldn't see them until I got very close, and that was messing with. I was like, mm-mm. I was like, y'all better start putting on some light clothing, because I have elder vision at night. I'll be getting mad too. I'm like, you walking at night. Put on something brighter. You trying to get killed, and you're not using a crosswalk.
Yep.
Not even thinking about using the crosswalk. Come on.
Don't even have reflectors on their clothing or anything.
When I walk at night, when I used to around here, even around here, I have like this little thing I would clip on my hat, front and back, and it, and I'm on the sidewalk. There's some people jogging at night in the bicycle lane. I don't know why. I do know why. Walking like I do now, the concrete is harder on my feet than the asphalt. I don't know. The asphalt is softer on my feet. I get on that concrete, it's just, I don't know what it is about it. So I know why they do it, but it's just not safe. It's not safe to be running in the street at night in the bicycle lane. Not doing it. When I ride my bike, I ride on the sidewalk. Unless I'm riding around my neighborhood. If I'm out and about, out of my neighborhood, I'm on the sidewalk, girl. I don't care. Because they're like, the sidewalk is not for cyclists. It will be today. My husband would laugh at me, because that's when he was really into cycling. He said, "You can't ride on the sidewalk." And then as, we got older and people were driving even more crazy, he was on the sidewalk too. I said, if I have to get off in certain areas and stuff, if I see someone walking or with their kids and stroller, I get off. I'll get off for that moment. And then I get back on.
It's scary. When I see bicyclists, I'm like, you guys, I think they got some nerves of steel, because in Florida, all these crazy drivers, everybody's in my neighborhood. I'm going home. There's a truck, like a van or something, coming to me. Next thing I know, this woman is going. We're in a residential neighborhood. She is speeding around the person. I'm like, really? Where do you have to go that
you're gonna? Yeah.
You could have hit it. I mean, there's little kids sometimes out there walking, playing, or whatever. Just went around. If you can't see, because the road curves, so if you're going around somebody, you don't even know what the curving is.
You don't know what's coming. Yeah,
What
you
an
don't know what's
idiot.
coming.
Was
People are just rude, ungrateful, and they don't even think your accident could cause a chain reaction accident
yep.
and kill
Mm-hmm.
some other people. It's not just you, it can cause a chain reaction and cause others to die.
Yep.
That's just, I see these kids on these bikes these days, though. Somebody needs to make a law. I guess it's going to have to be a very bad death. There has been a death out here already in my area of a kid on those electric bikes.
Oh.
There has been a death already, but these electric bikes, they're just like motorcycles.
Mm-hmm.
They go just as fast. And so these kids are around on their electric bikes without helmets, just, craziness. And I'm like, these are motorcycles, basically, just little motorcycles is what they are.
And it's so weird because there is a law that I think it's for children. Children
Yeah,
have
it
to wear
is.
their helmets.
Helmets.
But most of the people that I see on the electric bikes are adults here in
Yes.
Florida.
Well, here it's all kids, girl. It's all kids. You will see an adult every now and then, but basically, it's kids. And the electric scooters, girl. Whip it.
Auntie.
The electric scooters riding like they have no damn sense. And that's kids and adults. Just zipping, whipping through and no helmet on. And I remember I was in urgent care and I noticed it was really busy and I saw a lot of people with brakes and wheelchairs and crutches and bad scrapes and what they call them, road rash and stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
like, wow, it's really busy tonight. She said, yeah, as long as she said, have these scooters and bicycles and people want to put their kids on them like it's a regular bicycle and it's not. And when they fall, they they're going at a higher speed. She said, oh yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
can't tell you how many crazy breaks we've seen people coming in here now because their parents are just thinking, oh yeah, I'm just going to get my kid this electric bike and yeah, he can go to school now, he can do this, he can do
Mm-hmm.
that. And they're like, it is a little motorcycle. It's
Mm-hmm.
a moped, it's whatever you want to call it, but it's not safe. It's not what it was made for. Because I was watching this guy where he was talking about, yeah, basically it was made for people who couldn't afford cars but needed to get to work.
Right.
And they
Made
didn't
for
want to,
adults. It was made for adults.
you didn't want to do a lot of cycling because you didn't want to get too sweaty. And so you got this little electric bike that, it's cheaper than a moped, you won't need any payments on it and stuff like that. And he said people have turned it into something different now and they're putting their kids on it, and the kids are running throughout traffic around here on it. And
And the thing that scares me when you see the young boys have no fear at all.
no, they
No.
don't. They don't.
And I was bringing my mom from one of her appointments in I always call it where the beautiful people live, Boca area.
Mm-hmm.
These young boys, now this is a 6 lanes, so each side has 3 lanes. They're doing wheelies.
Yes.
Wheelies. I'm like, get out of the friggin' road. As soon as somebody hits you, then they want to sue the person that hit you. But you're in the wrong because you over here doing wheelies going across the street.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we got bicycle. They ride in packs of 20 or more out here.
Well, there was only
And
6 of them.
they take over the street, and this is what they're some are in electric bikes, some are on regular, and they take over the street, and they are doing wheelies, the ones on the regular bikes and stuff, and they just take over the street, and they try to go slow. Sometimes they purposefully try to block traffic, and people on my neighborhood next door app are taking videos and pictures. Talking about, are these your damn kids? You need to show your kids how to respect the rights of the road of others. And and then some people are like, oh, you shouldn't be posting pictures of other people's children. You don't have the right. And then the woman just came back and said, you know what? Shut up. She said, shut up. I'm trying to get to work here. And these kids took over the road. And
they do that down here for one of the holidays. I can't remember, but they come from other states. It's not just people here in Florida. They come from other states, but they come with the dirt bikes and tricycle bikes or whatever they call them, the three-wheelers,
quads or tricycle, like
and all these, and they just take over the whole, and they go to Miami. So of course now they've done it so much, the police are already ready for them. I was like, this is crazy. They call it bikes. Let me see, wheels up. I forgot what they call it. It's something crazy.
Yeah, they'll have these little things where everybody gets together in the city. Will have something where they have a bike path and streets closed off. They'll call it Bike-a-Palooza or Bike of something, where people just come out with all their bikes and, they're doing their thing with all their bikes and stuff. I know during Christmas, you have your bike all dressed up in lights and stuff, because they got special lights you can put on your bike with a little battery pack. You ride your bike during Christmas, dress up, Christmassy or whatever it is you want to do. And they have stuff like that. But I got 3 bikes. I love my little bikes. And I got my grandma bike, which is the most comfortable. And then I have my semi-fast bike. And then I have my fast bike. I know I'm going to get rid of my fast bike one day, but I just like to have it just in case I used to ride with a group of people and stuff. And then after a while, I was like, But if I ever want to pick up, what is it called? It's a group, Black Girls Do Bike. Yeah, it's a group called Black Girls. There's Black Girls Do Bike and Black Girls Run. Black Girls Do Run. So I belong to those. And even though I'm not running, we basically walking. We not running, even though I need to run this fat off. I'm doing good though. I've lost 10 pounds. So
please.
It's shaking off little by little by little. I mean, little by little.
There will not be any running in my rest of my lifetime unless something behind me.
When you see my jog, girl, my jog could probably be a fast walk. I'm just popping up a little bit. That's the only difference. Popping up. But basically, yeah.
No, I gave up that running when I got out of the Army. Ain't nothing to run for. I ain't got nothing to run for.
I like to, because I notice when I'm doing my little run walks, and when I run, girl, my run consists of 30 seconds of my little pop up. And I count in my mind 1, 2, 3, 4. I do and I work off more calories, and it's good for my heart rate. So I walk for 2 minutes, do 30 seconds.
I used to be really good at walking for a long time until I hurt my knee, and then because I couldn't have any surgery on it, I just have to baby it now. So
I don't have surgery. They don't,
because of my blood clots, and if you have orthopedic surgery, you're at a higher risk of developing them. And since I've already had 2, no doctor, unless I get in a crash and they have to do some emergency surgery. Otherwise, nobody's going to just touch me. I just have to deal with it. So I really baby it. I don't try to force myself to. I tried to walk just now from my, like where I live to like the main highway and back is 15 minutes. And I tried to do that. And before I could get back home, my knee started hurting. I was like, okay, won't be doing that anymore. So I do now. I still try to get my steps in. So now I break it down to 5-minute walks every hour, because I set my Fitbit to from 4 to 8. I'm supposed to get my 250 steps in. So I try to do 5 minutes every single last one of those hours. And then
that's good.
I'm feeling I feel good, I try to get at least 10 minutes in. And I bought a stationary bike that I moved from one place to the other. Now it's over.
Well, we don't want to talk about mine. Mine is on the side of the bed with a couple of items of clothes on it. But I put it by my bed.
At least mine don't have clothes on it.
I got about 3 items of clothing on it. I put it by my bed so I could get up in the morning, and I have my little tablet, and I can watch a show, or I do my thing where people are cycling through Italy, and I was supposed to get on it and be doing my cycling because it is fun, cycling through the little towns and you see all the little restaurants. It is fun. Or I'll watch a little show that's 30 minutes, and I'll know. I'm like, oh, okay. But yeah, I need to get my butt on it. Even though I love my real bikes, and I got that walking pad, and I liked it for a while. But my stride, I think, is a bit too long for it. It's once I get into my walk, my stride stretches, my legs are longer, and then I lose. Sometimes I don't know. Maybe I need to get a little rail or something to hold on to. But sometimes, for some reason, I'll be losing my balance. But if I'm, walking out, I don't. But I can also do my jog and indoor jog videos on YouTube. YouTube will help you lose weight. The walk a mile videos, the jog in place videos, where you could get 5,000 steps in doing certain things. If you're consistent, that's what is.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because I have so many setbacks. I swear I start off good and then some. Like right now, my left foot has been hurting since Mother's Day. I don't know why.
I didn't like injure it. A muscle or is a bone?
I don't know what it is.
I've been hearing a lot of people breaking their foots lately. Women of our age, just all of a sudden crack, and they're like, "Man, it was hurting me for a while, but now, and then just crack." And I'm like, "What's going on?" So I'm keeping up with my vitamins, my milk. I drink every now and then to get natural calcium stuff, orange juice, and I bought some more of my calcium pills. But they say after a certain age it doesn't matter. We'll see. I noticed the difference in my nails when I don't take it. So it's doing something. I'm absorbing it because they're like, "Oh, you don't absorb it." I'm like, "Well, I'm absorbing something because when I don't take that calcium, my nails start getting brittle again." So I believe I'm absorbing a little bit of something, and it's helping.
I don't know what's. I keep saying, but my mom has so many appointments, and I'm like, I can't be taking all this time off. So I said, I'm actually gonna. I put what is it that I oh geez, the Vicks Vapor Rub because it's got the menthol in it. I put that on there and it helps some. And then I have the lidocaine, what is it, Salon Pass. I put that on, that helps. And I started, now I'm not supposed to take it, but I started taking it anyway. The ibuprofen, I'm not supposed to take the ibuprofen, but I take it because Tylenol doesn't do a doggone thing. And so for a couple of days, it didn't hurt. And then it hurts again. And it's not, I don't think, I mean, if it's a bone that's broken in there, I would think I would be limping a lot. And I wouldn't.
No, I don't think it's broken now, but maybe there's some kind of stress line fracture for whatever reason.
There's something because it just all of a sudden started hurting. And actually it wasn't, it had to be the day after Mother's Day because Mother's Day, I was over at my mom. We hung out, we ate. Nothing. And then I left her and went to Aldi's, came home, and then so it had to be the day after that. It had to be that Monday that my foot, because it's been hurting just that long. And I was like, what is going on?
Some doctors say there's stress line fractures that are just unexplainable. It happens with age because we as women get osteoporosis and this and that. But even Pam said it was a woman at her job, Pam's Crochet Knit Corner. I had delivered. She said, "Yeah, a friend of mine, she broke her foot, And then my husband's ex-wife, his son was like, "Yeah, Mom was visiting, and we were walking from the restaurant. And she's a health fanatic, she's vegan, and all of a sudden we heard a snap, and down she went. And she's a very small woman, she's probably maybe 140 or whatever. And he said, down she went, and now she's in a boot." Broke her foot. And they're like, these things can be unexplainable. But I do think now the one thing they have in common, and I've been hearing this, is the lady at Pam's job is a vegan and Paul's ex-wife is a vegan. And I don't know if that, I've been noticing people who I've been hearing that are having these breaks, are vegans.
Mm-hmm.
And I just believe I could do vegetarianism, but I can't do the vegan because every time I look at studies and stuff, there's these ailments sometimes that these vegan people come up with or have. And I've seen videos where people are like, why stop being a vegan? I had to stop being a vegan for health reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And even my grandson's mother was a vegan, and
Mm-hmm.
she had to stop being. The doctor told her, you need to eat meat. I'm gonna just tell you right now, you need meat for your health and stuff like that. And so she had to incorporate some meat into her thing. And then they were saying, a lot of vegans sometimes end up being junk food vegans where
That was me. That's why I said I gained weight because
yes,
I only wanted the carbohydrates.
yes, yes, yeah. It's hard to find foods that don't have chemicals to make it taste like meat or
Exactly.
more savory and all this stuff. It ends up not being good for you.
And it's like cauliflower wings. No, it's cauliflower. Mm.
No. He
Cauliflower
said,
rice. No, it's cauliflower. It's not rice. Ew.
he said, you're not right. Yeah, I tried now. Maybe I know that sometimes you got to try different versions of things. I did try now, yeah, it was a put in your own oven type, a cauliflower pizza crust.
Ugh.
It wasn't that good. And then I had it at California Pizza Kitchen. It was great. Now I know they probably put a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I didn't even notice it, but the ones from the freezer section,
This yes,
I,
cauliflower.
I can taste a little something, something, So, yeah, but a lot of people, I had a friend that was, when I was working, she was a vegan, and yeah, end up being a junk food because some of the
Yep.
stuff you eat where you're like, well, it's vegan. And I know I hear all these vegans talking about, oh, Oreos, it's vegan.
Yeah,
That don't mean it's good for your ass.
not at all.
You
They
know?
they 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 documented Oreos are the worst because of the
Yes.
hydrogenated. Let me see.
Oils or something like that, or
Yeah,
just
I can't even remember
all this stuff, all these
Yeah,
chemicals in it and stuff. I
I
mean,
said we've been eating Oreos, killing ourselves all these years.
killing
Now
it.
you want to tell us that we shouldn't have been eating them?
But now we got to give it a fact now. There were regulations and stuff when we were younger that they have changed to where maybe they have changed their recipe to how they make it. So maybe it wasn't as bad back then because I've seen stuff like that, even the recipe for Coca-Cola has changed because they allow more things.
Yeah, but it was bad back then. Do you
Yeah,
know diverticulitis became a issue when they started making um, processed foods?
I believe it.
That's when it developed.
I believe it. Our
Mhm.
bodies were so much different back so many decades ago because we didn't have certain types of foods,
Mhm.
and we didn't even have a lot of obesity back when I was young. If somebody was
People
obese,
were active.
yeah, if
They were
someone was obese, there
active.
was really a kid, there was something going on for real.
Yeah,
For real.
yeah.
I remember one overweight friend, and she wasn't that overweight, but she, for our time she was. Now
Mhm.
she's not. But yeah, one. And
I'm trying to think. I mean, the only fat people I knew were adults. I don't.
yeah,
Did I know any fat children? I can't even.
because we you
I know I was the skinniest chick in town.
because our parents were like, if you had a sandwich and you got lucky enough to get some chips with it, and then you're like, can
Mhm.
I have more chips? You didn't get more chips. I don't know
Mhm.
about me. I didn't get no more chips. My mother said, you can have another sandwich, but you don't need any more chips. Kool-Aid and
We.
stuff like that. If you got Kool-Aid,
Oh
you got
yeah,
one cup of Kool-Aid and it was for dinner. You know,
yeah. And
you
what
drank
you
some,
ate, you burned off because you were active.
yeah.
Now we eat and sit and sit and sit. We're not burning all that food that we eat.
Mhm.
And then we get mad if you go to a place and you get a regular sized dish of something. Oh, they ain't give me enough food. It's
The
so
rule
different
my
now.
mom used to tell us when we were young, and I'm glad she raised us like this: you eat until you're hungry, not until you're full.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't eat to where you just feel like you're stuffed, or don't. A lot of people do
Right.
that though. They eat until they're full. Like, I can't eat another bite. Or if they
Mm-hmm.
clean their plate and they're like, I got room for more. That doesn't mean you need more.
That's
you
right.
know and so my mother would always tell us that she would fix our plates, show us. I didn't never realize it then. She was like, oh yeah, child, you got big people on your daddy's side of the family. I had to show y'all portion control at a young age without y'all doing it. And yeah, we learned it. And my mom would always say, don't let your eyes be bigger than your stomach, because whatever goes
Mm-hmm.
on your plate, you have to eat it. So it's best to get a small amount and then see if you're hungry, because sometimes you just want something because it tastes good.
Right.
And I never realized that. I'm glad she taught us that. Sometimes you just want something because it tastes good. Who can't eat 2 bowls of ice cream because it
Mm-hmm.
tastes good? But should you? Nah. Nah.
Well, the portion sizes have grown tremendously.
I was at I remember last time I went to a burger spot a while ago. I noticed the price was like $9.23 for, I think it was a Jack in the Box cheeseburger combo. And then when I ordered it, they said, you want a supersize? I said, no. I didn't realize. I said, well, why is it 9.23? They said, oh, because we just give you the regular size. That's for the small. I said, so let me get this straight. If I don't tell you to make it a small, which is the regular price, you make it a regular, but I'll get a large
I
if I
learned that too.
much. And they were like, yeah, the calorie count and everything you see is for a small. So you're getting a small fry, small drink. And, I was like, oh, good to know. So I'll get that cheaper price if I just get a small. Okay, give me a small.
Mm-hmm.
Because in all reality, like my mother would tell us, you probably don't need any more food after you eat that sandwich. After you eat the burger, the fries, it's just extra, and you just shoving them in there because they taste good. you know she said young boys that are athletes, yeah, they can eat it like that. But my mother was like, you could probably eat a burger and be good. You don't really, America has hypnotized us to think that we need a burger and fries, a burger and
Mm-hmm.
chips,
Mm-hmm.
and all that. You don't really need that. You could be surprised if you could just eat that sandwich and be satisfied.
Yep.
So yeah, I got a little bit of a larger appetite when I would be, doing stuff with gymnastics and stuff, because I'd be going and working out every day, practicing every day. But other than that, I would get extra helpings of vegetables because I love vegetables, vegetable fanatic. Even now, we always have a big thing of salad. It's a big, long, rectangular Tupperware thing
Mm-hmm.
of salad. So you could just go in there and grab a salad anytime. Got to have it. Got fresh fruit. You got to have something, because I know ran out of bananas. I love bananas. I was like, we gotta have some bananas so I can make my banana smoothie. I just put almond milk and bananas, frozen bananas. That's my smoothie. I was
Mine
shocked.
is my mangoes while they're still here. Well, I freeze it. I have some in the refrigerator now that I need to cut up
Oh,
and freeze.
goodness, nice. Wish I had a nice fruit tree.
I wish avocados would freeze good, but
Ooh, Ooh,
You
avocados.
freeze avocado, you better be making some guacamole with it. You can't do anything else with it.
Ooh, I love guacamole. I remember I didn't start eating avocados until my mid-30s because I didn't like the way it looked. I didn't like that green. And then one day I was eating a burrito. And I said, there is something in this. It was at a fancy Mexican food. And I was like, what is everything? Because every time I go somewhere else and order a burrito like that, I don't ever get that. They're like, my friend said, it's probably the guacamole. I said, the what? She said, it's probably the guac in there. They just mix it in there. And I was like, that's guacamole? Because they would, have the dip and stuff at the table, and they'd have guacamole or
Uh-huh.
salsa. I would always go for the salsa. And then finally I went on and tried the guacamole one day. I said, you know what? I like this. It's nasty looking. It's ugly. This ugly green, look like it's rotten, but
Ah,
it's good. It really, I said, I'm gonna have to go on and eat this.
Honey, I love me some guac.
Oh yes, avocado, and they know everybody loves it, and that's why they're so expensive. Avocados are
I'm so
so.
glad my tree produces.
I wish
I hardly ever buy guacamole. I mean, buy avocados out of the store.
I might ask my husband about getting us a avocado tree in the back. Our neighbor has a lemon tree, and she don't do nothing with them but throw them away.
Really?
But yeah, she don't. She's a renter. She don't do nothing with them, just throw them away. But
My daughter would have them lemons every day.
you could do
Every
so
day.
much with lemons. Now I am allergic to citrus, but I can work it out sometimes. I know when to take it and when to stop. And like as I get older, all these allergies start coming out. I used to love strawberries, eat them up. Now I can only eat so many. After about the fifth one, my
Mm,
asthma starts kicking in. It wasn't like that. So I know it's something that they're doing with these strawberries, as is everything else.
everything.
Yeah, I know.
Nothing is safe anymore.
It isn't, and it's sad. It's really sad.
That's why I was glad to find, because I kept looking at my almond milk, because I cannot tolerate cow's milk
hmm
at all. I mean, and I put the half and half in my coffee, and that's probably enough for me. Anything more than that, I'm gassy.
Yeah.
I kept looking at the almond milk carton. I was like, it's got 100 doggone ingredients in here, all chemicals, as far as I'm concerned.
I can't think of the name of the brand, which I should be buying my damn self. On YouTube, this man told me basically like what you said. Almond milk should be composed of like water, almonds, and one other thing. I forgot what it was. But he said that's healthy and you can find it at you could find it at the regular store too. But like Sprouts and Whole
I
Food,
just
like
make it
health food.
myself now.
Yeah, and he said, or you could do it yourself. You just
Yeah.
got to be careful of where your almonds were grown and if there's pesticides, that were
Well,
grown or
I get I get them from Aldi, so I kind of trust them.
hmm
If
hmm
I got it from Aldi's or Sprouts or
get some organic
Whole
ones.
Foods, yeah, and they're not toasted or anything like that. They're
Oh
just,
no, they got to be raw.
yeah.
They have to be raw. But yeah, I have a friend. She was making her own almond milk too.
Sometimes
Making
you
her own.
just got to go to Mother Nature. You figure out all of this stuff that people did long before all these chemicals came about. But
hmm
I understand that they do it for the stability reason, to keep it on the shelves longer. But
Yeah,
what about my body? My body ain't gonna be on the
it doesn't
shelf
help your
forever.
body. Yeah, it doesn't help your body last long at all.
Nope.
Does not help your body last long at all.
And I couldn't tolerate it. The first time I made it, my body was like, where them chemicals at, girl?
You said
What is this stuff in me? So I was like, oh, I gotta
gotta
figure
get
this out.
acclimated. Just like I know some people. We had a Korean babysitter, no Japanese, and she was from Hawaii, and she's the one that got me drinking. I can drink hot green tea, nothing in it, because that's how she used to fix it for us. She would fix when
Hmm.
be sick or something. She's like, "Here, do you have your green tea today? Take it for your body." She would tell us, "Take it for your body, help detox your body." I was like, "What's detox? What's that?" I tell you what, it helps swelling in my body. If I'm swollen or I feel bloated, I get my green tea or my
Hmm.
mint tea. Um, I know if I drink my milk, because I do buy some regular milk. I do. Sometimes I like it with my cereal. If it gives me gas, that means it's time to get my green tea out and start detoxing. I have backup in my body. And she told me that, and she was right. Um, when I went and got my first colonic, I tried it one time. Everybody was doing. I tried it. The woman gave me a food combination chart. She gave you a whole folder of foods, like if you're having certain issues, headaches and things, certain food
Hmm.
combos that you may not shouldn't eat together, like fried foods and something else, a different vegetable or whatever. She was right. I'd follow it and she said, "Yeah, if you have dairy and it's giving you gas," she said, "it's combining with whatever else is still in your system that shouldn't be there." She said, however many meals you eat per day, that's how many bowel movements you should have. So if you're having one a day, but you're eating 3 times a day, you are constipated.
Oh, I know I'm terminally constipated.
Yeah. And so she said, and she was telling me, do your sit-ups, not for your muscle tone, but just for digestion issues. She said, do sit-ups for that. It'll help your body. And she said, massage your stomach and, make sure you have your green tea because it helps with the swelling in your entire digestive system and everywhere else. And I was like, oh, so she was like, yeah, make sure you have green tea with you wherever you go. You travel, bring your green tea. Make sure you're drinking your green tea because whenever people travel, that's when they get, for some reason.
Mm-hmm. When we used to go to Georgia, my aunt would give us X-Lax
X-Lax.
When we got there.
Uh-huh. She was
Always
like,
did that.
people get there and they've been there more than 2 or 3 days and they haven't realized they haven't had a good bowel movement maybe once the whole time. And then their stomach is hurting and they're throwing up because she said you will throw up from not having a bowel movement.
As they say, it's going to come out one way or the other.
Yeah. She said you may find yourself on the toilet. It's coming out that end and you're throwing up because you're so backed up that your body has got to get rid of that toxicity. And I was listening. I'll be listening. I'm like, but yeah, whenever I find that, if I have dairy and I'm getting gassy from dairy, I'm like, oh, okay, I haven't been doing enough of something. I haven't been doing enough of something. She was like, oh, yeah. She said, I know you hate it. Everybody does, but count your bowel movements. Make sure you're, having enough for it. Because she said, especially if you're eating a full meal. If you're eating a full meal and you're only going once a day, she said, you got a problem.
Child, I had a problem.
Yeah.
I've never, ever been regular that I can remember. Never.
I know. I'll go do the prune juice or I'll do my apple. I have my juicer. I'll do my apple and carrot juice and put more carrots than apples. That'll always, because of that fiber in that carrot and stuff. It'll flush you, girl. You just do one day and you just stay home.
I do now when I do the smoothies and I put the green leafy stuff in there. That works miracles.
But romaine lettuce used to work miracles on me, but not anymore. But yeah, romaine lettuce for some reason it would clear me out naturally, real nicely. But now as I'm older, nah.
It's the what is the green
leafy lettuce.
Yeah, the one that come in the
spring mix.
Yes, that's it. Yeah. Yep. I use that. I put that in there, and then I put the mangoes in there, and then the almond milk. And because I already put sugar in the almond milk, I just put 2 packets of equal in there because I still need me some sweetener in there.
Girl, you done sugared it up.
Because I have to offset that green part of it. Now, if I just do the almond milk and the mango, then I don't need it because that mango is sweet on its own. But once you put that green in there, it takes that sweet away.
Now, see, I'll do apple, carrot, a little bit of lemon, and spinach, and anything else green.
Oh, and blueberries.
Yeah, that lemon would help a lot, and the apple with the sweetness in the apple helps a lot. So I don't have to do that, but yep. And sugar, and my doctor had told me sugar is an inflamer. She was like, sugar will inflame.
Sugar is our enemy. Sugar and salt.
So she was like, whenever you have headaches, whenever you have joint aches, think about how much sweets you have. And sometimes you haven't eaten sweets, but you drank it. And she was like, and watch out, don't drink your calories.
Yeah, that's what I used to tell my ex-husband. You drink your calories. That's where all your calories are.
Don't drink your calories, because she was like, all these people with this Starbucks stuff. And she said, they just drinking meals. Because, I mean, they said one Starbucks drink can be 1,000 calories and you're just drinking your meal.
It is. There's only one of their Starbucks drinks that I really like. It's the mocha chocolate something or another. And I only get it on my birthday. I love it because it's a freebie. So I get it. and one of the young girls turned me on to it. Uh, I went because you have to do Starbucks on your birthday. Other than that, they don't care about you.
Yes, they don't care.
And I went, and she's like, "What do you want?" I said, "Well, it's my birthday." I said, "I want something chocolate." She said, "I got you. I got you." She gave me it's got chocolate chip crumbles or Oreo crumbles or something
I
in
know
there.
what it is.
Oh
I
my
had it. I
God.
had it.
Woo, that was the best.
Yeah.
Best. That was the best.
Yep. It's oh gosh, it's got little pieces of chocolate in it. It's got chocolate cookies in it. It's got chocolate whatever in it, and it's good. I can't do it no more.
Yeah.
Because I'll be hurting. I already have a little touch. I have a little touch of arthritis. Girl, my joints, certain fingers, my thumb will lock up and certain other fingers will be like, girl. And then my back will be like, what did you do? What did you have? Yeah, my body will get me and I'll be up here drinking green tea till days get better, trying to get that inflammation to go down. Because I could take painkiller, ibuprofen, but then that constipates me.
Oh, really?
Painkillers constipate me for some reason, and they not good for me. They help, but I'm gonna have to make sure I'm got me some prune juice, some kind of juicing, something, to push it on through. I don't know what it does. I don't know what it does for me, but it's not great. It helps the pain.
They don't. Starbucks get my money. I tell you, if that Starbucks ever closed, I know my neighborhood going to crap. That line is always long.
Crowded, yeah.
Only time it's not long is close to closing time, and everybody's gotten their fix. I was like, I can't believe all these people are here.
Always. That's one good business to invest in. Around here, Chick-fil-A, Starbucks are in and out.
That Chick-fil-A, when they first put it, I said, are they giving away stuff over there? The lines are ridiculous. And now it's only drive through. So I guess
Oh, wow.
they closed the, I don't know if they're fixing something or what, but it's only drive through now.
That's funny because the one out here has like mommy and me play dates and all this stuff for mothers and,
wow,
bring their kids in to play. And
I don't even like Chick-fil-A. There's, well, what's her name? Lori Anderson Armstrong is the one that told me. I think she's the one that said that they marinate their chicken in pickle juice. Because I was like, there's something weird about it that I don't like.
I have to ask my ex-student. I have an ex-student, a little black guy. He bought into the Chick-fil-A franchise. He bought one. Ooh. I'm trying to get my son a little summer job there. So I called him. I said, hey, Osar, you got a job for my son? He said, how old is he? I said, 16. He said, all right, send him my number. So each filled out his application. I'm asking, y'all soak y'all chicken in pickle juice? Ask him for a friend.
Yeah, ask him. Yeah, ask him because it has an odd taste to me.
They got more salads and stuff now. I noticed on the menu, they've added more healthy things onto the menu now. So
they've always had salads. I've had a couple of those salads. They didn't really do anything for me. So
yeah, they have a different.
Because I was like trying to figure out what is it that I really want. Because it's right there in the neighborhood, but nothing. There's nothing on that menu that makes me want to go back there over and over and over again.
Yeah, some people like that sandwich. I don't know. I had it. I was like, yeah, it's good, but I'm not going to, keep coming all back and going crazy and sitting in lines for it. Same thing with the Popeye sandwich. I'm not trying to stab anybody.
I have never had that sandwich.
Yeah, they were both fine.
They kept saying they were, every time people would say, oh, it's already sold out. I was like, so I never had it.
Yeah, you're like, okay. I get something else.
Because I'm not going to drive that far just for a sandwich anyway. If I just happen to be in the neighborhood, yeah, I might try it.
Yeah.
Hey, Carolyn, how are you tonight? Thank you for joining us.
Hey, Carolyn, welcome in. Well, girl, I'm gonna have to get off because I gotta go pick my son up. It's 9:20.
Well, I finished.
Oh, did you turn on the monetization?
Yes, I did.
Oh, thank God. Oh, that's pretty. I like that green.
No, that's great. Gray and black.
It's gray black. See, it looks like a dark, like green, camo green.
It's gray and black.
That's cute.
The ombre. Let me see.
This is where I'm at.
Yep, gray ombre.
Yep, this is where I'm at. So let's see what we achieved. Her dress.
And I did this from memory.
She said, I'm Beanie. Is this crochet class? I'm Beanie. No, I'm not a class. We just chatting and crafting, talking about whatever and crafting, and we just showing what we got done. Look, yep. I'm almost done with her dress. I'll be up tonight watching Alfred Hitchcock, binging and working on dolls. Gotta get ahead.
I can't believe I did this from memory, and that tells you how many of them I'm
about to say. It's ingrained.
Yep.
And that means it's not that complicated, which is good because it makes it a relaxing pattern to work with.
Yep. Now I'm going to go write it down. Because when I stop doing it, I'm not going to remember what I did.
Uh-oh. Damn.
And I want to get a whole bunch of them done between now and whenever I decide to do.
So cute. Especially you make a little hat and all that. That one I saw with the little hat, I really liked it. Plus, I love that color. And that pink.
I'm gonna because I followed her pattern, but I've done a little hat for one of my dolls a while ago. So I'm just gonna do my own pattern because I was like, why are you doing all this to just to make a doggone circle and a flip?
I hate that. Yeah, you got to simple it. She said, you all on TikTok, working on a beanie for our crochet group for. Oh, that's nice. Mm-hmm. I'm on TikTok. I don't think I put anything on it. I'll go on there to when somebody sends me something, a link, and it's on TikTok. That's the only reason I'm on there. I don't think I have anything on there.
I just went back on today, so
yeah,
I seriously doubt if TikTok kept my old stuff.
I'm just Instagram and Facebook. Yeah, I'm just Instagram and Facebook. Yep, that's me. Maybe I need to get because people say they get sales from TikTok. That's what Jeanette from DIY. She gets a lot of her sales from TikTok, so I may need to start ticking and talking.
Yep, tick and talk, because people with businesses were having a fit when they were talking about closing it.
Yeah, they were. That's where they get the business stuff.
Yeah, they were having real meltdowns. Oh my God,
how am I gonna run my business?
Yeah, so I guess I better start. Maybe I'll post my little thing.
She says I sell paparazzi jewelry. I used to buy paparazzi all the time. Now. I go live on there. Oh, you go live on TikTok? Have you ever heard of Whatnot? You should go live on Whatnot because paparazzi jewelry is a great price. So that would do good on Whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I go live.
Now I just got to get some buttons. I'm so proud of myself. I get this from memory.
Is it on TikTok, Carolyn? Are you Carolyn Williams? Is that your name on TikTok? What's your name on there? So I'll follow you too. I only follow a couple folks. It's crochet people.
Me too.
And I haven't gone on there unless somebody sends me and says, "Oh, look at this," and there'll be a link to it.
That's the only reason why I signed up, because there was a link. Never heard
that.
Oh, Whatnot. Yeah, go on Whatnot.
Yeah, Whatnot is a selling app, and it's WHATNOT. And it's a platform where you can go on and sell your items. Specifically like jewelry is a great one. Jewelry is a great thing to sell. People, I might do a jewelry show tonight myself. I don't sell paparazzi. I just sell costume. You just be shocked at the money you can make. And I know with paparazzi, it comes in sets. It's nice stuff because I've gotten it. And you can get on there and sell to your heart's content. And it does the basically the bookwork for you. You know how sometimes you have to, if you sell something online, you got to invoice and all that. It does it for you. So all you do when you're done with the show is you go and you hit their shipment thing, print up your label, slap it on there. And then when the person receives their item, then you receive your money until you hit 1,000 items. When you hit 1,000 items that you've sold, then as soon as you print the label, the money goes to your Whatnot account, and then you can transfer it to however you want. That's the only reason I've sold 2,000 items is because of that junk jewelry, girl.
And Whatnot, they make you go through a little course. It's only like in 45 minutes or something like that.
So you can learn how to do it.
So you can be a seller. But go on YouTube and look at some YouTube tutorials about Whatnot, so you won't be shocked of how the whole system, because it's a different, all these platforms are different, but Whatnot, like she said, is, to me, is great because it does a whole lot of the work for you. Like she said, just print that label at the end and send your stuff off. And everybody that buys on Whatnot, they pay then. So
yeah, it comes out their account right then.
So,
and if it doesn't, it'll say, what it'll say? It'll say, like, when I'm selling, I'll see a little thing on my screen and say invoice failed. Payment failed. And then I'll say, hey, check your payment. TT.
Oh, says TikTok, we invoice right away if it's your first purchase. Okay.
Yeah, see, this does all that for you. They don't get invoiced. They have registered their payment stuff, and it takes it right away. And, they take a percentage and stuff, but for the headache of not chasing people, chasing people and not having to invoice people and all that, I'll take it. Yeah. You can do it for me, but girl, I'm gonna have to get out of here. I gotta go pick up my little knucklehead.
It's already 12:26.
All right, girl. Well, I will see you later.
Yes, thank you for joining me, giving me some conversation so I can work on some things, because I was about to get off of there. Nobody talking. Oh well.
I don't blame you.
Talk to myself.
But all right, girl. I'll holler at you later. Bye, everybody. Have a good rest of your weekend.
Thank you all for joining us. Have a good rest of your weekend. Good luck, Carolyn. We'll look you up. Let me in me.